about it is they're really cool. I like the one on the left, the orange. You know what, while you're waiting...
Hello everyone, good morning and welcome to Destination D23, a journey around the worlds of Disney. Our program will begin in approximately 15 minutes. Thank you.
BBC party tomorrow. I don't have to take it.
No, forget it. We're going to try.
I'm going to post in the fan group, and see if anybody
doing that on Monday for my nephew.
But we're doing the cheap one.
Yeah, it's broke. And we tried to get it replaced by nephew mom, but no, we can't now. I just happened to be out there with work. So we're going to be doing that for the time.
Those other ones, they're good.
Yeah. I know that talking about it. I think it's kind of a experience. He's like, that's so good. Y'all should come back on. And like, they put us right back on the line. That's all I was doing. I was just ready for that.
So we had the first couple of days until we went off the food. And we have to wait for the next so they have to wait for that. Puts a lot on that. So we'll start so we can come back out because we all want to ride it. We can purchase sale. And they're like, yeah, small world shit, you know. So, boom, so we come through, and like, do you want to ride again? And we're all like, nope.
Hello, everyone. In just 10 minutes, Destination D23 will begin. Have your passports and sense of adventure ready. Thank you.
Not even work. They'll sit in there and stuff now. Or like,
we're not moving anymore, I apologize.
like all the backgrounds for 60 acres.
morning, everyone, and welcome to Destination D23, where your journey to the worlds of Disney will begin in just 5 minutes. Stand by for takeoff soon. Welcome to Walt Disney World Resort. Here at Disney, your safety is our top priority. Take a moment now to locate the nearest exit, and in the event of an emergency, proceed to that exit. If you have any questions, please ask a cast member. Thank you, and have a safe visit here at Walt Disney World Resort.
peaceful outfit. She's like, we should vote. I'm like, I don't think anybody would get anything done.
I think
You can talk about it.
Attention, attention, Destination D23, a journey around the worlds of Disney will depart in just 90 seconds. Here we go!
how it started yesterday. I got fucking
Let's do it.
Good morning and welcome D23 Gold members. It's day 2 and our journey around the worlds of Disney continues. Now, put your hands together as we welcome Disney stars of the Broadway stage and the animated screen who know that sometimes it's good to be bad. Century
Dearest friends and dastardly fiends, please welcome our host from Challenge Accepted, Michelle Carre.
Well, my name is Michelle Carre, and you may know me from my show Challenge Accepted, but today I am thrilled to accept the challenge of hosting this panel, Disney Villains, Icons of Evil. And we have so many villainous projects around the world to talk about this morning, but we can't talk about villains without mentioning villains coming to Magic Kingdom. Some of the creative in development right now at Walt Disney and Medley.
I'm Data, and as a supervising animator for Disney Animated Studios, I have created a few classic villains such as Gaston, Jafar, and Scar for the Lion King. Well, my Disney story begins in Germany. It really started when I saw Jungle Book for the first time. I was about 11 years old. Changed my life, and I wanted to do that. Create in Greece when I did Gaston. So that was my first villain, and it was Ron and John again, who I would become the Mermaid. They were doing Aladdin, so I ended up doing Jafar. And by the time it got to Lion King, which was the next project, I said, I know it's going to take turns, will be somebody else's turn to do a villain, but I think I can do something with Star. And then they just looked at me and said, well, what kind of had you in mind? So that was villain number 3. People ask me sometimes, so is there a certain person that is based on video based that's going on? And then all I can say is the LA James. You know, that's the guy. That's right. And when it came to Jafar, I remember getting one out of the voice, Jonathan Freeman is the voice actor, and he had this beautiful body quality. In animation, what you usually try is start out with a character, you do a walk, and the way you walk the character tells you a little bit about him or her. With Jafar, he just switches in and switches out, and he's like the coolest things. You know, he just shows up. There's not a lot of bounce or short weight there. So once I applied that, it was actually easy for me to have him move. And then when it came to Scar, he can the voice of the go on the cherry lines. He can read the phone book out of my hand. Scar was my first holiday animals. I was so used to doing human characters and using a mirror and acting things out in front of the mirror, and out of habit, I got all my share. He was good running, I was going to act this out. And I thought, no, that's not going to work like this character. Then it was back to using wildlife and analyzing how lions walk and what you give away. That doesn't mean that occasionally you can also do some human acting. I remember one scene I particularly enjoyed was the Star talks about the relationship between Simba and Mufasa. And he calls it a father-son thing. In fact, he doesn't like it, he's disgusted by it. And so I thought, I need to do thing, I need to do something human here. So you can do that, but you have to be sure that it doesn't look like hands, that it still looks like doing something human. So these are interesting challenges that happen.
How does it feel to be returning?
It's a little bit like known territory to get back to villains, because I've lived in Spires for so long and studied in my life. So it's familiar turf for me, and I just love the idea to have an area where you just have fun, all in one area. You get to know the people, and I know we're going to amplify the way you see them, like you've never seen them before. It's going to be dramatic, amazing lighting. It's going to be fun. I worked with some of the guys at Culinary, and yeah, working on concepts. But it's definitely, when I read this for the first time, I said, this is my first time, this time. And then I had a phone call and said, hey, Andreas, we've done some of this to be part of it, this piece.
And what is it to notice about the setting?
Well, just the idea that it's a whole new land, where you can Now, as you can see, they interact on Mark's 80th birthday by creating a sketch of Jafar inviting representative dance. And I had a nice monthly chuckle. It would be fun to see them being together, what conversations we had out. So the interaction would be fun too.
Please welcome from Walt Disney Imagineering, Notre and Caroline May. So this is exciting. I don't know if you guys heard backstage how loud everyone is out here, but it's all exciting to hear because it was just 1 year ago that Josh Tomorrow first announced Villains at Magic Kingdom.
Yes, and since then, the Imagineers have been bringing the vision of villains to life along with Andres Deja.
And that's something I'm hoping you guys are going to tell us more about today. In the video we just saw, Andres talked about the rich source materials for Disney villains. So I'd like to first ask you guys, where did you even start when you're taking something from animation to real life in the parks?
So we start with the known. We start with the classic animated films, which give us these amazing settings. And we want to deliver on a certain amount of wish fulfillment so that it feels like you are stepping into these worlds. But we don't just want to deliver on the known. We also want to deliver on what is new and familiar. And in order to do that, we have to have a deep understanding of these characters, the look and the feel, and how to translate that into the architecture and the place. And so what we look at in characters in the shape language is that they have a fluidity to them, especially when we think about the magic that's associated with them. And so this is very reminiscent of the architectural style of Art Nouveau.
So you start by finding the architectural inspiration. What is step 2?
So step 2 is a lot of research. So we would books, the internet, movies obviously as well, and characters, but those only take you so far. In kind of grand Walt Disney Imagineering tradition, we thought a research trip was in order to see this in person.
I've heard a lot about these research trips. They sound really, really fun. I'd love to know, where did you guys go?
So this past year, the team took an amazing trip to Paris, France, and Barcelona, Spain, which are both iconic homes of Art Nouveau.
What did you learn on this research trip? Because if it was me, I'd probably be doing a lot of baguettes and great food. But please tell us what
That too. We brought in the experts. We toured with local art historians, architectural historians, university professors. You know, most of the team at least had a foundation in art history and Art Nouveau, but we wanted to see examples of architecture where it looked like nature had a spell had been cast on nature, where trees and vines twist into stone and walls.
That's super interesting to me, and I'm sure it's super appealing to your team as well, because you're taking something from real life and finding magical inspiration and fantasy inspiration from it. So if you went to both Paris and Barcelona, what are the differences in these two cities when you're seeking inspiration architecturally?
Yeah, so Paris is what you think of classic Art Nouveau. It really plays into natural motifs, swirling designs that look like nature's been cursed. In Barcelona, the art style is actually referred to as modernism, so think Gaudi. Architecture that is otherworldly, it's almost unnerving when you're inside of these spaces, and you even get buildings that look like they're melting with these subliminal shapes and faces in them.
Well, we all know Imagineers are very good at hiding a very specific face, so that's awesome. And I would have to say, I think these reference images are so striking because of the color palette.
Yeah, the colors play a huge part, but the architecture and obviously the villains themselves, they have such iconic color palettes and looks to them. You can tell what the villains are just from that. And so it's really pulling that together and how to combine that with architecture.
Yeah, so when you take all of these elements, right, the look and feel of the characters and the magic, the Art Nouveau as this architectural style that looks like a spell has been cast on it, and then this rich jeweled color palette that Wyatt just mentioned, you end up getting all of the ingredients of what we've been calling conjured architecture.
Conjured architecture. So this is in Imagineering work. that you guys are going.
Yeah, something that our team came up with, really trying to think something different but familiar.
That's amazing. I love that, again, you're blending this historical reference with the fantastical source material. That's amazing.
Yeah, so we're excited today to really show you everything about here. We have a few more tricks up our sleeves beyond just conjure architecture that we're going to save for a later date to talk more about this, but we're just excited to give you a little sneak peek into what the team has been working on so far.
Well, as I always say, that's very tantalizing. And I personally, we're experiencing conjure architecture with villains at Magic Kingdom. Thank you guys so much for coming out. This is awesome. Right? Well, let's transition from a tantalizing look to the future to a look at how guests around the world can now interact with Disney villains right now. So please welcome from Disney Live Entertainment, Mark Renfro, and from Disney Signature Experiences, Denise Case. Mark and Denise, thank you so much for coming.
It's delightfully wicked to be here. If I could see your golden hands!
These chairs are so dramatic. I love them.
I need this for my office. Please make it happen.
I think we do know some people who could make that happen. So, Mark, please, thank you so much for being here. We know that entertainment is where so many Disney guests get to interact with these Disney villains in person. And I would love to start talking about how you and your teams make that possible, both at the Disney parks as well as the Disney cruise lines.
Yeah, well, as many of you know, it's already Halloween season here at Walt Disney World. Oh yes, intuitively. And it's also happening at the Disneyland Resort. Yes, they too have already started celebrating the villain's favorite holiday, Halloween.
And we all know Oogie Boogie Bash. Yeah.
Let me tell you a little bit about it. It's pretty amazing. So, taking place on select nights at Disney California Adventure Park. My Disney colleagues have been having way too much fun brewing up all kinds of thrilling entertainment, including the Villain's Grove and the Frightfully Fun Parade. And this year, you love him, one of my favorite villains from The Incredibles, Syndrome. Yeah, you can meet Syndrome, and by the way, I was hoping to see a picture because he used to have my hairdo. You can meet Syndrome, get your candy fix on, and enjoy all kinds of tricks and yummy treats at the Oogie Boogie Bash.
Well, that's very fabulous. And I haven't personally seen Mark and Syndrome in the same room, so you never know. And, well, Mark, you know things too about Disney villains, having worked on specifically the live show Villains Unfairly Ever After here at the I think the people give name and see your show.
Yes. So you kind of want to know what I went through? Yeah.
Please tell us everything you can share. There's so much happening.
Horrible! Villains everywhere! It was a constant nightmare! Do you think they buy it?
No.
Okay. People, as you can see, the villains are my faves. So it was an absolute blast. And for a show that sports so many Disney villains, I tell you, backstage and everyone who I had to work with was a true hero. So just because I've heard a little bit, how many people are here seeing our brand new villain show? Who won? All right. I love it.
Well, for our Kick fans in the audience who haven't had a chance to see it yet, could you tell us a little bit about the show?
Sure. Okay, so at the villainous heart of our show, the Magic Mirror invites the audience to his realm of mirrors to help him answer the question that he is hearing relentlessly from every single villain because they all want to know who is the most misunderstood of all. And in our show, we've got plenty of villains. You will see the delightfully deranged Cruella de Vil. You will see the elegant, fierce, and oh so funny Captain Hook. Right here. Y'all got to chime in next. And then, of course, the mistress of all evil, Maleficent. Yes. One at a time, these three villains, in their own unique way, step through the glass and take center stage to present their own reason why they believe they have been so unfairly treated. But in the end, it's up to you, the audience, to decide just who is the most misunderstood of all.
With so many super fans in the room, we all want to know all of the details. Could you share
all of the details? How much time do you have?
As much as you can right now.
How about some fun facts?
Please.
Fun facts. Okay, I can give you one.
Give us three. Right? Come on, three fun
facts. The villains have spoken. Okay, number one. There are 83 different villains and Disney sidekicks in this show. I'm going to say it again. 83 different Disney villains and sidekicks. That, to my fiendish friends, is a new record. Yes. Next is another one. In our show, you might see on some of the screens, there is a lot of digital surfaces to create the magic and allow the audience to go into the mirror realm. And when I say a lot of digital surfaces, we have over 74 million LED pixels.
Million, wow.
Yes, and to put that into perspective, that is 1/2 the resolution of that massive Las Vegas sphere.
Wow.
Yet our show is at 1/100th of that size. And the last one, another fun fact, this is one of my absolute favorites. This is one of my favorite storytelling devices in the show, and one of my favorite elements because I think it's a character. It is a large, rolling mirror that sometimes is reflective, sometimes is a portal allowing the guest to come to and from the mirror realm, and sometimes it's just scenery. And it stands at 174 inches tall, which is the exact size of an adult giraffe.
You're telling me we could take one of the giraffes from Animal Kingdom and put it next to the mirror?
Not gonna say we didn't do it.
Well, let's take it a step further, Mark. I'm now imagining you actually bringing the giraffe onto the stage.
Come on, come on. You get a Mickey bar. For all my Animal Kingdom friends, this really did not happen.
Are there any hidden Easter eggs in the show?
Those are like secrets.
I know, but we're among friends.
Okay, so this is a secret. This is not out there. So this stays among us, right? Right? Hidden swear. Hidden swear. Alright, okay. So when you first walk in, that's right, when you first walk into the theater, you see this wonderful Art Deco kind of lotus design on the walls as part of the wallpaper. But as the show evolves and different villains show up, that wallpaper keeps changing with each villain. After Cruella shows up, after Hook shows up, after Maleficent shows up. And at the end, when you come back again and see the show, when you leave, take a look at that wallpaper to see how many different villains have left their mark.
Seriously?
I'm serious.
I didn't know that.
Well, there you go. You gotta come and see it.
I've seen the show twice, and I never knew that. Well, now I gotta go back. That's amazing.
Bring it down.
Come on. See it. You know, the one thing, when I saw the show, I loved it. You know, I also shared your love of villains. And you know, the one thing that really stood out to me is how guests are able to engage with the villains in new ways. That's so cool.
My favorite friend.
I think it's really cool that the show can have a different ending based on what show you see and the audience was seeing with it. But Denise, I'd love to transition to talk a bit about villains on the Disney Destiny.
Disney Destiny! Are you ready? We're very excited. Both heroes and villains from across the Disney universe are going to take center stage on the Disney Destiny. We have what we like to call a fearsome assembly of schemers and scoundrels. You like that? Schemers and scoundrels, that's right.
Well, I would love to know two things.
Okay.
First of all, which villains are we talking about here? And second of all, what do you mean play with or interact with?
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Michelle.
Okay.
Ready? Who's your favorite villain?
My favorite villain is Cruella de Vil.
I happen to be wearing some of her colors, too.
I noticed that.
I noticed. Yes, well, Cruella de Vil will be on the Disney Destiny. Yes, and one of the fun things you can do with Cruella is engage with a show called Trend Making with Cruella. Yes, Cruella has heard that dreadful song that's been written about her. Roger got it so wrong. She's completely misunderstood. And so, she is counting on a piano player and you, the guests, to create a new song for Cruella. Yes, write a new song for Cruella that will please her and you actually perform it and sing it for her in Trouble Making with Cruella. So, right?
So writing a song.
Yeah. Yes, to make her happy, because if she's not happy, she will wreak havoc across the ship, so we must make her happy. Another fun thing guests can participate in is what we call the Wretched Runway. Guests are able to participate in a fashion show where they strut their stuff down the runway that will be in the Grand Hall, and yes, they will be judged by that fashionista herself, Cruella de Vil. So, walk the runway if you dare.
I love you're such a subtle flower.
You can tell me a fun riddle.
Well, Mark, which is your favorite?
Oh, yeah!
Oh, okay. All right. Well, after being immersed in so many villains, I'm going to be a little unconventional here. I'm going to say the god of mischief, Loki.
Loki in the house. Yes, Loki will be joining us on the Disney Destiny, and he has shown up there, yes, to proclaim that this ship, this pleasure vessel, yes, he shall rule over this realm. He shall be king after all, and rule over these fine guardians. You will find Loki roving around the ship from time to time. He may or may not make a proclamation every time he sees a balcony. For those of you who said this before, there are just a few balconies aboard our ships, I'm just saying. There's also some other fun engagements that you can have with Loki, but I'm not going to say any more. You're going to have to come sail with us to see all the fun we have with Loki.
Wow. So we talked about Cruella, talked about Loki. Denise, who is your favorite villain?
That is so hard. It's like asking who's your favorite child?
I know which one mine is.
Right? We love them all so much. So of course, we have to have the Mistress of Evil, Maleficent. She will be standing with us, and while she is still trying to get an invitation to something, she will be there, and if you are brave enough, if you dare, you can join her and under her spell, which is a playing experience that will happen in Saga. Enter if you dare. And then, of course, okay, y'all ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes! Let's do it! Moving on to Disney Destiny! It's called Politics, the Dr. Facilier. And you can find this undisclosed location. You may enter. You may sit down at his table. And he may play a playing card trick for you and your friends. Yes. There will also be what we call Let's Cook Up a Story, which is a storytelling event about, of course, Princess and the Frog. The Dr. Facilier will make an appearance, and he'll also be found wandering time to time throughout the Grand Hall. So he's always looking to make some friends. So come on, y'all, come visit Dr. Facilier and all the other villains aboard the Disney Destiny.
Okay, so we've talked about Disney villains on land and Disney villains on sea.
Oh, well, let's not forget our international friends. Yeah. I've got an announcement, folks, and it's about Hong Kong Disneyland. You're the first to hear this. In 2 weeks, just 2 weeks, I'm happy to announce, uninvited, a villains takeover party. It's a reverb. The biggest villains party of all. It's part cavalcade, part street party, part musical spectacular, as the villains literally take over Main Street, USA. And, hate to say this, left off the list again. Somebody's gonna learn. Maleficent is summoned, and then goes all the invited guests to then bring forth all the rest of their uninvited counterparts. Spells fly, fire flashes, music soars as a glittering assemblage of Disney villains and their underlings all show up for the most villainous street party ever.
Everyone, can we please give it up for Denise and Martha? I love them. So, we have Disney villains internationally, on sea, and here in the States. But what about here, in our home? Right here and now. Well, just like Dr. Facilier, I've got a friend on the other side of this curtain. Please help me welcome Disney Consumer Products, Stacey Aoyama. Stacey, welcome to the Villains Party.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here.
Isn't this so fun?
Yes, I'm very excited. It's a hard act to follow.
I know Denise and Mark are the best. So, we've learned a bit about Disney villains' experiences in real life. Could you tell us a bit about Disney villains at home?
Sure. So one way to bring these characters home, and I'm excited to talk about today, is we have a new Disney Villains collection by Bath & Body Works. So very exciting. The team has designed specific fragrances meant to bring us into the worlds of our most iconic villains, the Evil Queen and Maleficent.
Well, I saw the Princess Connect collection last year at Bath & Body Works, and it looked amazing. Could you tell us a bit about how Maleficent and the Queen and their stories are represented differently in this collection?
Sure, and let's see. Well, first of all, I was also a huge fan of the Disney Princess collection. I have to admit, those scents brought out my inner princess. But similar to that, when it comes to our two villains, the team has created very specific fragrances that's kind of meant to capture the essence of their personalities, and I will also say perfect for fall and Halloween. So yeah, we're excited to share today. I'll do my best to do this justice, but first we have Maleficent, which was inspired by kind of the dark enchanted forest she calls home. So if you can try to imagine, plum, berries, and some more woodsy notes. And next we have Evil Queen, which, of course, has the apple. But we also have some vanilla suede and hair, just to kind of speak to that opulent side of her personality. So it's very exciting. And it's hard to kind of talk about fragrances and do them justice. So I hope you all get to experience these for yourself as we have an early look at product available exclusively to Destination D23 guests this weekend.
That's really exciting!
You also might have something special on your giveaway badges today, so take a look.
Okay! I love the cliffhanger. And I also heard that you may actually have some Disney Villains Collection gift baskets. Yeah, 5 lucky audience members.
We love the giveaway.
We love the giveaway. So we're going to do a giveaway right now. Who's excited for this?
funny if it's organized.
Okay. Congratulations to Sherry, Alana, Angel, Lisa, and Sarah. Yes, sir. I'll be Lisa. You guys email. I out in your email if you're a winner. Unfortunately, don't have one up here on screen right now. And you must claim your 5 guest services by 4 p.m. today. But if you weren't one of those 5 people, don't worry. The Disney Villains Collection by Bath & Body will be available online and in store starting September 3rd. But, Stacey, I hear you have even more to share from our friends at the Hotel Collections.
That's right, and I'm excited to say that we're getting a first look today for our Destination D23 fans at the newest villain joining our Disney Collector Darkness Descends series, and that is none other than the sea witch herself, Ursula, I think. Oh, my personal favorite.
I think that this doll is just so spectacular. The attention to detail, the tentacles, the hair, everything was amazing. And last year's Maleficent doll from Hotel Collections definitely got a lot of collectors. But how does this doll differ and stand out on its own?
Yeah, so this takes everything we love about Maleficent, so that beautiful design and storytelling, but because it's Ursula, of course, there's like a dramatic twist. So her look is powerful, it's theatrical, and I'd say it's like dripping with attitude. So I'd say this one, you can see it has the iridescent neon tentacles. She has that iconic smirk, and she's quite a statement, I have to say. This one.
What was the vision behind bringing Ursula's larger-than-life personality into a collectible doll?
Yeah, so she's all about villainous glam, as we know. So I think the goal of the team was to really capture that in a very elevated, high-fashion way. And I think the team did a beautiful job designing every detail from, as you can see, her crown, she has her hair, and even the fabric they chose. And it feels so bold, so elevated, and just unmistakably Ursula.
There's something so vibrant about all of the colors that you guys chose, and it really feels like the 2D animation is really in my hands. It's amazing. Yes. Well, I know we all really want to know, when will this Ursula collectible be available?
Well, Michelle, sadly, we do have to wait until September 8th, but then they'll be available at hotelcreations.com.
September 8th is kind of soon, but also kind of far away. I think we should have some people taste them home today.
Okay, well, today's our lucky day, and we have 5 Darkness Descends series dolls to give away. So excited.
Okay, so we're going to do this again. You guys are going to see your name and ticket confirmation on the screen. Let's hear you.
That's it?
Get ready to do a deep dive into the world of The Little Mermaid with our D23 fan ambassador. Put your fins together for the voice of Vanessa, Jodie Benson.
Well, I am so excited to get to share this next little time with you because I get to introduce one of my dearest friends that I've known for close to 39 years. You are in for a treat. So the director of The Great Mouse Detective, of Aladdin, of Hercules, of Princess and the Frog, and of course our film, The Little Mermaid, the brilliant animator, the brilliant director, and an amazing man who is so loving and so kind. Please welcome to the stage my wonderful friend, Ron Clements. Sit down here, my dear friend.
Very mermaid-like.
I am. You know, it's Villains Day, but because we're together, I just thought I'd kind of put a little mermaid sort of thing on. So we're a little Ariel-esque here, a little Ariel look. This is so fun. We've had one other time together at D23 out in Anaheim, where we had a chance to do our panel for our 30th anniversary. But we get to have this time just one-on-one, so I really, really appreciate it. So I would love for you to share with all of our friends today about how this began for you and for John. It's really fun. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, in terms of this project, The Little Mermaid, it began for us, for me particularly, I think when in 1980, I'm bad with dates, but I think it was 1984, the fall of 1984, when Michael Eisner and Jeffrey Katzenberg first came to Disney from Paramount Studios, and they were our new bosses. And Michael had this technique that he had used at Paramount for a brainstorming and for coming up with new ideas for animated films. It's called the Gong Show. If people remember the old Gong Show.
Yes, we love the Gong Show.
So Michael got to put this together in a conference room of liked it didn't go into development, and if it did, it was gone. So I took that very seriously. And that night, right after that meeting, I went to a bookstore in North Hollywood, if you remember, and I was looking for things, and I found a book of fairy tales. And I started going through that book, The Little Mermaid by Christian Andersen. And I started reading it right in the bookstore. I knew this, I heard of it, but I don't think I had ever read the story before. And as I was reading it, I got very excited because he writes very cinematic and visual and all these things with this magic of underwater kingdom. And I thought, I wonder why they've never done this before. But then as I read further, I kind of got the sense of maybe why they haven't done it. It's kind of a sad story. It's kind of a sad story. It even starts out, it kind of starts out sad. And then it kind of gets sadder. And then it gets sadder still. And sadder still. And she dies.
She dies. Not a good Disney ending.
Not so much. But I really still like the storyline. So I thought I was sort of playing with it in my head. And I was trying to come up with maybe a way of giving it a happy ending but still being kind of true to the story. And I had some ideas of making like the Sea Witch a real villain. Talking about villains. Because she wasn't really a villain in the Andersen story. And making the Sea King someone who really did not approve of the human world. And that wasn't really part of Andersen's story. I named it a ticking clock, 3 days. And so I got excited about these ideas. I put them together in a 2-page treatment that I wrote up. And I just wrote our ideas too. I took it seriously. So we reconvened in 2 weeks, and Michael said, I just want everybody to pitch their best idea.
Just one.
Just one.
Okay.
And we run the table. When we got to me, my pitch was The Little Mermaid, Gone.
Oh, you got Gone. Okay.
I got Gone almost immediately by Jeffrey Katzenberg, because at the time, Splash had come out a few years earlier, and they were working on a sequel to Splash, and we thought it might be too close, and I was very not happy, but then miraculously, about 3 days later, but I did turn in my treatment, and 3 days later I got a call from Jeffrey, and they had read all 5 of my treatments, and when I went through them for this or that, they were going to do this or that, but he said, both Michael and I, we really like The Little Mermaid, and we want to put it in development.
So you were deep gone. Okay. And it happened in 3 days' time. I think that's very interesting.
That's true. I never thought about that before. So that's really the beginning of the process.
So we won with a positive Gone. I appreciate that. So the first time that you met Howard Ashman was in New York City, and the first time that you heard my song, Part of Your World. Can you share?
Yeah, I think we have a slide of I think that John Musker.
Yeah, there it is.
That's John.
There you go.
That's
John, Ron, and
Howard.
That's right. Chewing on the toothpick.
Yeah, the first time we met Howard was in I think around May of 1986. He was about to start working on Musical Smile with Marty Hamlish, and he had. At that point, I think John and I were going to write the script, and we had a 12-page treatment, and Howard had read the treatment, and we liked the treatment, and we spent a day at the Homesick Palace figuring out kind of where the songs would go. And I know Howard, we actually had a sort of a mock song in our treatment. We said we thought that Ariel in her grotto might sing kind of an over-the-rainbow type song, kind of yearning for a place where she belonged. And Howard said that's very good classic musical structure to put a song right there. And he even threw out, it could be called something like Part of Your World. Yeah. Sounds good.
Your classic
and so you kind of pretty much ended that day, kind of all the songs where they would be. Hadn't been written, but kind of had the idea. Then we went back to LA to write the script, and Howard went to do Smile. And we reconvened in November.
Right after we opened, I think.
Right after you opened.
We're all there in the audience.
And we went to, in the evening, we went to Howard's flat in Soho, and Alan Nick was there. We met Alan for the first time, and that evening they performed the first song they wrote for the movie, which was Part of Your World. A really memorable evening, and Alan played the piano, and Howard sang the song. and very, just sort of magical, kind of unforgettable. And the next night, we went to see Smile.
Came to see us.
We went to see Smile, and we saw you for the very first time. We didn't know at that time.
There you were.
You were going to be Ariel, but you certainly made an impression on us, particularly when you sing a song.
Disneyland, which I shared with all of you yesterday. So thank you. This photo is of Howard and I on closing night, and these are in my dressing room. I'm hiding all the tears through the smile because we were so heartbroken that our show had closed so suddenly. But it was wonderful that you were all there.
Yeah, it was, and we loved the show, and loved you in it. But some people might think, you had a connection to the Little Mermaid, but there was nothing big.
There was nothing. It just so happened that, as I shared with you yesterday, when our show tragically closed, Howard invited a handful of us to audition for Ariel, and it gave us something to do that day, knowing that we would never, ever get it. It was just something to study and to be active and be creative for a moment. So now
we probably heard, I think we heard at least 60 different actors.
Oh gosh.
New
York, LA, London.
Yeah, we auditioned people in LA. Howard auditioned you guys in New York. So we never actually ever met you. We just heard a tape.
Cassette tapes, remember those? No names attached to these photos, no photos, just cassette.
We might have talked over the phone, no Zooms or anything like that. But the weird enough of this too, as we went through all these, we put the voices and put them with drawings, tried to get a sense. Casting the right voice is so important in animation, especially because if the voices are done first, and the animator works with that voice, and the voice inspires the animation of the character. And if there's a voice, I was an animator originally, and you got a voice that, doesn't quite, it makes your job that much harder. But we finally came down after all this, there were 2 finalists, and there were you and one other actress in Smile. It just happened to be.
It happened to be both myself and my co-star, Anne-Marie Bobby, that were up for Ariel from Smile. Both of us hoping that we'd never, ever get it.
And we all agreed, Howard, John, and I all agreed that you were Ariel.
I can never say thank you for that. So we fast forward a season of time, and we come out to LA, and I'm in New York doing a Broadway show, flying back and forth. So then we officially meet each other in Los Angeles at the record plant.
Right.
We had some fun things that happened there, right?
I have no story about that. Here's a slide. This is the cast, everybody coming together, people from New York and people from LA meeting for the first time. And this other, we actually had a table read that we recorded. You can see the actors in the foreground all sitting around the table, John and I kind of in the middle there. And we performed the whole show, the whole script. We performed the whole script. Even Howard and Alan did the songs like Fathoms Below and Daughters of Triton. And then you sang Part of Your World, incredible. Sam Wright did most of Aske's songs. Pat Carroll sang the Ursula song. And Marie was doing the whole part.
The whole
thing from beginning to end.
And what happened, Ron? What happened?
Well, what happened? John and I, maybe we were new to this, I don't know, but we forgot to tell anyone to actually press the record button.
Yeah, kind of a little thing, sort of important. Right?
So we had to kind of embarrassingly come out and tell you guys, that was wonderful, but we kind of need to do it one more time.
That is a true story, I remember. And I also recorded my song, Part of Your World, for about 7.5, maybe 8 hours, and had the engineer come out and say, I'm so sorry, but we had a difficulty with the microphone. Do you think we could do that again? And I was like, okie here we go.
That was the next day. There were some tricky things. I mean, when you sang the song for the first time, and then when you sang it for the time when we recorded the song for the first time, it was just amazing. And Robert Kraft, when he was the music producer, he showed me the goosebumps on his arm. And then we sort of heard people talking the engineer, they were kind of talking.
Whispers, never good, where you're in the thing, you start hearing,
The consensus was that it was kind of hard to record, and because of your Broadway experience, I think it was, you sang it like
too loud. I'm a big mouth. I had a big mouth, and I was too loud.
So we are recording.
Yes, there we are.
I had hair back then.
And I was a whole lot younger back then. Big hair. 1980s hair. Okay, so then we're in this. Yes, we got our clip. So let's show. This is kind of a famous clip that's been uncovered of me recording Part of Your World with Howard. I'm sure a few of you have seen this, but it's an incredible process because Howard, Ron and John, you both were so amazing to let Howard direct me in the booth since he was my director for Smile. So the entire time in the booth, he was silent. You couldn't even hear his breathing on my microphone. And there he is telling me how to make it intimate, small, petite, not loud, not filling a stage on Broadway, filling 15
We even brought the lights down a little bit.
And it was incredible. So we...
It ended up beautiful. It ended up, and that's the song. That's what was in the movie. We recorded it that day. We also did the reprise that you sang on the beach with the water. And wonderful song. We love the song so much. Glenn King, I don't know if you know, but Glenn King wasn't originally going to do Carol.
Yes, I know.
But it's like, I gotta make that song. I gotta make that song. And we said, and Glenn had never done anything like that before. We said, yeah, go ahead. And everything was great until Jeffrey wanted to cut the song from the movie.
You imagine? What have we been doing for the last 38 years?
What happened was we had our very first outside screening of the movie. We busted in some school kids from schools around LA. This was very early. The film was mostly in black and white, hardly any color. A lot of story sketches. Part of Your World was animated, but it was rough animation. It had to be cleaned up, no effects. I think during the screening, one kid dropped his popcorn, and there was a big buzz in the theater, and all through the song, the kids were making noise, so that convinced Jeffrey the song doesn't work, and we cut it. And we were
because the little boy was picking up his popcorn and putting it back in his bucket the entire song.
So, Howard was mortified, and we were mortified, and Art was definitely arguing, but it was actually Glenn King who got on the phone and argued so vehemently that Jeffrey finally agreed to let us have another screening, like a couple months later. We busted another group of school kids. This time, we were further along. There was a little bit of color. There was some effects with the glimmering.
She was coming in and out of it a little bit.
Yeah, we did a little adjustment to the opening. I think we added a line. What is that the kids didn't make a sound.
To this day, Jeffrey will say, if he would have cut Part of Your World, it would have been the greatest mistake of his entire career. And that is true, because you have to have that I Want song. As Howard always said, you've got to have the I Want to be able to fall in love with Ariel and then root for her and her dreams for the entire film. And what would I be doing for 38 years if we didn't have Part of Your World, right?
God always says there is no truth to the rumor that we sedated those kids. We did not, I swear we didn't.
Did you order Benadryl on the ambulance? Benadryl in their soda? Is that what you did? The truth is out, Destination D23. So Ron, let's talk about, you have a book, a brand new book coming out in 2026 with some magical, fun little stories, and I think we've got one of those little stories that you're going to share.
Yeah, it's kind of a memoir. I was at Disney for 45 years. I was an animator and moved into storyboarding, and writing, and directing, working with John on all those films. And it kind of goes behind the scenes and tells a lot of behind the scenes stories, like this story, in fact.
Yeah, tell us about this. Tell us about this.
This is a little
doll left inside.
John and I always thought that Ariel would have red hair. thought it fit her personality, kind of, and all her other sisters, none of them had red hair.
She'd be the first red hair.
She was. But when we actually, the company that made the doll at that point, when they came in to see what we were doing, and they saw that Ariel had red hair, they were horrified. And they said, all of our research shows that red-headed dolls, they don't sell. They just don't sell. Well, we said, well, she's going to have red hair, right? She has to have red hair. But they were so scared that the very first dolls, she didn't have red hair. She has kind of strawberry blonde red hair. This is my doll.
This is Ron's personal doll.
Yes, my doll at the time. This was the Ariel dolls they first made. I mean, she has red hair in the drawing. But they had to remake the dolls. They had to remake the dolls because people wanted her to look like she did in the movie. And we actually proved for once and for all that red-headed dolls actually do sell. They do sell.
Maybe you're going to offer up that on eBay or something, that doll. You got some takers. Let's do some big. Little auction, little thing on the morning. Okay, so recently Ron has retired. But have you really retired? I hear something's going on with you.
Yeah, Chad and I actually retired after we did Moana. And actually the title of the book is Making Disney Magic from a Mermaid to Moana.
I love that, from a mermaid to Moana.
But actually more recently, they called me back. So yeah, I'm back at Disney part-time, just going in a couple days a week to kind of helping with the story and mentoring and kind of being an old person in the world of very young people. I was 20 when I started, and I worked with, my mentor was an animator named Frank Thomas, who did it when those two dogs together, and I was 20, he was 62, and I thought that was old. Now I know I know better.
Now we know. But it's amazing that, I don't think you were retired for very long, literally. I mean, it felt like it was just a few weeks or a couple months, but he's back because the wisdom that this man has, but the love and the passion. We need you at this program. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my ambassadorship, you're so sweet. Stand up, my friend. I just want to say it's been an honor and a privilege to journey with you for the past 38 years of my life. I owe everything to you and to John and to Howard and to Alan and to Disney. And on behalf of me and my family, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for this opportunity of life.
Saludos, amigos. A new day's waiting to start. It's time for our next spotlight on the three Caballeros as we celebrate the sensational artwork inspired by their unforgettable films. Now, please join us in welcoming back your hosts from the Walt Disney Archives, Julia Vargas and Francesca Stringer.
Today's session will continue to explore the stories behind many of our favorite feathered friends. As archivists and historians, we can't overstate the value of photographic records that came out of this trip. Of course, we can't talk about these biblical classics without talking about the beautiful art. Let's take a closer look at the different types of art that Disney artists developed as they immerse themselves in the culture of Latin America. So it's well known that Grupo traveled to Argentina, Brazil, and Chile. But this piece of production story art created a closer reflection of where the group ended up visiting. In all, since the group was split up to different locations, they had visited numerous cities across a host of countries across Latin America. And as you can see from that again on the map, it looks maybe like they weren't quite sure how to spell Brazil and Ecuador quite yet. But early on, Walt started hosting Medley classes at the studio so that his animators could improve their skills. Essentially, this trip would be the ultimate art class. Studio artist James Berger was pictured here on the left, sketching at the Alvear Palace in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Reporters, artists, musicians, and dignitaries, writers, filmmakers all made their way to the Alvear Palace for an audience with Walt, another member of Grupo. Yeah, and meanwhile, this photo on the right shows Jack Miller, Lee and Mary Blair, Kurt Bryant, and Frank Thomas gathering to examine their art in Rio de Janeiro. They also understood that getting to know the local peoples would give them first-hand understanding of the different countries they were trying to depict. Janet Martin was a Disney publicist who helped coordinate the group's relations with local press and dignitaries. She encouraged her colleagues to keep journals of their experiences, modeling the example by maintaining her own extensive records. So she's photographed here with Mary Blair talking with some of the locals in Quito, Ecuador, and this caricature of her conversing with the group of locals was done by artist Jack Miller. So more often than not, Walt and his artists were fully immersing themselves in the traditions of these different locales, actively participating in cultural exchange before them. Pictured here, we have Walt joining in on the dance. By popular demand, he was also frequently dressed as a gaucho during his visit to Argentina. This is a token of the people's sincere affection for him and happily he looked the part. On their visit to Argentina, gaucho culture became the group's primary focus. They visited museums, libraries, attended concerts, and learned from subject matter experts on gaucho culture about the lore of the Argentinian horsemen. Interactions like these would be reflected in the art that came out of the trip and, of course, the productions. This production story art of a young horseman bears resemblances to flying gauchito and the three Caballeros. And if you're keeping on with a typical Argentine gaucho wears, Goofy's prepared to set you right in a gaucho Goofy, a segment from Saludos Amigos. And this type of research was hugely inspirational to the group, entertaining as well as instructive. They never ran out of subject matter. The art that they created ranged from simple honest pencil sketches to imaginative interpretations of what they saw. In this next clip from Saludos Amigos, we see reference footage of what they observed in the marketplace.
The styles run with bright-colored clothes and conservative hats, and a rumble seat for the baby. Just the kind of material the artists were after.
So as you can see, they sketched, painted, and photographed profusely, recording the colorful sights of the region and seeking subject matter that would lend itself to animation.
And as you can see, much of the artwork that came out of the trip is still preserved in the archives today. The Disney artists recorded their impressions of Latin American in watercolors and sketches. Walt asked Jim Rivero, Jack Miller, and Frank Thomas to concentrate on character sketches, while the Blairs and Kurt Bryant were to give their attention to scenery and atmospheric beauties.
And on the left, you can see Showdown Mountain, which is a peak in Rio de Janeiro, while on the right, you can see a painting of Victoria Regina lilies that are native to the Amazon. These artists spent time in botanical gardens finding amazing varieties of flowers and plants.
today a world-renowned work of art and a cultural icon of Brazil. Europa would have actually been early visitors to the statue as it was only recently completed in 1931. And the left sketch shows the statue for Saludos Amigos production supervisor Norm Ferguson and a reference photo of the Portobello Mountains on the right. The artist sketched with almost a mad intensity everything from street scenes to daily life to typical plants, birds, animals, everything that seemed characteristic of the country. Of course, the Disney characters had to experience the local cultures too. Here's a sketch of Donald being frustrated at the Brazilian game called Showdown. The game was originally played with shells but had since been played with matchboxes. And music and rhythm played an important part in the game, which artists learned were reoccurring aspects.
This is the kind of atmosphere the artists were after. The outdoor cafes. The mosaic sidewalks that are found all over Rio. These designs are a tribute to patience and artistry, preserving a Brazilian tradition.
So of course in this clip we can see that the artists created everything that they saw around them, which included the environments. And we see that through line between inspiration and execution. The sketch on the left by Blue Blair depicts the street scene in Rio de Janeiro, while this publicity shows Donald Duck with Jose dancing in a similar sidewalk design in Saludos Amigos. And the flight over the Andes from the Argentina to Santiago, Chile was literally one of the high points of the survey trip by Walt Disney World. Out of the sketches, inspired by the flight, came one of the most appealing characters in Super Disney Saludos Amigos, Pedro. Pedro tells the story of a little plane whose father flies the mail route over the mountains between Santiago and Mendoza, Argentina, because Pedro's father had fallen sick. The production story art here shows the little plane when it was originally conceived as PT-02, after the identification number on his wings, PT-02F. And as the team did their research, it didn't take long for them to realize just how important the Brazilian parrot was to the local culture. Soon, artists were being dispatched to zoos and museums to sketch and photograph parrots. Norm Ferguson and his family photographed of himself and Ted Sears with a trained parrot that he wrote, sings, dances, and talks Portuguese. The group wasted no time in applying this parrot work to their story work. You can see Ted Sears, Herbert, and Lee Blair pictured here closely observing the bird. Creating a character based on the papagayo, a natural comedian, was met with widespread approval. Jose Carioca, of course, would end up becoming Donald's iconic co-star. These pieces of art in our collection include an exploratory sketch by Mermaid, a publicity still, as well as a cell of Donald and Jose meeting one another. You can also see here Norm Ferguson and a story artist Wilbur Brightman with Walt reviewing story sketches for the Caballeros. Of course, our fine feathered friends wouldn't be the Three Caballeros without Panchito. Donald meets Panchito in the La Piñata segment of the Three Caballeros, where he learns about the customs of Las Posadas, the Christmas celebrations in Mexico. And as seen here in the photo, the character offered an opportunity tailor-made for animator Ward Kimmel's talents. After enthusiastically greeting his new friends and providing them with some sombreros, Panchito launches into the legendary Three Caballeros number, which would ultimately lend the title to the package. Of course, the Three Caballeros, the South American parrot, the Mexican rooster, and the North American duck, became an unmistakable symbol of the good neighbor policy in action. And the song made it entertainingly clear that together they made an unbeatable team. Of course, one of the most prolific artists to be inspired by this trip was Medley. And to share some of those insights about her creative contributions, please welcome our exhibition's creative lead for the Walt Disney Archives, Kelsey Williams.
Hello everyone, your Eric Weinberg is here to join my friends Jose and Panchito. Mary was a serious watercolorist and made story and inspirational paintings at the studio, but it left in June of 1941 to concentrate on her own art. However, when she heard her husband Lee was going to South America with a studio tour group, she impulsively went to Walt and asked to be rehired so she could come along too.
Walt agreed, but neither he, Mary, nor anyone else was prepared for the creative explosion that would be reflected in her art in South America. Deceptively simple renderings showcase striking and distinctive color combinations.
Yeah, and the trip proved a pivotal event in her career, and she, in turn, exercised a great influence on the studio's Latin American films.
With a collection as vast as the Walt Disney Archives, our team is always imagining new exhibitions, giving fans rare opportunities to see treasures like this artwork up close. Our show, Disney the Exhibition, A Century of Magic, currently open in Paris and coming soon to Madrid, features several stunning illustrations by Mary as well as Lee Blair from the 1941 trip. I'd love to point out these two accessory pieces. Mary created these very quickly, so they're quite rough, but if you look closely, she was able to pack so much extraordinary detail to really capture the essence of the items. We are also thrilled to have a piece of original artwork here at Destination D23, charting, of course, Disney's global stories and inspirations, celebrate how the world around us sparks creativity. Have any of you visited yet? Okay, that was pretty good, but it wasn't quite enough applause, so you have one last chance to see the exhibit from 12 to 2 today, so please, come visit us. Now, to give you a little bit of insight into what the exhibition is when you go visit later, the exhibition follows the artistic journey, beginning with research, because this is a really crucial part of the experience. Photography in this area starts in black and white, showcasing Walt and Alberto's trip to South America. We also include this lovely painting of Mary here, or this lovely photo of Mary. And she's painting a trolley of watercolor in her hotel windows in Rio de Janeiro. Images then turn to color, showcasing the research trips made by Disney Imagineers during the development of Disney's Animal Kingdom. From there, inspiration blossoms. Field sketches evolve into concept art, sparking creativity and guiding projects from animation to live-action films, theme park plans, as well as attractions. And if you're anything like me, a core memory of mine is the Millennium Celebration at Epcot. Oh, I love that. So, of course, we're celebrating global inspiration. We brought these two lovely puppets that are from the Tapestry of Nations Parade. The final space is our global celebration, highlighting the finishing touches of the creative journey. Models, props, and costumes drawn from diverse global cultures and locations come together celebrating a vibrant tapestry of Disney storytelling. Now, if you want to see these artifacts up close and learn more about, be sure to come by the exhibition. Once again, you have one more chance from noon to 2. Okay.
Of Walt and Alberto with these distinct cultures, establishing a foundation on which the Los Amigos and the three Caballeros were created.
Preserving these pieces within the Walt Disney Archives speaks not only to their importance to the studio history, but also to the cultural exchange that Alberto participated in during their journey to Latin America.
Okay, you
they've grown so much, and having them be able to come out here and do presentations for all of you is just something that makes me just get very reflected. But I'm very excited today to be able to come out and talk to you a little bit about something that's very near and dear to my heart, and that is the legacy of the Walt Disney family. And so I would like to invite someone to join me here on stage. It's so great to be here with him, and he's a dear friend, and it's Disney royalty. So he's the son of Roy Edward Disney and the grandson of our company co-founder, Roy O. Disney. So please join me in welcoming Roy Patrick Disney.
I want to say two things real quick. First of all, I'm honored and humbled to be here. Thank you, D23. Thank you, Michael Largo. Thank you, everyone. And secondly, I want to give a shout out to Becky Klein. She has a collection of knickknacks in her house that goes back over 150 years. And without archives, thank God that Dave Smith has started it. Hollywood is a very disposable industry. We throw things away. But the fact is, we create culture, art, personal importance to everyone in this room and certainly everyone globally. And instead of throwing it away, Dave Smith figured it's better to remember the past, learn from the past, learn about going forward, doing the right things. And Becky is the one person responsible for all of that, so thank you.
Thank you. And we go back, you say Dave Smith, absolutely, he was the founder of the archive, but he was hired to do so by your great grandfather.
Out of UCLA?
It's out of UCLA, he was a librarian. So your grandfather had a vision to start the archives in the 1970s, so we're all very grateful for that. Speaking of the Disney family legacy, we're going to talk a little bit here and start at the very beginning. This is the Disney Brothers Cartoon Studio, and it was Roy Oliver Disney who was a crucial part of the founding of the company. And I wanted to just see, what do you see as his behind-the-scenes genius in starting and moving Walt's grand visions along?
So let's go back in time before this shot. By the way, my grandfather's the shorter one there. Thank you, Grandpa. The fact was that Elias Disney, Walt's father, Roy's father, was a loving man, but an extraordinarily tough man. And the reality was that in 1916, 17, 18, all four of the boys, Ray, Herb, Roy, and Walt, basically ran away from home. And, Walt, there we go. And Walt went out on his own. Of course, he had a very unformed but obsessive vision in his head, and he didn't know how to accomplish it. So he went out first in Kansas City, and then partly through the persuasion of Roy, Hollywood, where the action was. But struck out repeatedly. He did things like standing on the side of the set, hoping to be cast as an extra, if you can imagine that. He tried carpentry. He tried loading camera. He tried everything he could do, and failed repeatedly. And then he went, with the help of his uncle Robert, Elias' younger brother, who lived in Hollywood. They just dedicated his house, by the way, to Kingsville. And my cousin Joanne restored it, set up the garage as an animation studio, essentially, and he created products like the Alice comics. But then Hollywood is an unscrupulous business, and he lost everything. He lost his artists, he lost the rights to Oswald, for instance, which we finally got back. Anybody have an Oswald? But every night he would go to, his brother Roy had done World War I and gotten tuberculosis through the war, and was convalescing at that point in the Santa Monica Hospital. And he would go to Roy every night. Roy, remember, is 8 years older than Walt. And would tell Roy the story of, how he lost. And his brother was a no-nonsense banker from Kansas City. And I mean no nonsense. And the reality was that Roy finally checked himself out of the hospital against his brother's advice, or his doctor's advice. And the two of them went into the business as the Disney Brothers. And that was in 1943, I think.
You know what? Our theme this year is around the world. And Roy O, after company with Roy, with Walt, he took a lot of really interesting business moves and went all over the world and built an empire of Disney consumer products and publishing and all kinds of amazing things, as well as running the finances and the business of the studio. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the highlights of his career?
So, if you know, half the company is built on foreign business. And in those days, it was marketing the product that we were producing. And remember, we're the first to do character marketing, so we also marketed that. But he would go to Europe every other year, and the distributors in every country, he knew their families, he knew their kids' birthdays, and every other year he would fly them to his house, which is the house I now live in, and entertain the families. That's what I grew up with as a kid. And so he built the company until World War II on that. And then, of course, in World War II, it all went away, so he had to start all over again. But just to give you an idea of one of the famous trips he did, in 1946, he flew to London to meet E.L. Travers in London to start negotiating Mary Poppins, which is crazy to think. It was in production in 1964, and we still didn't have a contract to play.
He was a brave man.
I'm not saying that he was a good negotiator. But yeah, we traveled the world, and my dad, who had access to cameras at 3 years old, photographed a great deal of it. So I'm lucky to have some of his photos.
You're great. Now let's get to you. And you can tell me what's some of your earliest Disney memories.
Okay, well, first of all, that's not me.
Oh, darn.
And secondly, I will tell you that my dad had access to every toy we ever made and broke them all. So, he and I have never quite worked that out, but...
That's your grandfather holding the hand of your father.
Yeah, I think that's Lyric Avenue, if I'm correct.
Yes.
And it's really remarkable that we have all this stuff. I still have some of this stuff, but not a whole lot.
Well, your father grew up and took you and your siblings to Disneyland. Now you have your brother and 2 sisters, correct?
Correct. We're all a year apart. They used to call that Irish twins, or
I don't know
if I can say that. I don't know how much my mother had to say about that. But anyway, this photo of my dad and my younger sister and younger brother is probably one of my favorite Disney moments of all time, just because it is the classical family Disney moment. That was my mother in the Dumbo, my grandmother in the Dumbo ride. She was fearless. She was the first person to sit on Space Mountain at 80 years old. She was the first person to sit on the People Mover and the Rocket Rods ride, if you remember that. There's my grandmother on the left-hand side of the bench. The Matterhorn at Disneyland. They don't do that anymore. And this is my aunt, who was a tour guide. And that's the outfit that they would wear. If anybody's seen these.
Here's another great shot of you with your grandparents.
Yes, and oh, by the way, this is how I had to dress. Because we had to represent. And I have a great story about that. When we were kids, back in the day, my parents let us to free range park. And they said, I want you back at City Hall at 12:30. And if you can't make it to City Hall, ask the security guard, and they will help you. So I did one day, just to find out how that worked. I'm not saying I didn't know how to get to City Hall, but I am saying I thought it was cool to talk to a security guard. And the first thing he said to me is, "What's your name?" And I, of course, said Disney. And he, of course, said, "Oh, yeah."
And then you said Roy Disney, and that made it even worse, huh?
Yeah, okay.
So, speaking of Disneyland, my question, did you ever spend time with Walt at Disneyland, who was your great uncle?
So, I spent more time in Walt's outer office when we would go visit my grandfather. My grandfather was an accountant, essentially. So, boring outer office. But Walt had the outer office that wouldn't quit. It had every Academy Award in it, it had all new toys in it, and we would sit out in that outer office for hours. But Walt was a workaholic. He slept 2 hours a night, he never stopped. But I do have one special moment that I can remember so clearly. When I was probably about 7 years old, we used to have a ride at the park. That's not a ride, it's a show. A guy on a jetpack. It was sponsored by Bell Helicopter. Bell wasn't even a helicopter, was it?
Sorry. Let's turn that sound down if you don't mind. Go ahead and speak over this.
Yeah, so this was the loudest, funkiest ride we ever did. As you can see. But Walt picked me out of the crowd that day, and he had 2 chairs set up on top of this little 1-story control tower that they had around that little circle. And he put the chairs up there, and he and I sat up there and watched this event. And king of the world. I felt like the most important person on earth, and he had a way of doing that to every single child he ever ran into at that park. God bless him. Seeing those people were flying.
Well, now here we have another wonderful, momentous event at the park that you got to witness, and that was the opening of Magic Kingdom at Walt Disney World in 1971, and you were there.
October 23rd, 1971. It was there. Wow. Congratulations.
That's all right.
Because I'm only 39, so. Yeah, Swampland, Florida. And I grew up, in my childhood, we drove from California to Key West, and one of my dad's jobs was to reconnoiter the state of Florida in 1966, 67, just to see what the entertainment industry in the state looked like. And it was alligator farms, bush gardens, cypress gardens, and that was it. And some cats at the Hemingway house. But in any event, when we drove up to this park in the week before it opened, every tree that you see on the property was still in a box. They had not even planted the trees. The rooms of the contemporary were still being plugged in by cranes. And you ask, why didn't we get it perfect before we opened it? And I thought to myself, the thing kind of had a momentum. And it kind of had to open. So, and that said, if you see the picture of my grandfather, who never gave a public speech, speaking, standing next to Mickey and Lily and my grandmother, they had Meredith Wilson conducted a 1,076-piece marching band that came. We were standing on the top of the train station. They came out from underneath us. They went around the Main Street Circle, and they went up, I think 6 wide, and they went up Main Street and up to the castle, and at that point they were still coming out from underneath the train station. It's one of the most profound moments in my life.
There's nothing better than a big marching band. That's wonderful. Now, I want to move on a little bit now and start talking a little bit about your father, who was Roy Edward Disney. Roy was also there, of course, at the opening of Walt Disney World, and you got to spend some time with him there, didn't you? Do you have any fun memories of that?
Yeah, we were there probably anywhere between 6 and 8 times a year for the first couple of years. And it was a playland for sure. If you see there are Hobie cats, which which are catamarans, and then of course I got to sail these around too when they rented sailboats back in the day, but they've stopped that, probably because of me. But in any event, my father and I used to get the Hobie Cat up on one hull, and we would sail by the ferry boats going to the park. And those drivers hated us.
But they couldn't say a word, could they?
I can't say one way or the other, but
Well, there are some other sailboats though in your family history. I got a shot here, a very special one.
yeah, this is a movie that my father and I did called Morning Light, which is still on iTunes, I think. Youngest crew ever to sail to Hawaii. He trained them for 2 years. Two of these kids, I still call them kids, they're not anymore, eventually competed in the Round the World race and won it the last time. Charlie Enright and Mark Powell. And this was a project that I was a personal trainer on as well as a sailmaster for these kids for 2 years.
Great.
Terrible, sucky job, but I did it.
Well, there's also another famous boat in your family history, and I found something recently that I thought was really hilarious. Have you ever been to the yacht club? Stayed at the yacht club in Walt Disney World? They used to have these wonderful shower curtains in the rooms.
Wait, that's my shower curtain.
Exactly. If you look at it really closely there, you'll see a ship that has the name Pyewacket on it. And Pyewacket was Roy's other boat. You want to tell us a little bit about Pyewacket?
So Pyewacket is a boat that my dad and I have been sailing together since 87. And before that, the boats were all called Shamrock. For my mother, I imagine. But her maiden name was David, so quite Irish. But in any event, so there have been a lot of Pyewackets. Pyewacket, the name itself, is, well, frankly, it's a crossword puzzle word, but it means magical cat. Or in Druid, it means male witch. And it's a cute name. It's not an evil name, but for those of you in Villain's Land, I don't know. Could be there.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about your father's huge impact on the history of Walt Disney Company. He was integral. He traveled a lot, just like his father Roy did. But let's go back a little bit further and tell us a little bit more about Roy and the family. And I love this picture there of Lillian with her parents.
Lily, and this is the press opening night, June 17th, 1955, where my mother is showing off her massive, giant quarter-carat diamond ring. And that's Lily at the Golden Horseshoe Review congratulating the both of them for getting engaged. I wasn't born for 2 years after that, so I have questions. But anyway, this is the wedding day, and there's there's my grandfather and Edna, and my grandmother and grandfather on my mother's side, the happy young naive couple.
Well, then after that, they ended up getting married, and they went to Switzerland.
They went to Geneva. Roy had just done a TV show called Perry for Disney Sunday Movie. Perry was about squirrels. You know how squirrels talk. Where the animals talk, right? And so Walt had tasked my father with writing the book to go with the TV show. And my dad proceeded to get pneumonia. So, but they spent quite a bit of time, I think, almost a year in Geneva.
Well, this is really funny. We are going to be doing a show shortly about Down the Rabbit Hole, which is about all the things we find in the archives when we're not really looking for them. And just the other day, I wasn't even prepping for this presentation, but I came across something where I was looking for something entirely different. And it was in the Mickey Mouse Club magazine, which came out in 1956. And there's a story in there about Switzerland written by Pat and Roy E. Disney. I had never shown that to you, did I? Isn't that fun?
I need to read this.
They told their whole story, and all the photos that they took for the article were shot on their honeymoon. So I thought that was adorable.
Remember I told you my dad had cameras, and he shot all those photos in there.
Now here's a lovely picture. You're still dressing up. for all of your adventures.
Does anybody remember flying like this? This is how we used to have to fly all the time. Not anymore. People do their nails, people do all sorts of things. Now that's Pan Am Airways in the background at LAX. I think we were on our way to Washington, D.C., but Walt got the Medal of Arts Award from Richard Nixon. And so we were traveling to D.C. My mother in her Chanel outfit.
That's great. And what's the other photo?
The other one, my dad was a pilot when he was 16 years old, which is quite an accomplishment. And one of his flight instructors was one of the 9 old men named Wooly Ryder. You might remember.
You're a good jumper. So let's move on now to your father is so famous for his contribution to saving animation at Disney. And we've been celebrating so many of the films that came out during his time overseeing the animation division. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so can anybody keep a secret in this room? Anyone? Because I see all the cameras up. So when we ended up replacing management in 1984, the first item on the business plan was to eliminate animation. And we had just made 2 films, The Black Cauldron and The Black Hole. Now, if that's a direction that we were going, and my dad said, no, time out. You let me take care of animation. And so my father was personally, directly responsible for the renaissance of Disney animation.
Correct.
I worked first at the Disney Channel, film and television post-productions, and then for a while as an engineer.
And in that time, you worked with your dad on one really great project, right?
Yes. So in the late 80s, early 90s, there was a thing called Japan Inc., and we all thought Japan they were buying everything, and their economy was booming. But it occurred to me that 98% of everything they have, they import, and they have nowhere to put it. And it occurred to me that if we could somehow be sustainable and manage our environment and still make a profit, we would have a product that we could sell to them. So that was the genesis of the idea. So I went to my dad and I said, what if we had an environmental policy? And he said, okay, I like the idea, but if you could sell this to Frank Wells, who was the CEO of the company, or the COO of the company, then we'll talk about it. And Frank was a Harvard-educated lawyer who climbed 6 of the 7 summits and one of the smartest, most intimidating men I've ever met, super guy. Basically, it was 3 hours of me saying, why not? And he would say, why? But it was a standoff, and we have environmentality today, and I helped write that.
And that's another thing. So I wanted to just ask you one final question. This is a lovely montage here of all 3 of the Roy Disneys that have worked at Disney. And just want to see, what is your, what philosophy would you take?
Well, first of all, that's a trick question.
Oh, there's
There's actually more than 3 Roys. I have a son named Roy Michael, but I think we're done with the Roys. We had a dog named Roy. Dinner was very cool. Very old school name, but it's mine. It's easy to spell. So the question was, what philosophies did I learn growing up that I think can still apply today or valuable today that the company should keep in mind? And let me say that, first of all, I believe those philosophies are deeply imbued in the company now already. But that said, it starts with telling a quality story. That's the most important, endearing thing we have, because those things endure. Snow White is a ride that we still stand in line for, and that's 1932. What are the odds? So telling the strong story, having strong connection. Musically, God bless Jody Benson, for instance, God bless Howard Ashman, and all the Broadway writers and singers that you just saw in the villains. Those are amazing people. Absolutely. So stay with quality. Do the right thing.
This is a really sweet little edited piece that we want to share that features your grandfather, Roy O. Disney, and the founding of the Walt Disney Company and the founding of Walt Disney World. So we're going to leave you with that, but before we go, big round of applause.
Is a tribute to the philosophy and the life of Walter Elias Disney, and to the talent, the dedication, and the loyalty of the entire Disney organization that made Walt Disney's dream come true. May Walt Disney World bring joy and inspiration and new knowledge to all who come to this happy place. May that be kingdom where the young and heart of all ages can laugh and play and learn together. Dedicated this 25th day of October, 1978.
Hello, everyone. Please enjoy a short break and the fun of Destination D23, a journey around the world of Disney will resume at 11. Be back soon.
Big long people stupid Madison to have earpieces. Somebody like gymnastics. Well, this must have been December 1972. You know, like. But they know dates. Right. And that is incredible. Oh, because it's super important. Right. Like you said, September. Yeah, not like, oh, these kids are better than other kids. But you would think that the security guards would be safe. Right. I could have listened to them talk for another 2 hours. Kids running around. Easily. That's why they're running around without parents. Clear little Disney kids just running around. I think they would just go. That was my favorite. Do you want to see if there's any chairs keep an eye out that open up that people are leaving? Coming back here. Okay, so he is. He went to the book signing and then he said, I'll be back later. I don't think I'm going to come back for the pre-Caballeros. I will be back. Save a minute. Yeah. Gotta walk. That was good. I like seeing that. I was telling her that you would think it's 40 birds to go. Those are all still available. They've all got stuff on them. So they're playing a playlist today that is Epcot's retro music and it's been updated. And I've never heard it before ever like this. And all the old Spaceship Earth songs, and they have Universal Energy, but they're updated. So if anybody out there knows where they are and where you can find them, let me know. I would do anything to get copies of these. I
In just 5 minutes, our adventure will take off once again. Be sure to put your phone on Disney D23 mode for important updates to your journey.
Hey, why don't you, there you go. Got it.
because they're super cute, but they're functional, and they're designed with purpose, aren't they?
They are. You know, if you bought your Santa bag, I hope you pick that up at check-in.
Can you show your love bags? Hold up your love bags, everyone. Did you bring your love bags? Yes? Yes, I see all the love bags out there.
Yes, thank you. Well, the larger carry-all, we get it home, it's a discovery. Start going in there and seeing all the pockets and compartments and places for you to store your stuff. And the ideal with love is just giving a place for everything. Because everybody has different things that they need to carry. We just want to give you that great quality bag that's going to last you for years. And now we get to enjoy it with seeing it around the park. It's just amazing.
And if you had a chance to stop by our booth, we had an amazing program we just launched exclusively with D23 where we have a whole build-a-bag program. You can pick your charm, pick your strap, pick your color, and it's been so amazing to see everyone really gravitate like that. So thank you again.
So you have an amazing love shopping experience right out here on the floor. Has anyone been to the love booth yet? You brought the swag this year.
All about the swag.
All about the swag. Love is all about the swag. So tell us what everyone needs to do, what they need to collect, what they need to get.
So in your carry-all that you got at check-in, inside there is this little magazine here.
And if you haven't stopped by our booth, please come because in here there's a limited edition Figment pen that you can get just by stopping by the booth.
Yes, so the Figment pen is right here, and then also you get a luggage tag, and then there's also a nice voucher for you to use for the merchandise. So super fun.
Yes, and I think there's a lot of pin collectors here, right?
Daddy, you're up there. Is that your son?
Yes. Amazing. Well, okay, so what are, I think I'm given a sneak peek, right?
There is a sneak peek.
So this is something that I was able to get my hands on before anyone else. So this is coming up, right?
So that's our holiday speeder that's going to be coming out. Love that.
And then I think this monorail bag might be sold out, but you know what? You can go to all the stores and request more. Because y'all have been buying them so fast. So definitely there's so much more to collect. And they can go to your booth.
Yes, and please come by and say hi. It's been so wonderful to chat with so many of you and just to hear about where your love has been going and what you like. And we are a brand that listens. So if there's certain sizes or styles or anything, characters that you want to see, let us know. So we always love that feedback.
We're a family friend. We live here in Orlando. We have two amazing kids. We are just like everybody. We stand in the lines. We are at the parks. We build bags with purpose because we know what it's like to stand in the line. You need your water bottle. You need your card. Everything.
These are Disney bags designed by Disney fans. And I said it 2 years ago, but when you buy a love bag, you're buying their dream come true. And it's also not just your dream, but it's your entire team. The entire love team is made up of Disney fans, and I love seeing dreams come true and just Disney magic, and you are pure Disney magic. So
I want to give a shout out to our love team. You are the best. Guys, it takes a village to put off what we do.
With the stars to guide us, it's time for the grand finale of the three Caballeros. As we take flight through the enduring legacy of our feathered friends, please welcome back your hosts from the Walt Disney Archives, Julia Vargas and Francesca Scringer.
Welcome back to the three Caballeros of the Classics. I'm Julia. And I'm Francesca. We've already spread our wings and explored the photography and art behind these Goodwood classics. So now let's take some flight to their legacy and discover how these feathered friends from the 1940s still continue to soar through films, resorts, and theme parks today. Let's fly right into it. The three Caballeros are still wrapped in feathers in today's media.
Walker Virginia woodchucks to life in animation for the very first time. And you can catch all of that feather-cool fun on Disney Plus. It's definitely worth the watch.
And we actually have some early production art in the Walt Disney Archives collection too.
And bringing it back to where we are right now, Disney's Coronado Springs Resort, there's a vibrant energy throughout, especially in the guest rooms, where you can see framed artwork of the three Caballeros with their silhouettes.
And if you get the chance, just off the rotunda, you'll see Panchitos, of course. The shop features vibrant Mexican tower, and right in the spotlight, a gold statue of Panchito the Rooster, looking like he's ready to burst into song at any moment.
But let's take a trip back in time to see any Disneyland fans out there. We have Fantasy on Parade. So this was a holiday parade that ran from 1965 to 1976, and then again from 1980 to 1985. And yes, it featured the three Caballeros proudly perched on a giant drum, much like the ones you see in the film. It was a beloved holiday tradition at Disneyland with over 350 performers bringing the magic to life. And eventually it was replaced by Mickey's Very Merry Christmas Parade, but it still holds a special place in Disney history.
But you can still catch the three Caballeros in the park during the Disney Festival holidays at Disneyland. They host a lively Disney Viva Navidad street party featuring high-energy performances by the mariachis, Brazilian sound dancers, and towering tall puppets, all celebrating Latin American holiday traditions with music, color, and flair. And of course, if you're visiting the Epcot International Flower and Garden Festival, keep an eye out. Might spot the Caballeros brought to life in vibrant floral form.
And don't forget, the three Caballeros make a cheerful appearance in the sunny Mexico section of It's a Small World in Disneyland, where they add their own catchy tune to the celebration.
Of course, one of their most lively performances takes place on the classic Epcot attraction, Grand Fiesta.
So this attraction originally debuted as El Rio del Tiempo, one of the opening day features at Epcot. Now, don't worry, you'll be hearing much more about this version in the next presentation. So we're going to fast forward to 2007, when the ride was refreshed and reimagined as the Grand Fiesta tour starring the three Caballeros, bringing Donald, Jose, and Panchito into the spotlight for a fun-filled adventure through Mexico.
Bring your animated birds of a feather to life, and the attraction was all thanks to the talented artists at Walt Disney Animation Studios and Walt Disney Imagineering. We've got an amazing clip from animator Eric Goldberg at last year's D23, the Ultimate Disney Fan Event, who shares how Donald, Jose, and Panchito were added to the updated version of the attraction. Check it out.
And what you're going to see is kind of a slap pop of several of the scenes. It's not. You'll see that some of the characters don't match their registration marks and things like that, but this is what I've got to be able to show for it.
Let's check it out.
Now, sometimes we were tasked to do different gags for the same screen.
Executive Creative Director at Walt Disney Imagineering, Jason Grant.
You guys did great. I promise there's not much work. I did my best. But I'm curious to hear more about some of the history of these figures that we brought into the attraction.
Absolutely. Yes, Jason. So, in fact, before Walt Disney World even opened, the three Happy Trappies were already spreading cheer at the 1969 press event in Ocoee, Florida, where hundreds of state officials, press members, and industry representatives gathered to review what was being called the Vacation Kingdom of the Rock.
And this was great because these figures were actually brought on loan from What Enterprises. It was really fascinating because of all the figures they picked these, they came to the event, and then they got shipped back to California so they could be part of the programming for the show.
So, Jason, what was that show like?
So Mickey Mouse Review was really interesting because it was almost like a golden book come to life on stage. There was these really beautiful storybook vignettes. You can see some of them up here. I went on this attraction as a kid. I only know that because we have photos in our photo album. But it wasn't until 2003 when I went to Tokyo Disneyland where I got to see it for real. It was one of two things that was on my must-do list. And it was great. If you can go online, you should take a look for it, especially the pre-show, which was really exciting. But to see these guys, to see the three cabs come to life on stage in this way was really fun. It was a great show.
Yeah, actually, at Tokyo Disney, it had a really successful run at Walt Disney World, and they packed up the Mickey Mouse Review to go over to Tokyo Disneyland as an opening day attraction on April 15, 1983, marking the Caballeros' grand debut in Tokyo. There, the concert continued to charm guests until its final curtain call, which was in 2009.
But the magic goes on thanks to the Walt Disney Archives, which holds a special piece of the attraction's history. Maestro Mickey himself, he's been carefully preserved the archives, still standing proudly on his podium.
And that takes us up to the present. We know those audio-electronic figures have flown the coop into the attraction, if you will. Could you elaborate a little more on that, Jason?
Yeah, it was great. When we started Grand Fiesta Tour, for me it was really rewarding because I loved El Rio. I would go ride it at lunch all the time because my office was right behind Horizons, which would be in space. And then around this time, we started getting rumors that three cabs would come into the boat ride, and I kind of tried my best to be a part of that team, and I got to do it. But it wasn't until much later when the show closed in Tokyo, a couple of very eagle-eyed Imagineers in Florida worked to get those figures here, which was great. And then our engineering services partners, the people who take care of the parks, actually over many years used them as a training exercise and got them back up to speed and got them up and running. And once they were ready to go, we then laid the groundwork to start to get them back into the attraction. The next image you're going to see is actually really fun. This is a Bill Justice drawing. Bill Justice designed most of the character vignettes for Mickey Mouse Review. And what's really interesting here is he's showing some of the character moves that Jose and Donald will have to do. And because the music was so up-tempo, Bill kind of said to everybody, hey, these guys can't move on an 8 beat. Oh, I'm not a music person, I just recommend it. Maybe we need to rethink how this is going to work. But you'll see in the next clip, they did. They pulled it off. And this is archival footage. This is after the figures were fully rehabbed. We ran them through the original show from Mickey Mouse Review. And here you can see Jose kind of moving and tapping his foot along. Especially if you look at his strumming hand, how fast it's going. And he's so cute. And then once we got them back into this stage, then we started to reprogram them for the new show. You'll see here they have hard shells. We feathered them up because we knew guests would get closer to them on the attraction, which was great. If you flip to the next slide, you'll see them in their final spot right now as they are on the attraction today. It was really fun. I know a lot of you folks out there are like super eagle-eyed people. We were so nervous people were going to know that we were doing this because the 3 nights before we were in there prepping the stage for them, and we thought, oh my God, someone's going to see them. Then on that third night was probably the longest time I ever spent in an El Rio boat. A bunch of us just sat there and floated while we got the figures in place and ran the show. And then that morning we opened the attraction and there they were. And it was really, really fun to kind of have them kind of come back home to Walt Disney World after kind of this whirlwind tour to Tokyo and back.
Awesome. And don't forget to check out our exclusive exhibit, Charting the Course, Disney's global stories and inspiration, only here at Destination D23. Now, on to our next event.
Thought you knew everything there was to know about the world of Disney? Think again. To help us take us down the rabbit hole with some of the new amazing discoveries from across the Walt Disney Company, please welcome your hosts from the Walt Disney Archives, Kevin M. Kern and Steve Dagnini.
And I'm apparently Stephen. And we're here to share a little bit of magic and mystery from the Walt Disney Archives today.
We are. We're going to look at a whole bunch of really fun stuff. I think we're going to go down the rabbit hole, right, Stephen?
I think so, because in our role in the archives, we often come across these amazing little fun facts now and again. These can be really cool little tidbits that you've never heard of. Sometimes they can be mind little revelations. And the thing is, these are things that really haven't gotten out there to the public because they may not warrant their own article or maybe their own presentation, right?
That's right. But when we string them together, they create a unique way to honor more than a century of Disney storytelling. Each one's like a rabbit hole we love to go down. Today, we're back. How many of you saw our last rabbit hole presentation? The last Destination D23? And they came back, yes. So I think, but we do have one important thing, right, Stephen?
That's right. What happens down the rabbit hole, or stays down the rabbit hole. So we kind of asked them to refrain from it. Audio recording, all that.
Now, I did hear some groans when we just announced that, right? However, there might be something toward the end, and we'll let you know when the Queen allows you to take your phones back.
the displays. Yeah, sure. Okay, hold on. Let me just put some of my stuff away. Okay, thank you.
I mean, they're
Hold on just a minute here. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I like having conversations.
Okay, so the Down the Rabbit Hole with Disney Archives was a very strict no filming, no audio. And they take it very, very seriously. They have people that walk up and down the aisles that are just checking to see if your phone's out, if there's a camera. If they see any kind of light, they immediately come over to you and tell you to put it away. And if they see it again, you are removed from the event permanently. So it's a really big deal. So I'm going to take you guys around to, while this panel, the Disney Archives panel, is about a 40-minute panel. So that gives us some time. We can walk around the outside of the event. You can see what they have here. We'll go into the shopping areas a little bit while there is no filming, no audio, no nothing allowed in the presentation room. So they've got throughout the hallways, they've got some displays, and then they have quite a bit of shopping. So we'll go in by some of the shopping. It's unique shopping as well. So this afternoon, there's quite a few other panels that I think you guys will enjoy being a part of. We noticed yesterday there was only a couple of panels that did not allow filming. It's because of intellectual property, and they severely do not want that out there. You know, and that goes with, you guys keep asking about all the studio, the movie stuff. One thing that I didn't get to talk about is pouring rain out right now. One of the things that I didn't get to talk about on the camera, because it's so loud in some of the places, is that if you go to any kind of movie studio presentation, it doesn't matter if it's Disney, it doesn't matter if it's Paramount, it doesn't matter if it's Universal production studios, that is common in the industry. So it's not a YouTube thing. It's protecting, the movies and the films that are coming out and making sure that information doesn't get leaked. So here, before I do some shopping with you guys, I think we'll try to go into the exhibit first. So there is 3 main Disney stores. Oh, they don't have the charting the course open right now. Just the stores. Well, that's a bummer. We'll still come out here. We'll start at the very front. Now, right now, if you're watching, this is Destination D23. This is not D23 Expo. They're 2 very, very different things. The D23 Expo is held in Anaheim, California, and out in Anaheim, they have a massive convention center. The Anaheim Convention Center is filled with booths and Disney-related experiences and shopping. It's a whole convention center of stuff. So imagine someplace like the Orlando Convention Center, like the Las Vegas Convention Center, like New York, you know, all those places in your local, in your big city near you. They have a convention center dedicated to that area. And then the presentations, like we've kind of been watching, those are held in the massive Honda Center Arena. And they usually are just in the evening. So very, very different. This is a smaller scale, and they focus a lot more on history and specifics about not just Disney films, but Disney, like how they create rides, about just their stories, you know, you name it. It's more of a historical type of atmosphere here at Destination D23 here in Orlando. So, and what happens is the expo, which is in California, is on the even year, so it's every other year. So next year will not be here in Florida. Next year will be the very large expo, and that will be in California. And they already announced the dates yesterday. It's going to be August 14th, 15th, 16th. And you have to be a D23 member to try to go to the expo. And yes, tickets are very, very, very hard to get. It actually was not easy to get these tickets that I have today. I have an account, and so does my husband Adam. And I had two accounts trying to get in, and Adam's account was the lucky one that got in. But I was real concerned for a little bit that we may not get in. So here's a display for Tron Ares, new movie coming out October 10th. And they did announce that the Tron Light Cycle run here at Magic Kingdom is going to change colors and have some awesome changes in the lighting to celebrate the new Tron ride coming out in October. So in this main area here, typically in the past couple days, this is where you checked in. This is where you got your gift bag. So here at Destination D23, the smaller event here in Florida, you get a gift bag. And it's, right now the sponsor is Lug. And the Lug company gave some amazing bags, and they were filled with some little fun pieces like buttons and pins and a poster. So that was fun. Toy Story is celebrating 30 years. So they have this display out here in the lobby. Gina wants to know, can you buy tickets for a guest for Destination D23? I had to submit my membership numbers. I don't know particularly, I don't remember offhand if you could do you plus a non-member. I'm not sure, I can't remember that off the top of my head. But they do not give you a pre-sale date. What they do is they tell you it'll be spring. And tickets go on sale and you have to watch. And D23, to be honest, is not really good about advertising when events come up. Like if they are going to have an event that you'd like to go to, you have to keep watching the website, because they'll put out like, hey, we're going to sell tickets to this special, you know, a D23 event. Maybe it's a movie, maybe it's a party, maybe something exclusive. They don't like send out an email. Like you have to keep watching their websites. That's the one thing that I think has been tough as we've been a member over the years. But they have some really great things offering, especially if you're in California. You know, Orlando, it's not so much. But here they're celebrating Disney Throwback. You can have photos taken there. Over on Disney Plus, you know, they're doing a lot right now with 80s and 90s They're celebrating that tonight with a concert. So one thing is, they did tell us that you could visit this neat experience right here called Charting the Course, and it has pieces from the Walt Disney Archives, and really neat. I haven't gotten in there yet. My brother, who's here as well, he did go in there. He said it's really fun to go in there and look at some of the artifacts that they brought along, but it looks like they're only opening it for the lunch break from 12 to 2. Here, we'll go into some of the stores, check things out. So this is the Walt Disney Company store. They've got some really cool things. Hello.
You're looking good.
There you go.
All right.
Thank you so
No
much.
problem.
Hello. Thank you. So they have a ton of Destination D23, event-specific merchandise. So here you can see the t-shirts that they have. Some notebooks. Hat here. So if you want some fun things from the event to remember your time, they have the Spirit jersey here. This is $69.99. It's a fun logo here. Max and Goofy. A neat Stitch tank top there. They have a lot of Three Caballeros because that's kind of been the theme for this weekend. Here, this is a fun one. $29.95. Look at the Madame Leota. I like Cheshire Cat. Oh, here, they're all kind of like, they're all up here that you can see. And a genie. The Figment one. There's a lot of people loving that. So at the Walt Disney Company store here, they have some merchandise just with their logo on it. And you can buy, here's the water tower statue. Let me see, yesterday they had some out. Here, we'll look over here. Here. So you can buy the statue. It's not my favorite.
What's thinking about that one? It's like a match cover that.
And then the Pluto's Corner
Actually,
sign.
no. I would wear it. I'd wear it.
True.
I'd wear it.
True.
It's a comfy shirt. I got a large. But it's still pretty long.
See, I actually really like this sweatshirt. It's got the Pluto's Corner, the water tower. This one is $54.95. And I did really like, I didn't realize that this little piece comes off. I bought one of these lounge flies. I liked a lot because they're a crossbody and they have a strap that goes around the top. And this is of the animation building. Here you can see this one. Yeah, this one's here. Got the front of the animation building here. It says in Burbank, California. And this one is $45.95. Here, and I bought this one for our little daughter Harper. It's like the perfect size little backpack for her. I loved this. It would be good for a park day. $39.95. Super cute. Oh, here. This too. I know Adam and my brother Dan really liked this men's shirt. $59.95, and then on the sleeve it says Walt Disney Studios. Oh, I didn't see these. Look at these socks. These are fun. I didn't see those yesterday when I was in here. They're $21.95. Here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try to, before the big crowd comes out, I'm going to try to go into Mickey's of Glendale because I think you guys will absolutely adore that shop. Mickey's of Glendale is fantastic. They have all the Imagineering gear. Is this all for shopping? Is this all for shopping?
Yes.
Okay.
Since you have the lanyard,
Yeah.
you don't have to wait.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Oh, good. So since I am a member here, I can just go right in. Look at this. This is all people. D23 did sell separate tickets to be able to go. Hello.
Hi, how you doing? I got you.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. So that is the nice thing. Oh, wow. So look at, they have a big Muppet Studios display. Are you guys fans of Muppets? What did you guys think of that? And look at this awesome display here. I took some pictures with my daughter on Friday here. If you guys are just joining, don't forget, right now I'm taking you guys in a few of the shops because the current panel is down the rabbit hole. Down the rabbit hole with the Walt Disney Archives, and they are not allowing any film or audio, and they are super serious. They even have people that walk up and down the aisles, and if you have your phone out, if they have suspect anything, you are just removed and your badge is taken. There's no like questions. Look at this Muppet hat. Oh, what do they have? Oh, new villain stuff. Look at this mug. It's so cute. It's only $5. So some things in here they discount, which is nice. Only $5 for that. What is this? Oh, I love this shirt so much. Well, I think I better buy that. Look at this. And look, so it says right here, Walt Disney Imagineering exclusive. I better get that here. Here's a...
No, you're good.
Yeah. Look at this Peter Pan image. I like that. And looks like these are $29 for the shirts.
These are leftovers from last year.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah.
They have some cute little villain display.
A quick romp, but
This is cute shirt. This one right here is $29.95. Then you have an orange bird hat. And this looks like Goofy here.
it's just like the bird that is
And then they have the same one in blue. Here. Oh, wow. Look at this beautiful sweatshirt.
Look at the pink teeth. The pink teeth.
We'll get over that.
That's cute. This is...
Here, let's take a look at some of these other. So these are, for Mickey's of Glendale, these are new Imagineering designs for shirts. So they have Destination Tomorrow, Destination Fantasy. Here's a pencil case. Here's a hoodie.
Destination shirt, like
Here, I'll check the chat really quick. These Imagineering shirts go so fast. I actually really like this crossbody bag here. This one. And then here's a Sorcerer Mickey bag. This is $39.95. Here, and I'll get one of the hats. This is $29.95. I like this one in blue. This is neat. This is $29.95. I like that one. Because I have one that's sort of like this already. Oh, sorry. And so kind of what they do is they've got that same Sorcerer Mickey and the Walt Disney Imagineering logo, and they have them out in different colors. You know, black, navy, light blue. You can get it in a polo. I think I gave this one to my mom, but this canvas bag is $18.95. And I gave some of those away on the channel one time. Like I bought some and did a giveaway with them. So they've talked a lot about books here, and they do signings. But look at this. A Disneyland Park pop-up tour book. Isn't that neat? I don't want to pull it too much off the, but how much is that? $50. What's this one? Let's see what this jacket is. So here's the front of it. And it says, wow, that is a pretty neat jacket. That is a pretty neat jacket. I wonder how much it is. It's $79.99. It's very lightweight. Oh wow, look at the inside. Look at that.
How it's like not colored.
Those were here yesterday.
Okay. That's pretty cool, like lining.
I love that.
You like that?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. I would look so cute in it. Yeah. There's another jacket here too.
Oh, I know.
And the nice thing is they're always adding and changing out. This might be hard for me to show. This is a button down. This is a 3X. But I should be able to. Wow. This is the bottom of it. Looks like the sorcerer is making lightning bolts today. It's on the back of this jacket. Here's a hat. That is awesome. This is $29.99. But they have a gray one, too. Or they have a blanket. This is not very comfortable. It says throw, but it's not very... Here, we'll come back to that booth in a minute. Let's see what's 40% off. I'm always in the mood. Oh, look at this. fun. There's nothing on the back of that. Oh, I think Adam would love this. Oh, look at this bag, too. Look at that. That is a neat bag. So, this is 40% off. I bet Adam would like this jacket. Here. We're gonna ask him. Come on. I think he would really, really like this jacket. Okay. Just a reminder, if you're just joining, we're doing a little bit of shopping because the current panel
What about like these are all like
I think he would fit in a medium. Well, let's see. Extra large, small, extra large, small, small, 2X. So I better get this medium just in case. Because he wouldn't. Here, let's see, that's 40% off. We're going to have to check these. I'll see what he says for now. We got to grab it. And then I'll try to show you guys. Adam said he loves all this. Okay. He loves all of this, he said. Oh, wow. Here's a sweatshirt, too. Ah. These are tough. This is an extra large. This is an extra large. And this is an extra large. He won't fit in that. Like, that'll be too big for him. But I know he would like a mug. For sure. But, and I like discounts. Sorry, I'm talking to Adam. Okay, so I have, we'll get Adam this right here, and then we'll get Adam this hat. Maybe I can just come in here with a camera. Oh my. I love it. So funny. This is kind of neat. So same thing, this is 40% off. So 40% off of $34. I mean, that's a good deal. Small, 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 small.
Okay, perfect.
Nope, just smalls on this one.
Yeah, for sure.
And here. Oh, here, I'll put this one up. So this is kind of neat. A quarter zip. This one is $34.99. And again, it's 40% off. So okay, I'll check the chat. since I was talking to Adam and grabbing too much stuff. Are you guys liking that? The Imagineering items?
There's not much. I got a large. So I went there and I was like, okay, are you guys good? And they're like, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just making sure. Small, extra large, small. Okay. And they've got a bunch of the new Haunted Mansion stuff here. The Haunted Mansion parlor. They talked about that yesterday in the Disney Eats portion. New kind of bar lounge on Disney Cruise Line. Looks great. Looks so awesome in there. Well, let me buy this. I'll find that way I can get a bag, and then we can go into the next store here. Are there plushies? No, not really. It's not really a plushie kind of event. Oh, can you see the books on the wall? Sure. Okay. Here. There's a bunch of golden books. But here, this one right here, The Happiest Place on Earth. There was a panel talking about this with Don Hahn yesterday. This was really, really good. And I'm pretty sure you can buy that on Amazon. They also talked about the brand new, this is brand new, Disney Parks Desserts Cookbook. They had some great ones in there. And Groundbreaking Magic. They haven't specifically talked about this, but it says Martha Blanding with Tim O'Day, Groundbreaking Magic, A Black Woman's Journey Through the Happiest Place on Earth. Oh my gosh, you guys, look at this one. Everything I need to know I learned from a Disney Little Golden Book. That is awesome. That is hilarious. Maybe I need that one. That's probably true. But those are the main books that are here. The rest of them are just the Golden Books collection individually. Here. I'm going to pay for my item so I can get a bag. Hi! Let's see here. Looks like she's down on the end over there. Yeah. Okay. I think Adam's going to be happy with his old Imagineering logos. And then I grabbed this exclusive Sorcerer Mickey. I'll use my Disney Chase card. Wow, all that total is $98. Which, you know, for a jacket, a hat, a mug, a shirt, that's a lot of items for $98, especially at Disney. Believe me, I've done way more damage on one item. Did I see any beach towels? No, they don't have any 70th items in here, unfortunately. Thank you. Okay, and then they give you, look at this, you get a fun Walt Disney Imagineering bag. Okay, let's go in here to ink and paint. And there's some neat things that are in here. I do know there's a couple plushes. There we go. So here's so many of the lug bags. They have a couple of the 70th bags displayed.
Now in the future.
Here's items that are coming and some that are here now.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, good. I like this new one.
Hi. How you doing? Good, how are you? Good, thank you.
So many awesome ones here. We'll see.
These ones. This is for
So these are some of the logos for, look at, here's Chip and Dale. I like this one. These are $65. And then because we, as an attendee, they give you a discount. I think it was a $25 off coupon. So super cute. And these are nice for the parks. I really like these. And they have a nice strap. But the Mickey is nice, but I really like the bags with Chip and Dale. Here, let's see if they have some.
It's still amazing.
On this size.
If you have any questions, let me know.
Oh, no. Oh, here, they do have them. These are the ones I like. These are great. Look at all the zipper pockets.
Any questions?
There.
I know.
So these are 70. And then, or I like this one here. And you can get a different icon on them. You know, like they have Mickey and Minnie. But I think they're so adorable. Here, for all you out there, look at the Stitch. I know that there's a lot of lovers of Stitch. So they have some Stitch items too. I like this so much. And yes, these little ones I think are $60. So they have different charms.
That's me and Murray and Orlando.
They have the mini design. And then they have just plain. Just plain items too, like plain colors. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Oh, hi!
I don't want to be in there.
Oh, no problem. Well, it's nice to meet you. Yeah, he's saving our seat. He'll be out in a little bit.
Yeah, we took Medley last year when we were moving here.
That's right. Yes, that's right. Nice to meet you again. Have a great weekend.
Okay, can I get
So if you guys are Lorcana fans, there's a bunch of Lorcana sets here. Lorcana puzzles.
I wasn't sure if that way you wanted. I knew you wouldn't want the empty shell, so yeah.
Okay, and we'll look at some of the artwork. Oh, Bath and Body Works. So you can see a lot of photos. Oh, I'm okay.
I can't do it with that, but
No, I'm okay. Thank you. Here, and if you'd like to meet the voice of a Goofy movie, Jason Marsden, he's appearing here at this booth. so much that they've sold out of. But the villains line for Bath and Body Works here is fantastic. I've purchased a couple of items right now, and they are amazing. I have like a jewelry holder that was the magic mirror. It has a green light up magic mirror. And I actually enjoyed all the scents from them. So they come out September 3rd.
So we're doing a cream, a body wash, body spray. There's 3. Are there any?
Robin wants to know, is this event just for D23 members only? Yes. So as a D23 member, then you have to pay for tickets. You guys, we came over here earlier. If you are a Marvel fan, there has been a lot of people on the streams talking about, I want to know about Marvel, I want to know about Doomsday, I want to know about what's going on. This store is fantastic. So these are actual gemstones here, and these are collectibles, and they have actual gemstones in there, and representing the Infinity Stones. And this is $299, but they're actually rated gemstones, and that they have in these small like comic. And then they are numbered. There's limited edition. There's only like 100 of this one. My brother ended up getting one, and he is like number 8 out of only 100 made. So sorry, excuse me. He actually purchased this one right here. It's such a unique collectible. I thought this was a great, great, great idea. So definitely this booth. ECG. So check them out, ECG. If you are a Marvel fan and you like very unique collectibles. So I thought that what I liked about this whole booth is it's something very different. You know, that if you are a fan of that genre of Disney, you would very much enjoy something unique to your collection. So, somebody's asking about stuffed animals. They just have some of like the higher end stuffed animals that are the Stife. If you're familiar with Stife, they're a German brand. And I think they're like $50 each. They're very super soft. They're very well made. Look, they're selling super fast. And Harper, we actually brought like a little Lady and the Tramp lady from Lady and the Tramp dog. She's been loving it. The panel for Down the Rabbit Hole with Disney Archives is over. Let's go back into the main presentation room. That way I can, I think that they're having some entertainment on the stage. There is a lunch break from 12 to 2. So mind you, there's not going to be a panel until a presentation until 2 o'clock. And so just be aware. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Thank you. Okay, time to be quiet, guys. We'll be quiet as we walk down.
I don't know what just happened, but when I got off stage, it was dark and there was floating armor and things, and I have a sword.
It's okay. You're safe. You're here with us. But where did you find the sword and the helmet and the? Okay. All right. Well, I think we should wrap up. We'll wrap up. Yes.
A special thanks for your order.
Yes, lots of people. We have so many people today. Everybody on this screen, plus a lot more. But most of all, a very special thanks to Justin.
Can I play with them?
Do you maybe want to lead the band out the back of the ballroom?
Absolutely.
from the different countries around World Showcase at Epcot, and I think they were really loosely trying to tie different things to bring in some interesting things. So there is a bagpipe band of cast members here, and so I think they talked a little briefly about the UK and Scotland and Scrooge McDuck, and then they brought in this cast member band of bagpipes. And had like a tie-in with bed knobs and broomsticks, and Scottish tartan, and that there's an official Scrooge McDuck Scottish tartan that's registered in Scotland.
Jedi Billy wants to see their Scotland.
No, sorry guys. There were zero announcements. No, nothing.
Did they talk about anything interesting?
The rabbit hole is always fun. They talked about one of Walt's great aunts, Jessie, that Walt's family actually lived here in Central Florida, in Orange County, decades before Walt Disney World or Disneyland was ever brought about. And that, in fact, when the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea was being filmed, Walt came here to DeLand, which is a city just right down the road, to meet with his great aunt, and she said she was lonely, so he sent her a television. And it was one of the first television sets in all of Florida, and that it was hard to pick up reception because there was no Orlando. Walt and Disney built Orlando. Orlando was an orange grove before Walt got here, and I mean, literally the biggest city was Jacksonville. So, like, they were just talking about how Walt's family was here before Walt was, and how, you know, like, Walt pretty much built this community. Like, Disney built this community. So there were some tie-ins there. It was pretty interesting. These guys, essentially what they do is they go through the archives and find weird little letters and things that people might have missed, and they bring it back and highlight it and kind of tie it all together. It was really interesting. Sorry we couldn't show it to you, but I think the reason that they don't show it is because there was a lot of IP that was not Disney that they like talk about, that was like, you remember this and this, that were not really Disney IPs, but that kind of tie things together and make things kind of come together. All right, should we put you on the tripod here?
Do you want to go grab some lunch with Dan? If you want to go into Mickey's of Glendale, the line is you as a.
So what is? Oh wow!
Yeah, I gotta tell Dan to come over because I want to show him. You don't need to wait in line because we have badges. You don't wait in line. You just go off to the side. Yes, but go look because they had new things. Yeah. Here, you should wave to Dan and tell him to come over. He's right, standing up right there.
This is pretty small. I am wearing a giant.
Well, there's no returns. If you take the hoodie off.
I mean, it fits with the giant hoodie and my shirt on, so it'll probably fit.
Adam's like.
Well, let me take. I've got a really.
He's got two hoodies on.
Why do you need a hoodie?
It's cold in here.
Dude, you're losing your Wisconsin card, man.
I lost that 14 years ago. So, what do you think of the afternoon stuff? Oh, don't show me without my hat on, Chris.
Well,
why?
Because I don't have any hair. It's embarrassing.
Neither do I.
Adam's
I don't know how I feel about all the afternoon stuff.
Didn't you like the Disney Family Legacy?
Oh, this morning stuff? Yeah. I thought the Disney Family Legacy was great. To start off, the villains, the only thing I liked was the performance.
Yeah, the villains. I was hoping they'd have some villains characters.
And there was not one villain character. I went, wait, what? Right. And it was hilarious when it was over and the dude like went, that's it? Like you could hear a guy in the audience go, that's it?
Right.
see it fits.
Like, that was the only thing that.
Belinda wants to know if seats are assigned. They are not, so that's why you see a lot of people that are.
Oh, it's got a little thing you can zip it up in.
They're not assigned,
See, it fits. You can put it on me now. See?
These middle seats
Okay,
are only
now Adam says it's okay to show his new.
Oh, see, Tim Pendleton's gonna be jealous. Look at this. This is their old retro kind of logo. I really like
And
that.
it folds up. Here, show the
It's
pouch.
got a it's got like a bag. That
So it's
fits
40% off, and it was like $45. 'Cause it was like an
They have a
$80.
large in there too. No, just a medium. That's all they
I
have.
grabbed the last one.
Wow.
They had some extra larges.
It's all right. It, you
But
know.
look what else I got you.
Crazy pipe and drum going on out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, check this out.
That's mine.
Like I say, it looks a little small for me.
I know. Here's
Nice,
what I
though.
got. Here, Adam's holding it up.
Who is that?
Sorcerer Mickey.
Oh yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Awesome. Nice. Sorcerer Mickey, I like it. And
I don't remember seeing that. Was that in Mickey's of Glendale?
Yes, they're putting out new stuff.
You have to say there must be new stuff. I'm gonna have to go
you
check
didn't see
out.
any of these?
That
So
was
check.
not there on Friday when I walked.
Because it's small, medium, but I thought it was.
This is awesome.
Yeah, they
This
just have
hat
this
is-
stuff out there.
Just go up there and you don't wait in line. You just go off to the
Oh, it
right
fits.
and you say, "Oh, I'm just for my badge," and you skip the line.
I might get this hat in a
To get
large
in
too,
the
though.
Glendale shop.
What do you think of the hat, guys?
Oh, because the line's probably for the.
I think it looks good. No, they sold
So
tickets
it's-
just to shop.
It's fitted.
Oh, the line is for the people who don't have the
Badges.
You think I need a? What if my head gets big? What if I get
I'm
a
gonna have
big?
to go check it out.
Your head does, yeah.
What if I get a bigger head?
You might get a bigger head.
Because I don't know.
Does that fit
I don't
in?
know what afternoon ones I really
This
want.
looks
to
like
see.
it fits.
Yeah, it looks like it fits.
Nice. I might go get another one of these because this is a really cool hat.
Well, go quick. They're on sale.
that
It's
I'm gonna
40%
want
off,
to-
and people are. Did you see the mug I got you?
I'm getting there.
No, you gotta hurry.
Well, you're telling me I gotta go get another hat before it runs out. I want to go with Dan, but right now is not a good time to go because it's lunch.
Well, you gotta go now because that's even more. You just skipped the line. You're not gonna get any more of this logo merchandise. It's on sale.
Well, I'm going. I'm
It was
going.
very hard for me.
Oh, that's I'm taking that to work. That is really cool.
There, just hold it right there.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool.
What is it? Walt Disney Imagineering and Design?
WED. Yeah, this is the old one.
No, but what does WED stand for? As people were asking. I thought it was Walt Disney Imagineering and Design.
I think. I mean, it's just Imagineering. WED. You know, that's his company. That was the. We'll have to look it up.
I don't know. Where's Tim Pendleton? He knows these things.
Yeah, come on.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's cliche if I go in there wearing this, so I gotta take this off.
Yes,
I can't
don't
go
wear
in
it.
there.
Don't be like that.
I got that. But I can see, I know how to mansion. She's you didn't wear anything Disney today.
Good. I'm glad you did.
Alright, Dan and I are gonna go shopping. We'll be back.
Okay.
What? What? I can't lose. I don't have someone to save my spot.
Just put your
I'll
stuff
give
on
you
it.
something to leave over there.
No.
No?
Do you want my bag?
I mean, I can leave my bag there. I just don't like leaving my stuff lying around.
Yeah. We got a bag here. You wanna leave that? No?
Oh, well.
I mean, I guess I could put that over there. Give me your bag.
Alright, and then Uncle Dan and I will be back.
Oh, see, now you got it clear. Because you just don't want to leave stuff lying around.
Well,
just
the expensive stuff. Just like kind of tie it.
I'll leave my bag with
Nobody knows.
You're fine.
Nobody knows.
I'm watching. I'm watching.
Alright.
Adam has to go shopping quick in Mickey's of Glendale. But the other stores didn't really have nothing that you'd
I mean,
like.
this stuff's the best stuff that I've seen. That WED logo is.
Well, it's new.
That's what I'm saying. It's the best stuff I've seen in a long time.
Okay. Okay. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check.
I went captured it. I got like I know it is. Nobody asked me. Nobody else is looking at Yep, that's fine. That's fine. Just so we're in there, and we're walking by with this massive line, and the voice actors were, we're in an elevator with it today. I'm down in an elevator 3 times. Kind of like a huge body of water. And he was like, see, I bring the uniform. You didn't want to meet me. Because I was trying to explain to her who he was yesterday. Bad about it, apparently, that I didn't know there was like a massive I think those are crazy. Oh, you're not gonna like give him a set of nice brain and put him next to his picture.
Those guys are funny.
He's also on Step by Step. So like, those are like my favorite. So it's really like American dating games, doing big things, really nice. Full House, Full House, yeah, with MGM. Very nice show. So she comes running on, just shouts at us. Yep. I'm going to look at the photo. She wants to see it.
YouTube. You do. That's okay. What was that? Good. Have you enjoyed the weekend?
This is my first time.
Oh, good. I mean, I've always enjoyed. Did you go last night?
Yeah, they showed up a little bit. I didn't plan to.
Yeah.
I did the.
Okay. I didn't end up going. We were like really tired. But yeah.
I want to get whatever free I can get out of this.
Oh, for sure. For as much as you pay, you know.
I guess I need to get free.
Yeah. But was it too bad getting in?
So I drove, and it wasn't terrible.
Okay.
Like a lot of people were kind of asshole on the way in, like go all the way up and then sorry about the range.
Yeah.
They're trying to get the light, so that was making things worse for people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your sandwiches? We left those around 7:20.
I hope you have napkins between us.
No, I was close to the boat.
But even still, most hotels are only a little bit away.
I'm cool too.
Yeah.
When you said that, I know that's not you. Yes, it's
I don't know why.
Large?
Yes.
Okay. I'll be back in a bit.
I don't know.
Jeremy Jordan. Did you say please in a tissue?
Oh, for sure.
He ended up being the DJ on the Ellen Show. He wasn't at that time. No, he was phenomenal.
So you were smart. You mobile ordered.
I did. Mobile ordered actually when I got here.
You know, that's the best thing to do.
That is actually what somebody on Facebook page said.
Like, that was like the one person everybody else was
yeah. We do that a lot if we're going, we live locally. And so, like if I know that there's some of like the busier, I'll just do it right away in the morning and set it up. Yeah. And that's, I just couldn't decide what I want today, so I said I'll figure it out or just leave and come back.
Yesterday's options were just... I'm not like a text person.
Yeah.
I don't like talking. I'm usually pretty calm.
Yeah.
Like here,
well, I was just trying to find like a turkey sandwich. It was like, I got ham, but that's about it. Yeah. We just shared a sandwich yesterday. No, I am just fine. Well, enjoy your lunch.
And so we have more time to really I was getting the signed picture that we had been awarded of the guy who had the whistle, launched the whistle in Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah. And Sean Gunn was there too. Like it was like this whole thing. Like it was at the time when we like were awarded certain things. But that was the one thing we were awarded. So I was like trying to get that. I was excited about being Sean Gunn. He was like doing this. Oh, I used to love getting those. I have that. So for me, it was like when it came out, it was like the same time in my life. So it was very relatable to me. Because when we talk to if you are of the era, you know, everything that we all we move together. So I was excited about it. So on to watch this Disney Plus or something. And it comes up with the causes of this. because you watch Gilmore Girls or another show, I don't know. Well, Joel has been watching them all the time.
Somebody had logged in and started watching this one show.
Well, people have problems with we log in other countries and they have different things available, and then we come back to the feast and we can't continue watching. Like Elemental was one of those. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Regardless. I just recently, I'm very much I like historical fiction type stuff a lot. So Downton Abbey, Vikings, Downton Abbey, those types of things. I'm really so. I still have literally, I just had to purchase it because none of the things were good money.
Alright. I forgot we probably should have changed battery. Or you probably already did?
I took care of it. This one had 40%.
Oh, wow.
So I just left it for now.
So I was worried that I was going to get in big trouble because I got a lot of stuff. And then I rung it up and it was like $43.
I know. What'd you all get? Oh, this one's completely out, which is good. We did it all the way to 0.
I got the mug in white.
Oh, that wasn't there before.
I got the mug in white. What's that?
Some of the... They did, yes.
Yeah. I got the long sleeve wedge shirt.
Okay.
They had a large jacket. I probably should have gotten it, but I didn't. The large jacket was out there.
Oh, okay.
And because it's one of the coolest hats and Dan got one too, but it's one of the coolest hats I've seen. So I got, because I sweat through these.
Yeah.
So I got another one of the hats. Yeah. That's a really, really cool design.
Oh, and we are
the polos
literally
for like
stupid.
What?
Because it stands for Walt Disney Imaginary.
Did you see the shirts that were $5 and $10?
No, I missed those. Well, yeah,
Stores are making shirts.
I did. Yes, I was just gonna say the polos. The polos were like $10. I didn't get any because they're Port Authority. They were a little bit better. Well, no, I know what wet is. It's Walter Elias Disney, but it's like, you know.
That's their design story, though.
Yeah.
It was Imagineering before Imagineering.
Right. Yeah. Wet. I just called it. It was their.
Are you getting food?
Yeah, I just wasn't gonna go now because I figured it was gonna be packed. I do need to go use the restroom.
Okay. Because when you come back, then I'll get something.
I think
I guess I can put all this in.
But if you go all the way to the end, the quick service is very quick. You can either do grab and go or they have it all ready.
Like go all the way to the resort.
Huh?
Like all the way to the cafeteria.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go do that.
Oh, thank you. Did you get something?
Yeah, I got the hat.
Oh, did you get something to eat though?
No.
He's going to the bathroom now.
Yeah, I went to that. I just went. And then I got they had a Guardian sweatshirt.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In Mecky's of Glendale? Nice.
So I got a Guardians of the Galaxy sweatshirt.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, they've been putting out such new stuff. It's great. Yeah, he's going to get something to eat now.
That's fine. I brought some snacks in my backpack. Plus, I figured if anything, depending on how some of these panels go,
I think
this afternoon.
he's gonna go. He'll probably leave at the Goofy movie panel and then go get Harper because we brought 2 cars.
Gotcha.
But man.
See how it goes. I'm gonna go sit down.
Yeah. Figure it out.
Yeah.
See what you think.
I took a protein-free water.
I tried What are we talking
Where's the trash? Oh, I didn't. You need to check. Did you really? They're 2 packs. Okay, I'll be right back, alright? Just want to go through all this
If there is, we
If they didn't leave anything, it's not their seat. Inside the crawfish?
Yeah, that's actually the only thing. You do not have to.
Looks painful.
There was a couple that was just sitting here. I was talking to you.
I'm sorry, yeah, I didn't. Disney Plus.
I haven't
to talk to them before I got here, but I usually talk to them like
Oh, really? Every Wednesday for my mom. Because it takes us 3 days to get a hold of her dad.
Yeah, I live half a mile from an apartment complex across from where I live. So if I don't see them, I call them. Try and call and see them.
I can't take my dad out.
And usually they have fish cooking, so I just walk in and oh, what's for dinner? A little raccoon with a gun.
Like my dad's on the phone, so yeah. Get work.
They're open.
Yeah. I mean, I have to do that. I call it the food. If I do, but now he just moved to a senior living place, so it makes me find it not something like that.
It's still raining?
So I don't work.
I'm a nurse, so I had 2 patients where the family had to check on them.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you gotta check on the old people. You gotta check on everybody, like not just the old people. But you need to especially check on the old people because they're vulnerable. It's not like,
yeah. We just have to answer the phone. Do that report.
I just got a notification from D23 telling me that day 2 is starting soon.
Oh, that's because you're a golden card.
Yeah.
They aren't starting their stream till after. They didn't stream anything.
So which means everything in the afternoon should be good to go then.
Yeah.
Moving.
Yeah, no, I just ran into
But if it's not, he's stationary, and I know that's not the case with him.
unless he's taking off. People don't suspect themselves.
That's how I work it. Like I said,
nothing else.
I just have it. She's not in.
But there's a good. Sometimes you hear them. That's where we might have.
Do you think you want to watch the How old is he for the?
I mean, probably not.
My dad's 90.
Yeah. I just want to tell my mom when.
Well, my mom had a stroke.
I mean, I'm sure if he won his pool, but
There's a break starting at 4 o'clock.
She has other health issues.
And by the time you get to my mom's, it'll be 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's made for my mom.
you want a tiny Twix pretzel?
No, because I'm going to go out there.
I dropped my mom.
Oh, wait. Goofy movies at 3 o'clock. So is that okay?
I think the thing with my dad was he has 2 daughters. Only one
I
of
was
them.
telling him about the guy who got bounced.
I work in retail. My sister is in Pittsburgh, and she's well, retired from Notre. So she would be better than me, but I know more about the article than that's just the reality.
Yeah, and that's how it is.
I can rattle it all out. My dad checks out in the doctor's visit. I go with him, but he just does checks out. He just needs
My mom, my dad knows more about what's going on. Which is good. She doesn't know what's going on. But he's
and he just
Okay. Are you okay if I go look and see what?
Yeah, what time does this start back? 2.
Yeah, no,
Oh, we got an hour. Yeah, so take your time.
And I forgot I want to cash these in.
What is that?
For pins
yes, I had it.
at the lug booth.
Yeah, it was good.
Go ahead, you lug nut.
I know. Like, I've always well, I'll be back by then. They had 40%. Like 30. And the other one,
yeah, I mean, we couldn't walk on the Medley. But didn't say he didn't have a fall. Everybody was yeah, so that's everybody's different.
I mean, I know what the best ones are pretty good. It's something that you can take off.
She just does it all, so she has to get fluids every night.
Well, you
My dad does that. Is it?
Yeah.
And then
I find I'm not.
I know, because they always ask me as well.
Speed is because with all the people in So like I was struck because I didn't know he wasn't drinking wine either. So I'm like, so today's a little bit better. Like now I have the peak rising is back in the but I'm very I
grab it off here. Yeah, I'll have to grab it off there. But I talk to him all the time. So I'm going to be like,
yeah, this just felt like we were just together, right?
So I'm going to have to jump a little.
Yeah, but it wasn't what I originally thought you were going to do.
I saw that and I was like, oh man, I gotta get some pictures.
Like he makes my whole.
So I think I'm gonna head out.
Like I really do.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll probably just stay as well.
Yeah, you might. I'm just gonna go back.
I would go back to that. I had to come over and be like, I'm like, that's crazy. I didn't
Get your picture with the D23.
I felt like this is only our second time. I really like that. Even though it was a question of food, you know, even if you ahead of time, by working on it, but yeah, I don't know when to, but I don't know. I don't think it was good, but it didn't mean I was like, what would a price be? I couldn't do that. I feel like it's not about the neighborhood. It's about it makes more bigger and all the stuff that they did now isn't even here. It's hard.
That's wonderful. That's what you do. That's what you do, but I don't know what that means. I'm confused. I don't know anything about architecture. Other than, oh, look at that. That's really nice.
I did like the voice. That you had somebody that's actually have my caption. Like I thought that is
I thought I worked in that thing. It's a lot. They tried it. We got a little more all the time. But we got back and traveled.
Never mind. Oh, there's cupcakes.
I mean, it never comes out.
Oh, Aaron. Yeah, I want it. Yeah, so next year, Pixar. So that's like it was like white. It's like that way my son will. That way my son will. That way. I think the one. The first time I went to the second time. So I want to go, but it's gonna be. I want to get there about that. We're gonna have another one or so after, like a day after Disneyland. So they're like, oh my God, I don't know. I know fall now. That first night called me. Yeah. Wake up, and then I'm gonna drop my mom there. And then have to my friend.
That's a really nice thing.
That's the and then because if you need to transition, you can right there.
you're not up
It's just like, yeah, he loves it. Mine is most of it. And my stepmom is in her fields.
You know, because I'm coming.
That's it. You can't tell me you can't go on how old your son is. He's about a year. I have like staff skinny versions, like the shoulder. I told him I was coming for a conference. He's like, he won't have it.
I'll never do that.
No, he just had her and going to the park.
Hello everyone, who's ready to enjoy some trivia during lunch break? Some of you may have been here when we did Hulu trivia yesterday. Today we are doing Disney Plus trivia. Obviously there's tons of amazing fan favorite things on Disney Plus, so this trivia is going to have a lot of fan favorite titles. There's going to be zombies, Phineas and Ferb, Golden Girls, we're celebrating 40th anniversary this year.
No, but that first one yesterday.
Yeah, I mean that.
Did they? Thank you.
Yeah, that was the one that had the the first one. Oh yeah.
I just found out that it's
yeah, that's why I was going back. I was trying to find before you
mentioned people and the person that won that was next to me. But yeah, I know I got they sent out.
As soon as they did, I'm looking at this. I'm like, I'm 1-0. That's one. Check your spam. It could be from Andrea, Age, and Big Winner.com.
And while I'm not, I was concerned about I
Oh well, fine. We're gonna come to everybody got did you get?
Oh God, it's green.
Green and blue. There's M&Ms in there.
Whatever that was. So I honestly don't know if
This is what I want to see. How to eat, how to find yeah, because they said you have to find them. Like, that tells me they're not.
Oh, yeah. That's like our,
Once it gets out, you'll know, right? That's cool.
How do you find the wine that I'm over it.
I heard somebody yesterday say that they want to order it.
You need so much. So I was like, okay, yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah, she
You're running late.
I just went to my mobile order for 12 to 5:30, and I wanted to do so much as I told them.
Click it by 12:30?
No idea why I was in there.
That's good. It's not good. But there is M&M's in there. The M&M's?
That's not what.
No. It's too...
recent one. It's like kind of covering, but I'm like. So I felt like a dream that I took a picture of her on Instagram with Tiger, and she messaged, like she responded to the call. Alrighty. I get to see you. So I don't know, like, but yeah, I know. I was like, they have nerve.
Surprising though.
I'm not one
I just can't imagine the kids say
Oh, you were like explaining it.
I don't need them. I'm not putting money in that. I don't need to put them on that Friday night.
Like I was telling the kids.
And these shirts are really comfortable. And with the this one, I just showed you. It's really good. I saw that somebody remember to pick it out. I'm like, I like it, it's beautiful, but I like it, it's just it out. I have it's one composer, and I don't so I need 4 parts. I'm not going to so I gotta stop. So welcome back! In just a few minutes, you can test your knowledge of all the details and your fire. Don't worry, if you don't know any tricks, you will definitely learn something. Back to you. I thought they were going to have a group incomplete. But virtually they did. They posted that they were coming. I texted Scotty. I said, Scotty, you just published the dates for D23 that Disney has to publish. I'm like, I do what you want, but I'm thinking you're going to do it. It's the way it should. He's one of the people that wants to. I'm like, maybe we pull that down. I'm like, do what you want, I don't like it. And then they pulled it, and they never put it back up. I'm like, what are you doing? I was a facility for that. I said, yeah, wholesale store. Like, what does that mean? Like, we're not going to have one of the stores is going to have a couple. So there.
One guy was wearing it when they were doing the archive. He was wearing it in black.
It's probably in the dirt. There's a blue one and a black one. You know that. Are you in use one?
That's why I tell my kids, I'm like, oh, so much burnt out. They've been so ready for
I just found something. That's fine. All different policies. I figure it's on its way. It's got a bunch of random. So this one sold out by at the 10 o'clock shopping window. Yesterday it was so people were buying. So like, maybe you need it. So I did my first shopping window.
Yeah, because Saturday they only had when did that happen?
soon as they sold out yesterday, people were all fired up. Because they're like, of course it's sold out because people went and bought tickets. I bought 60.
I thought you did
D23 filmmakers, get ready to stream some serious brain power because it's time for a Disney Plus Trivia Showdown like no other. 5 players, 1 stage, 15 minutes to claim Disney Plus glory. And now, please give a warm D23 Gold Member welcome to your host for today's Trivia Showdown, a Disney Plus superfan and trivia master, Ashley Eckstein.
I'm not buying any more stuff.
Well, I'm Ashley Eckstein. Once again, I am back as your host, and we're going to pick 5 new players for a really fun trivia. It's presented by Disney Plus. Are you ready to get started? Okay, so we pre-selected 5 players. Let's bring them on up. Come on up.
I'm like, no. I'm like, I don't care who you are.
Brave enough for our Disney Plus trivia today. Come on down. Follow the sparkle. All right, we got 5. All right, keep the space right here. This is perfect. You're spaced out a little bit so you don't hit each other else. There we go. That's good. Okay. All right. I'm going to start with you. Tell us your name and tell us where you're from.
I'm Randy from New Hampshire.
Randy from New Hampshire, yes. Yes, let's hear it for Randy. Come on. Okay, Randy. I like the enthusiasm. Now, what is your favorite thing to watch on Disney Plus? The Force is strong, Randy. I like it. Were you just sucking up to me? Okay, awesome. All right, Andrew, I don't want to. That would be inappropriate. But good job. All right, Andrew, tell us your name is Andrew. Where are you from?
Orlando.
Andrew from Orlando. Let's hear it for Andrew from Orlando. Now, Andrew, what is your favorite thing to watch on Disney Plus?
Sunset.
Okay, now we're really sucking up. I love it. You know that I have no say in who wins this, right? Andrew, Randy, so nice to meet you all. Okay, tell us your name and where you're from. Mary, St. Louis. Mary from St. Louis! Let's hear it for Mary from St. Louis. Now, Mary, you know I have my husband who used to play baseball for the St. Louis Cardinals. Are you yes! Go Cardinals! Okay, Mary, what is your favorite thing? Here, a bunch of St. Louis fans out there. You from St. Louis? Okay, Mary, what is your favorite thing to watch on Disney Plus? Behind the attraction. Yes, I love that. I love anything with Imagineering, with the archives. I'm literally such a Disney geek and nut. I love to see behind the scenes. Very cool. All right, let's hear from Mary. Okay. Well, is this a Stella Blue t-shirt? I am obsessed. Oh my gosh. Okay, tell everyone your name and where you're from.
My name is Kayla, and I just moved here 3 months ago.
Oh, no, wait, first thing.
Oh my gosh, please welcome Kayla to Orlando, Florida. Orlando, right? Oh my gosh, now are you settling in?
It's very hot.
Yeah, it could also be Tatooine, for sure. Okay, so what is your favorite thing to do so far in Orlando?
Hey guys, that's the first. These are awards.
As per usual, as it should be. Now, when you're not at Disney, what are you watching on Disney Plus?
Imagineering story.
So one of our
Yes, we have some Imagineers back there, and they're amazing. I literally, it's still one of my dreams to be an Imagineer. It's totally
Mine too.
Kayla, wait, yeah, Kayla, we're gonna manifest this for you. And if the Imagineers are listening, we're gonna use the Force, send it back there. Okay, well, I believe in you, and I can't wait to see you as an Imagineer one day. All right, okay, I'm coming over here, and
Or one of them.
First of all,
The other one thinks personal space is that much.
there's good
That's your
pizza
personal
boxes.
space.
Now, you tried the pizza at Via Napoli. Okay, then, what do you watch on Disney Plus?
I went to Golden Girls and Mermaid World. Very nostalgic.
Absolutely, I love a Sabrina Carpenter flashback. Yes, okay. Well, did y'all see the game yesterday? Okay, well, as a quick refresher, it's on the teleprompter, it says Hulu. It is not, so I'm hoping we have Disney Plus questions, and not the same questions as yesterday. If so, it'll be easy. Okay, so as a reminder, you each have cards, and it says A, B, C, D. Okay, so I'm going to read a multiple choice question, and then you have to hold up what you think is the answer, A, B, C, or D. Now you have 10 seconds to hold up the correct answer, it's about iconic Disney Plus shows. We're throwing it back. So it's about iconic Disney Plus shows and characters. Are you ready? Okay, let's hear it for our contestants today. Now, audience, as a reminder, we want you to play too. So, yesterday I said we don't want to spoil it for everyone up here, but it's hard to hear your answers. So you know what? You're in it too. Just yell it out, jump up and down, scream, because we don't have prize packs for everyone. But you know what? If you get the answers right, we win. Yeah, a few of you were excited. All right, okay, let's get started. The first question. In the series Bunked, where is Camp Kikiwaka located? Is it...
That is not.
What are you? You are in a different universe.
Well,
you are in her universe.
That is a different question. So, I am not going to read the teleprompter. I'm going to read the screens. All right. Taken from The Descendants, The Rise of Red. What enchanted item transports Red and Chloe back in time? Is it A, a cookbook, B, deck of cards, C, pocket watch, or D, red rose? Alright, and the answer is C. Great job. Okay, but it's only the first question, so y'all have time. Let's go to the second question. Which of the following was not a real Disney Channel show? Is it A, Brandy and Mr. Whiskers, B, Lloyd in Space, C, Bug News, or D, Jetpack Academy? This was hard. This was hard. Okay, B, D, D,
I don't know anything about it.
Okay.
I'm just talking out
Yeah.
loud.
It was split contestants up here.
Where they follow kids out of camp.
What audience? D! All right, yes.
But that should be a show.
Brandy. Now, Brandy, I know you
Brandy's
were
a one too old for this
a
stuff.
Star Wars fan, and now you're trying to cheat on me, Randy.
He's on the dark side!
Hey, even though I'm no Jedi. So the force doesn't work on me. I'm going to stand on this side, Randy, and keep an eye on you. All right, next question. What kind of mythological creature is Grover from Percy Jackson and the Olympians?
those are.
Which of the following characters in the original series also appeared in Wizards of the Waverly Place? Is it A, Teresa Russo, B, Jerry Russo, C, Alex Russo, or D, all of the above?
All of the above! Yes! Yes! Way to let this in!
Audience, what do you think? It's D. It's all of the above. That is awesome. And stay tuned because we have some really fun Disney Channel panel coming right up. Okay, so next question is, which Hawaiian island is Lilo's home? From Lilo and Stitch. Do you know which one Lilo and Stitch? Yes, is it A, Hawaii, B, Hawaii, C, Oahu, or D, Maui? Oh, I heard that. So D. A, C, D. Okay. The answer is D. Oh, man. For the single right answer. You know what? I would have gotten that wrong, too. I totally would have gotten that wrong. All right. Well, great try. Dedicated or effort. Let's go to our next question. In Raven's home, who besides Raven can see glimpses of the future? Is it A, Levi, B, Tess, C, Booker, D, Mia, and E, Monkey? If anyone gets that reference. Okay, C, B, C. Okay. All right.
Okay.
C, that is correct. Andrew, that's okay. You're doing a great job. All right. Give it a little pat there, Andrew. Okay. All right. Great job. Okay, let's go to our next question.
Alright, I got some trivia. In the Disney Channel original movie Zombies, what is the name of the special bracelet worn by zombies?
A, Zombwatch. B, Z-Band. C, Zomband. D, Z-Pass. Hey, I think the audience helped y'all out on this one. Is the answer B?
The answer is
Z-Band! Which I got is B.
if you think Z-Band, you're right. How about that?
Great job! Great job! All right. I think we have one more question. I think. I'm flying blind up here, y'all. The prompter's gone. Thank you. I appreciate the love. Okay. We got another one. What city do the Golden Girls live in? Is it A, West Palm Beach, B, Sarasota, C, Miami, or D, Tampa? C. Is it C, Miami? Kayla, you're new to the state, but you got it right. Yes. It is C, Miami. I love the Golden Girls.
Oh, here. I had this like really high.
That is definitely a go-to on Disney Plus. All right. Okay. Oh, one more question. Okay. Our last question is, in Disney Stuck in the Middle, who
like this if Harper wants to trade things, we can trade them. It doesn't matter to me. So the more I get, the more I like. Oh, I still have to get Dean's. Maybe I'll send you to go get it. You have your card already. I can give you it when you leave. Can you just stop by the little just show your card and give them this.
All right, let's bring D23 members. How did you do? Did you get most of them right?
No, terrible.
No.
I didn't get any right. I got like 2.
All right, well, there's a lot more in store for you for Destination D23 coming your way. Stick around because stay tuned. You're watching the Disney Channel is coming up next, and you won't want to miss it. It might be moderated by yours truly. So I'll see you real soon. All right, bye, everyone.
I made her do trivia and then moderate.
Don't leave.
I just looked around and I couldn't find anything.
I didn't.
Oh, can you take a listen? See, I have this plugged in. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, okay. We can see if people can still hear it. The problem is those are so like limited to like just like.
Well, that's why I'm thinking. Do you want me to pull it? Will you listen?
Well, the audio problem from before is it gets out of sync, and I stopped the stream and started.
So we're okay now?
Yeah.
So should I pull it? Okay.
Interesting. I was like, come on. But then, that's what I've noticed as well. I've been in the back, and okay.
You moved into here and you say that's
I'm gonna go change the battery, so if you hear it cut out, that's me back there messing with things. But then hopefully the rest of the day will be pretty good. Fingers crossed. All right, thanks. Thank you.
Surrounding the part of the theater is a mural designed to tell a story. This mural is absolutely emerging into Artists, of course, dessert. Many people ask me how to pronounce German language. Also known as tree cake. I did my apprenticeship in Germany as a confectioner, and in order to become a master pastry chef, you were required to execute the skill of cooking palm. It's very popular in Germany, of course, in Japan, and it's a very
So, what they're doing, all right? We're constantly the boss, but somebody call Adam. Nobody called me.
The addition of Spires 220 to Destination's intergalactic. From the very start, guests are launched into the story. It allows our guests to feel as if they're traveling to space or a space elevator. The implementation to what Disney Imagineers call the Centauri Space Station. It gives you the illusion that you were a space tourist. The experience was dreamed up by Imagineers early on in the transformation. They were tasked with repurposing a portion of the building for the mission space attraction. The name Space 220 restaurant actually comes from the 220 miles that we are of our iconic story. All around, space visitors and characters aboard the Centauri station come to life. What people will look at these things and feel like it's something that maybe I could actually do that someday. And as he rounds out a story about the power of this world myth. Hello, my name is Chef Mark. I have a vacation. The main thing here is always the food. At the end of the day, this is a restaurant. The food has to be the star. The way they're going to play it and eat the plates themselves, we try to make it feel a little more unusual. Margaret is just to finish it.
I appreciate it. Let it chill down, I don't care. Split the money with me. Are you done with this? Is there any other trash? I'm not going to take her trash.
It's almost time to get back on the road. We'll be off and running at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Space Mountain music, and I think it's probably now entered like
I wouldn't miss a comeback.
We can play this now.
These kids are 3K.
Stay tuned to watch some Disney. 2 to 2.5. So you can get up anytime. Disney around the world, China, then the country. It's the concept,
We did. So on the Facebook group, there's a separate group chat for what's that transponder came out? I was like, hey, is there any way we can do a chat for people who are doing this with movers and rides? Because now that the movers have information, and we can coordinate like with the brand. And me and him were both at we're at the Riviera. So that's how we reached out. He's like, when are you coming in? I was like, I was coming in on 27. And he's like, I have a fireworks cruise. My friends bailed on me. Would you like to see it? We let it, as far as it is, it is.
Charcuterie was good. Charcuterie was good. What else?
Well, the flatbread.
The flatbread.
We got the flatbread.
The flatbread is pretty good.
I don't like that.
Yeah, well, I was good.
Well, when we first got there, we walked out. We couldn't go beyond handicap thing on the bar.
When you're sitting low, it's all the bar equipment. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, what's that? So we were leaving it, and because the lady's like, how was it? Because we were there opening week. Just done what? She's like, how was it? I said, it was cool. And she's like, oh, haha. I'm like, you sat me looking at a stack of glasses, and there's this beautiful lounge.
Right. It's like the worst thing in the top.
I'm like, so we're just going to go. I said, it's okay.
Yeah.
Like, we're not complaining. We don't want to. We're just going to go. No big deal.
Anybody else want water?
The guy came.
You guys are good? Thank you. I'm so sorry.
And then we got to the left.
You would think I'd go last.
We always, so I have to wait until we always go to instead of saying first page. One of my views, second page. I'm like, now, see that fire?
I would love to see this library.
Like, there's nobody.
That's just what they have.
It must weigh 100 pounds in order to be something. But it's just the way it is when you're starting. That's why you're paying $20.
I'd be so upset that they're changing the ride. They're updating. And they're changing the first scene. That means they're going to update all of it. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I love that ride. I want to watch it. But there's one ride you see is that ride. You know?
I finally rode the Skyliner Friday afternoon. She won't get on. She's terrified of it. And I had to deliver something to our friend. Yeah, they say it.
Spires, Chief Brand Officer for Walt Disney World. Destination D23 and all of the D23 events are a highlight from what I get to do at Disney. As a lifelong Disney fan, I love getting a chance to be surrounded by stories and characters we all love, and to feel the incredible enthusiasm from fans like you who are as passionate about Disney as we are. Our brands, stories, destinations, and characters are what make Disney so unique. They are the perfect combination of timeless nostalgia with an eye always looking to the future, and that is something that fans cannot experience anywhere else. Disney is proud to be the home to so many incredible brands, and it is an absolute privilege having the opportunity to celebrate them all here at Destination D23. Thank you so much for being here. Before we move on, I want to give a special shout out to Jody Benson as our official D23. Attention, Voyagers! It's time once again for another trip to the lands of Disney. And here to show us the way is our host, Jody Benson!
Welcome back. Did you have a wonderful lunch? The food, I'm so excited, and I want to say a huge thank you to my boss and my friend Assad. I'm so honored to be part of his team and honored to be your fan ambassador. So thank you so much, Assad, for your lovely message. So everyone, listen, we have a really, really exciting panel that we're going to share with all of you. Now it takes us to the small screen with a very big, big place in our hearts. Back in 1992, while I was doing a Broadway show called Crazy for You, during the day, I would be recording our television series, our animated series of The Little Mermaid. We did 3 seasons, 36 episodes, I think about 14 original songs, and I had the absolute time of my life getting to do that series. So, of course, I am a huge Disney Channel fan. All right, well, are you ready for more surprises? We're going to surprise you with some of your favorite Disney Channel stars from the past and to the present. And it truly is my honor to introduce this next amazing Disney fan. And my super, super hype friend, who I love and adore so much, the incredible and talented Ashley Eckstein. So much. It's so fun when you get to work with your friends. It's such a gift.
Oh, come on, Jody.
Thank you. Let's hear it for Jody Benson. The most amazing and most deserving fan ambassador. She is incredible. Being up here and having the opportunity to host this panel really is a dream come true. Starting with being introduced by Jody Benson, and I've had the chance to tell her this, but she is the reason I wanted to be a voice actress. I wanted to be a part of a test audience for The Little Mermaid. My dad was a Disney cast member right here at Walt Disney World, and they asked for families who had young kids who could see this new movie, and they wanted our real reaction. And that's when I first understood that there was an actress behind the voice. And I looked her up, and her name was Jody Benson, and she is the reason that I am truly one of the main reasons I'm standing up here today, and I'm so proud to call her my best friend. Now, I grew up right down the street. Like I said, my dad was a cast member, and back in 1989, I got to go to a live taping of the all-new Mickey Mouse Club. Yes! Remember that. Did anyone ever get to see it? Okay, so that's also when it clicked for me, that these kids that were in my TV were actual real kids, and that I could be just like them. So that's when I decided I wanted to be an actress. And eventually, when I moved to California, I didn't want to win an Oscar, I didn't want to win an Emmy, I just wanted to be on Disney Channel. right? Okay, well, we're gonna get the nerves out real quick. And rapid fire, what's your favorite Disney Parks ride? Okay, that was here. The Avatar one. Yes.
The People Mover?
Guardians for sure.
Absolutely.
Indiana Jones at Disneyland.
Soon we're gonna get it here at Walt Disney World. Okay, that could be you, girl. Okay, so one more rapid fire question, just get the nerves out. What is your favorite decom? Or, okay, you have your choice. Either your favorite decom, or if you could play any other character other than your own, what would it be?
Okay, actually, this is not Disney Channel, but it's on Disney Plus. I love Hamilton, have always loved Hamilton. I think George Washington or Alexander.
Me too. It's adorable, that one.
And I really love Wendy Wu.
I think my favorite growing up was the famous Jen Jackson. I think that was airing right around the same time as we started filming this Wire. I'm living Jen Jackson. I'm living this is the life I'm doing.
That's so cool. That's so cool. So everybody,
I'm a huge Teen Beach and Austin Alley person, so anything that has Josh Lynch, I'm there for. Yeah, it's always been my dream to be a musician, so I feel like I'm living the dream, and I'm so grateful.
Awesome. Neil and Megan.
Someone needs to fix my microphone.
You know what? I think we need more sound on Mia's mic. I hear y'all, right? I got you. No. Okay, we're gonna work on that. Because we didn't talk
like the
much
star.
about Charlie, so we gotta hear your voice.
Stop silencing Mia.
This is better. Okay, I said Hannah Montana.
Denise, what about you?
Definitely, it would be so much fun to play Lizzie McGuire, and then also Lizzie McGuire the movie.
Absolutely. That's what dreams are made of.
Because I'm 80 years old, I grew up watching like Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck cartoons. Like my Saturday morning was that. And then I feel very seen by Justin Russo's anxiety and like rule following obsession. So I think I feel like I kind of am him already. So that's
I love it.
It's a transition for me just to be. But then I would also have magic, so that'd be cool.
I love it. Well, okay. Now it feels good, right? We have a lot to dive into on this panel. So let's see. Okay. Now that we warmed up, Sway, I'm coming to you because we're gonna talk about Zombies 4: Dawn of the Vampire. Okay, debuted this summer, and it has quickly become one of the most popular franchises on Disney Plus. So Sway, you joined the Zombies family in the latest installment. What has this summer been like for you?
I'm still pinching myself that this is reality. I grew up a Disney kid. I grew up watching Monique on my screen, so it's insane to be here. I mean, all of these people I actually grew up watching. So yesterday we went to Disney, and I had to get past the fact that she was Charlie. And I was like, okay, Mia, yeah, we're friends. That's crazy. Anyways, I grew up watching the Zombies franchise. I grew up loving Meg, loving Milo, and just practicing the dances in my living room. So now knowing that there's other kids practicing my dances in their living room is one of the most surreal things to me. I'm so grateful that I get to be part of representation at Disney Channel. It means a lot. And I'm so grateful for all the incredible feedback. And yeah, this is really the place to be.
the music and dancing really ups the ante in the film. What has the reaction been like this summer to the music and dancing? Because I will tell you, my niece and nephew, they are 7 and 9, and they've seen all the zombies films, and they were breaking it down for me, and they specifically called out the music and the dancing. So what has the reaction been like?
Yeah, it's such a huge part of the movies for all 4 of them. Especially in this one, we were filming out in New Zealand, and our incredible choreographer, Draco Johnson, he did not hold back. I've been dancing since I was 2 years old, so it's been a hot minute now. And even I was struggling. I mean, we were out there dancing in the sands and like the real locations, and everything you saw was mainly not green screen. So I think that just made this movie so real, and I think it really just gave this movie a different touch that we haven't felt from the other movies, and I think that's what really makes it stand out. And the music too, we got to sing our heart outs, and I grew up a theater kid, so for me, getting to experience that on a film set, on movies that I grew up watching, was very amazing. I got to, all of the training that I spent so much money on, my parents were like, finally it comes to use. So, yeah, I think it was special for me and my entire family.
Awesome, awesome. Well, speaking of musical theater training, your fellow castmates have gone out on tour for the Descendants Zombies World Live Tour. Has anyone seen it? Yes. All right. Now, have you seen it, Sway?
I have. I was at Madison Square Garden. We were there together.
I thought you too.
It's so special. I was there not as somebody in the franchise. I was there as a true, genuine fan. I think a lot of people were also confused. I think a lot of people had watched the movie, so they were like, oh, that's Vera. But then I was like jumping up and down like a crazy human, and they were like, is it Vera? So it was so special for me to like sing my heart out and watch my friends just absolutely shine. Every single one of those people in that cast and the dancers were so talented. They're putting their heart and soul into this tour. It is so good. If you haven't had a chance to see it, there's a few more shows. I'm not quite sure the schedule off the top of my head, but it is so good. It is incredible. You just live your childhood dreams out. And because I know I've seen a lot of TikToks where it's like, I'm 17 or like I'm 30. Like, am I too old to go to the tour? You're never too old to be excited. So I would say.
Well, we hope to see you on tour next time. Let's hear it for Sway. Now let's go back to where the love of DCOM franchises began, full of wildcats and scholastic decathlons and dancing in the East High cafeteria. So without further ado, let's talk high school musical. The legendary Bonnie Coleman is here today. Legendary and beautiful and all of the adjectives. She's just an amazing human. But before we talk, let's take a look back.
So my watch is 7:45, Mountain Standard Time. 6?
Whatever.
Alright, then Mara, go look lunch break exactly until 5.
Yes, Jeff, we're go. But we're not Charlie's Angels, okay?
I can dream, can I?
So, we want the fourth movie to feel authentic. A little bit more grounded and absolutely accessible to new generations.
So, what's the plot of this movie, you ask?
We did, but I was going to.
Okay, it is our 15-year high school reunion. My character, Chad, is married to Taylor.
I want to know, what was the moment, and was there a moment when you realized how big this franchise was?
Wow. You know what's funny is I feel like I'm still realizing it because it has lasted multiple generations, and that is incredible. You know, yes, truly. You know, to still be here after all this time. You know, I think the first time was we were invited to New York, and our itinerary when we left Los Angeles was like, oh, you're going to get Good Morning America, and you got an interview with like 10 people. And by the time we left there, we were on Good Morning America, the Today Show. We were Teen People's 25 Pod Stars under 25. I'm watching kids wearing our t-shirts, a bus drives by, and I'm like, wait, are we famous? And that's literally what it was like. But now moving forward, you know, just seeing the impact that fact that High School Musical, the musical, the series, was able to live and have an entire world of its own based on the franchise has really just been an incredible moment for me to just see the everlasting impact.
Well, speaking of... Oh, what'd you say?
We love you!
I love it. I love it. See, this is like our living room. Just let us know which one to say. Okay, so speaking of East High and High School Musical, the musical, the series, what was it like to return?
Oh my gosh, it was so emotional. I literally felt like I was going back to my high school, and just when we got there and going back to the cafeteria, like these were such foundational memories. Although I wasn't actually in school at the time, I definitely consider the cast to be family forever. And getting to go back and see not only the impact that we made, but also just the evolution. If you go back to the original High School Musical movies, they're talking on sidekicks and flip phones. I mean, just technology alone has changed so drastically. Everything that happened after the Decathlon, like none of that would have happened now. We wouldn't, have the screen. And so the fact that there's almost like a vintage feeling to it, and it hasn't even been that long, is really just incredible. And every single cast member genuinely blows me away. Like I am so in awe of this next generation of talent, not just how they present on screen, but who they are as people. And there's one thing I want to share. I remember being on set, and there was a moment where everything was getting a little bit like anxious or rowdy. And Tim Federle, who's the director and creator of High School Musical, the musical, the series, and it's just an incredible man, instead of rising above everyone else, he actually asked us all to be quiet. And in my 30-something years of being on sets, never had I ever had a director take a moment for mindfulness. It wasn't a moment where we were, rallying everybody or being aggressive. It was a moment where we all just took a pause, took a moment, gathered ourselves, and then moved forward. And it made me realize that we as individuals have the power to change our industry. And the way that it was is the way that it has to be moving forward. And those are like pivotal moments that can reshape how we look at entertainment and how we look and respect one another as entertainers.
Y'all, she's also just an amazing human. Just an amazing human being. We've actually had the chance to do some work together, some charity work, and she's just such a bright light. Talking about you, so you're not here, but I can't.
Honestly, that was true.
Thank you. Okay, as we've talked about before, and I know being a part of something like the Star Wars franchise, it changes your life, and it's with you for the rest of your life. So how has the High School Musical franchise changed you?
Ooh, I feel like it gave me the platform that unlocked my purpose. I really centered my ambition and my artistry and myself as an actress for so long. And High School Musical kind of exceeded that in many ways. It's about so much more than just the performances. It's about the message. And it allowed me to take the time that I needed to heal certain parts of myself that were seeking validation and seeking belonging in an industry that was never actually going to be able to give me that. And now, to have it as a home and a place that I can return to and feel so good about is just a blessing. And especially as a Black girl, who grew up at a time where it was really just Raven and myself to look up to, for there to be so many beautiful young people of color, and just the way that knowing that I have something to do with that, it's something that can't ever be taken away from me. It means so very much.
You're amazing. All right, well, we know Disney. One more time, let's hear it for Disney. Okay, well, we from Good Luck Charlie.
Hey guys, see you later.
You ready to travel somewhere?
Yes, to the mall. We're going to go shopping.
Shopping for what?
Girls. They just can't resist our adorable little sister.
I can't believe you use Charlie as girl bait. I'll let him do it. Without charm or personality, she's only play.
Thank you.
Just have Charlie back next week. I'm taking her to a birthday party at August Rock.
Oh, no problem. She'll take long. Hey, Charlie, see that thing I got you?
I love TJ. Well, she can say love.
Why not? But love gets me way more girls.
So Mia and Jason, what is that like to watch that back?
I mean, for me, it's so surreal. Like, obviously, I was so young that I barely remember a lot of it. But I've heard so many stories, and watching it back is truly like a family scrapbook. Like you said, I literally grew up with these people. They were my siblings for 5 years, basically. And so watching that back, like, it's a good warm feeling, and it makes me really happy to see.
Now, I want to know, do you have many memories from set? Because you were so young.
You know, one of my most clear memories is actually with Jason when we did the second baby race on the bikes. Remember that? And they picked me up and they're swinging me around. That's like my clearest memory. And then my second memory, that is like another really clear one, is funny enough the very last episode that we ever filmed, and we had like an after party kind of thing, and everyone was crying. We had a cake. I remember that. Yeah. Of course, the cake.
I think we need like a flash forward episode so we can meet you now. Jason, what about you? And also, have you had the chance to share memories with Mia of like, hey, you once did this?
Well, it's funny because watching that, it literally holding this person here, in my arms. Because I remember the first time, like, seeing you come on to set shooting the pilot. Your mom, Claire, is carrying you in swaddling cloths, and you're 9 months old. I have that such a clear memory of that in my head. And then what was, for me, so surreal was I saw you at Bridget's engagement party. And it had been like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years since we were done with the show. And so you looked at me like you knew you were kind of supposed to know who I was. You actually didn't know who I was. So I had this weird, kind of mourning moment of realizing, oh, that person that I knew, this child that I was carrying in my arms, isn't really the same person that's standing in front of me. Which was kind of mind-breaking, and it made me feel old, not in a bad way, but that's just a really unique experience that I have not really had up until that moment, which kind of broke me a little bit.
What is it like seeing the love for Good Luck Charlie continue? Because it's still, I still hear about the show all the time.
I mean, for me, it's awesome. That was so long ago, and people still love it to this day. People still come up to me and ask me about it. I think sometimes it's a little funny because, obviously, I'm so little, so I look so different. But it's awesome today. People still love it.
It's really, it makes you feel very special when the fact that I've been over 10 years since we were done with the show, and obviously we're here and people are excited to see us, and I still get people that see me in my life and say, oh my God, you're my childhood. That A does not get old, at least for me. It is such a mind-blowingly special thing that I got to be a part of, that people are still engaging with. And even they're still fun. I've had 13-year-olds who come up to me oh my God, I love the show. It's not on the channel the way that it was back then. They're finding Good Luck Charlie on Disney Plus, which was mind-blowing to me. But yeah, I feel so lucky to be a part of something that's still resonating with people to this day. No question.
Well, and Mia, I also love, I feel like, yes. Charlie. That has to be so cool, because I feel like now that you can remember and you know what's going on, you get to have the recognition for this series that you literally grew up on. What is that like now?
I mean, obviously, so I still go to school. I go to high school, public school, and I think that kind of made me recognize like my freshman year. I come in my fourth period class, and some senior comes up to me and says, I remember you, like, if you need anything, like, come talk to me. I know who you are, boss. Like, you know who I am, okay? And it's just, it's so weird. Like, so many people know who I am, but I don't know them. I think that's a really surreal feeling.
Yeah, I can only imagine. An entire generation knows you and watched you grow up, literally on TV. Now, do you all keep in touch? Jason, do you keep in touch with the other cast members?
Yeah, mostly Bradley. He and I will pop up on social media doing random stuff together. I go to Eric's house for poker every now and then. I don't see Bridget or Lee as much. They're not. I don't know where they moved to other places around the country. They're doing great things. But no, I see Bradley probably the most.
And Mia, have you gotten to know the cast?
Yeah, we've met up a couple times. I again haven't seen Bridget or Lee in so long, but we're gonna see them soon, right? We're gonna see everyone soon. Yeah, we're excited for that.
That's awesome. Well, Jason, it seems like the role of Big Brother was fitting for you, because not only did you star in Good Luck Charlie, but you were also in Corey in the House, Catching Pete, and one of our favorite DComs, Minutemen. Do you have just a favorite Disney Channel memory?
Can we pick one? I mean, being here in Orlando does remind me of doing the Disney Channel games. The most fun. It was funny, we were at the Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween party and saw multiple people decked out in full Disney Channel games regalia, which was awesome. But that was such a special. I mean, Monique was there also.
Oh, and I was, yes. That was
just so games all day long, and then go to the parks and do the same thing the next day. It was like camp for all of us. Because we know each other and see each other. We had to really spend time with each other. That was just such a cool experience for sure.
Well, Disney Channel, if you want to bring back the Disney Channel games. Star Wars Rebels was once on Disney Channel. Okay, well, it's safe to say you are a huge part of the Disney Channel family. But another favorite family for the Disney Channel is the Russo family. Here's a generation of Russos and Wizards, and Wizards Beyond Waverly Place. Now, Denise, last summer, you hadn't premiered yet. It was literally, we have to say it's coming soon, and now you're here, and season 2 is about to premiere on September 12th on Disney Channel and October 8th on Disney Plus. So, but before we talk to Denise, let's take a look.
Roman? Milo?
Oh, new wizards.
This is the place.
Ellie needs a teacher who believes in her.
Whatever comes next, we'll face it together.
Whoa! I told you to bring me here. A good idea.
And that's something I always needed.
Perfect. Here we go.
There's no such thing as wizards.
When there's a problem, we fix it together.
What are we doing now?
I have no idea.
Please don't be shut up. Hey! No siblings left behind! There's a wizard over here! I'm going to be so mad if he has powers and I don't. New level unlocked. It took you long enough.
Ready for what comes next?
Russo's always right. Everything is enough. Honestly, I knew it was coming.
Denise, I'm just so excited for you and so happy for you. What has this last year been like?
It's been crazy, honestly. It's been
You know, I know the feeling if you create something, but then you have to keep it a secret, and then it's such a good feeling when you can finally share it with the world. So what's everyone's reaction been like?
It's been pretty positive, actually. I've had a few people, they'll like come up to me and be like, oh my gosh, I loved you. And Wizards, like I remember I went to Sky Zone with my little sister, and these two little girls had like ran up to me and gave me a hug and said, Billy! And I was like, oh my gosh. I didn't know that like people knew it like that. So just that moment I felt really proud because I remember seeing I remember going up to Celebrity when I was younger and I was like just in total shock. So just the fact that like it just feels crazy that like I'm in that position that I was looking up to when I was younger. It just feels insane. And it feels great.
Now, what was it like returning for season 2? What was it like returning for season 2?
Oh my goodness, it was crazy. Especially because when we were waiting to hear if we got picked up or not, it took like 8 months. So we all were like texting each other in our group chat. We was like, guys, are we good? I'm scared. So I was actually at vocal lessons with Taylor. She plays Winter on the show. And we got an email and they were like, hey, we need you to jump on this Zoom real quick. You and Taylor have to jump on Zoom real quick. This is very important. And it was from our Wizards production, so we were nervous. At first we were thinking like, oh no, we didn't get picked up. So like, Taylor and I were low-key about to cry, but it's okay. And so we went to a room and they basically told us that we got picked up. And literally, it felt like all clouds went away and everything just turned to rainbows. We were like jumping for joy. So that was very fun.
And now Selena Gomez returns this season. What was it like having her on set?
A blessing. She's such a light. She always makes sure that we're all okay. She's a very selfless woman, and she just cares so much. So much. She's one of those people, if you ever feel any negative way, or you just feel really down in yourself, it's like she automatically knows and she just uplifts you, and she just brings this radiance in any room that she walks into.
Amazing. Well, let's hear it for Jimmy. And we cannot wait to watch season 2. Now, we have a lot more hijinks, but speaking of hijinks, Jake, I love you. I remember when I first moved to LA, I was fresh in LA, and there was a giant building, and the whole building was wrapped in a Lizzie McGuire poster, and that was my welcome to LA. Lizzie McGuire was my show. I didn't miss an episode, and we all remember you as the cheesiest Disney Channel brother of all time.
I was a little angel. What are you talking about?
Well, let's take a look at some of the hijinks that you were up to.
Tell you, Lenny, the hijinks worked great. I did exactly what you said, but I used my sister instead of a hamster. Lenny, I gotta go. Hey, if you want to know what's good for you, you won't talk to me, you won't look at me, and you pretend that you don't know me. Forever? Or forever?
And also, that phone, that cordless phone, did not make me feel old at all.
It's just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Jake, what was your favorite memory on set during the Lizzie McGuire days?
Man, I don't know if I can narrow down one memory from being on set. I think just the whole experience too, because we really had no idea the phenomenon that it would become. Do we have anyone who's seen Lizzie McGuire yet? But honestly, just the fact that it's become such a staple memory for people, even something almost like a comfort go back and watch the show or the movie.
1000%.
I think to me, I love it.
Lizzie McGuire holds up. Like, in the Lizzie McGuire movie, don't even get me started. I run to the dance floor when This Is What Dreams Are Made Of.
You can't go anywhere without saying, hey now.
Okay. That'd be great. Alright, Matt, okay. Were you similar to your character, or were you completely different? Were you the angel child, or were you a little mischievous?
I plead the fifth. I think Matt and I, in some aspects, were the same. I mean, I filmed that from age like 9 to 12, and it was just me having a great time. I had the best job on Disney Channel. I got to show up every day and do some weird stunt or prank or something. I was living the dream, for sure.
You really were. You really were. So speaking of living the dream, Jake, do you have a favorite Disney Channel memory?
Favorite single memory from Disney Channel? I think my favorite memory is honestly just the friends that I've made along the way working with Disney Channel. Because Jason is a very, very good friend of mine. We worked with each other on Corey in the House, and we've been great friends ever since. You guys are Corey House fans. And I think that's honestly what it has been. Yeah, just the friends along the way.
And I also love, it's not just during your time on Disney Channel, it's your whole life. I mean, we are so honored that you're here with us today. Thank you for coming back. And to the new generation, I hate to say it, but you're stuck with us. I hope you'll accept that invitation.
Sure.
Okay, well, Jake, thank you so much for being here. Let's hear it for Jake Thomas. And last but certainly not least, an absolute icon, and she's just getting started. Let's hear it for Michael Harris. You are nothing short of iconic. Being alongside literally a Disney Channel legend that is Raven Simone, you also are your own royalty as the voice of Princess Ariel in Disney Junior's Ariel the Little Mermaid. Let's take a peek.
Okay, let's see what we've got. And now comes the fun part. We get to name all the things we found. I wonder what this is used for. Flounder, that is flapper. What's a flapper? It's kind of like a flapperdoodle, but smaller. See? Ah, see there on your head. Exactly.
So, Michael Michelle, you are an Emmy winner for your work on Raven Simone. Let's hear it for Michael. Congratulations so much. I appreciate it. Now, what makes Disney Channel feel like home to you?
I think what makes Disney Channel feel like home is the fact that, well, first of all, I grew up on it. I think that not only did I just grow up on Disney Channel, but I grew up around all the entire umbrella of Disney. My first series regular role was Mix-ish on ABC. And I feel like that's where I first learned what being on a TV show meant. And so now, being on Raven's Home with my auntie Ray, and being what the children of today sees on their TV as Ariel is just really, really surreal for me. And so I think what makes Disney Channel home is the fact that I've been here for a long time. But yeah, it's really amazing.
You moved in. It's well established. You decorated your room. You got your home to home at this point. Okay, so from Raven's Home to Ariel. Now I just geeked out because I saw you get a picture of Jodie Benson back there.
I did.
What is it like? Because you sing a lot as Ariel. So what is it like to do all the music?
It has been incredible. From a very, very early age, my mother can tell you I annoy her with all of my later songs. But I think now that I full circle. I've always been a music fan, like I said. I know every single word to Hamilton. Quiz me, I don't. But I think doing the music in this series has just been like, wow. And it's an amazing music. Not only is it music, but it's amazing Disney Channel music. There are amazing songs. Obviously, we have the High School Musical, but millions of other songs from Disney Channel. And I think that a lot of these really not compete, because we don't compete on Disney Channel. We're all family here. But I'd say they're really up there. They're like my mom dances to every single song, and so do I.
There you go. I can attest. It's a great show. I've got lots of pieces, so we definitely watch it. Now, it was just announced you're adding a new show to your resume. It was just announced that you will guest star in the new Disney Channel comedy series, Vampirina Teenage Vampire. Who's excited for this? Can you tell us about your character, Ruby?
Yeah, so Ruby is kind of my mischievous alter ego almost. Ruby is an imp who comes to spoil the plans of Vampirina and her friends. And playing on Vampirina was incredible because as soon as I got there, I felt like I'd been there. I felt like I was there regular because that entire cast, not a singular person, was unwelcoming. And the moment I got on set, it was like, wow. I still get texts from Kenzie, who's the main character who plays Vampirina. I send her pictures of all the ads I see for Vampirina, and she shows me videos that she finds me on her For You page on TikTok. It was just an amazing experience, and I was really lucky to be a part of that cast.
That's awesome. Well, I can't wait to see you. And we're also, Denise, we're going to see you. So you had the special opportunity to do a classic Disney Channel crossover episode. So there's a Wizards Beyond Waverly Place and Vampirina Teenage Vampire crossover episode. So what was your reaction like when you learned that you were going to do that?
I literally felt so honored, especially because, growing up on Disney Channel, those were always like my favorite episodes, were the crossover episodes. So I really love the crossover with Jessie and Austin and Allie. I love it. So I felt so happy to know that I was going to be on the crossover, and Kenzie and Faith and Milo and Sean and Jiwon, they're all amazing. And like piggybacking off of what Mimi said, literally the most sweetest cast ever. They just make you feel at home. They have such a warm embrace. And I felt so blessed to be a part of it, and I'm really excited for everyone to see it.
Awesome. Well, we have a sneak peek for everyone today. I can't wait for everyone to watch Vampirina Teenage Vampire, which premieres this fall with a new series, Electric Bloom, and the return of Wizards Beyond Waverly Place. Here's a special look at some of the exciting things to come on Disney Channel.
Let's do this. Who wants to be a band? I'm down. I love that idea. Time to have an adventure with my two best friends. Yeah! We can really be something. Yay! We're staying and I have a huge secret. This place is going to catch a vampire. You can't stay here. These humans are my friends now, and I'm following my way. I thought your back, and I thought yours.
Your number one student is here. If I'm not the best, I don't know what makes me special.
You're always going to be special.
You're a sister.
One friendship with an unbreakable bond. Better together. Be nice. Be home. That's my jam.
Thank you so much to all of our amazing panelists for being here, for sharing your memories with us today. But before you leave, we have a final treat, because we have to celebrate one of the most special pieces of Disney Channel, which is the Wand ID. Let's take a look.
This is like a big tradition, okay? Here we go.
I don't know the shirt, but they were all good.
Welcome, travelers. It's time for yet another adventure with Disney Around the Globe. Please welcome back your globe-trotting guide, the director of the Walt Disney Archives, Becky Klein.
So much fun to be back. I left the bagpipes backstage and they're having a lovely time. But I'm so happy to be out here today and to share some more Disney around the globe. Today we're going to start with some Disney connections to the country and rich storytelling in China. I'd like to start right here at Walt Disney World, where the China Pavilion stands as a work of art at Epcot. For architectural inspiration, the Imagineers looked to the Imperial Palace in Beijing's Forbidden City, and specifically the Temple of Heaven Park. Now here's a design secret that I find fascinating. Bear with me now because there's some serious math here, but we're gonna explain it and see if I can make it through this. Here's the Hall of Prayer for Good Harvests, and you should all recognize it if you've been to Epcot. It features architecture of precise geometrical relationships. So as an example, the numerical ratios that are built into the structure, there are 2 different columns, say one might be 3 units in size and the other 5, and that creates a 3 to 5 ratio. Now this and other odd numbered ratios were reserved for the vertical columns of their architecture, or heavenward measurements. Meanwhile, even number ratios were reserved for horizontal or earthly measures. Now, that sounds complicated, but what it means is that these particular geometrical ratios are uncommon in most Western architecture, but they align with Chinese architectural customs, and they help visitors feel that it's an authentic and it's a real connection to the cultural design of China. You don't understand it particularly, but you feel it, which is amazing. Now, of course, since the development of Epcot, we have debuted 2 parks in China. We debuted Hong Kong Disneyland, which celebrates its 20th anniversary on September 12th, and Shanghai Disneyland, which turns 10 next June. Can't believe that. I absolutely can't believe that. So here are also some of the earliest admission tickets that we have for each park. And these are now part of the Archives collection. One of the ones I want to point out to you, the blue one there with Mickey on it is from Shanghai Disneyland. And that's the very first ticket to Shanghai Disneyland. And Bob Iger collected it on opening day and brought it to the Archives. So we really appreciated that. So I'm going to turn from parks now and go to the world of Disney film. The first Mickey Mouse cartoons were released in China in 1929. That was just months after Mickey debuted here in the U.S. And in the 1930s, Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs had a major release in Shanghai in that country. And that was only in 1938, so it was just literally right after it debuted here in the U.S. as well. That same year, a young Chinese artist by the name of Tyrus Wong joined the Disney studio to work on animated shorts. But he quickly moved into feature films after presenting stunning landscape concepts for another project that is currently underway called Bambi. As his fellow artists pointed out, Tyrus established the film's color schemes along with the overall look of the forest, and he established a very poetic feeling that had eluded the artists at Disney for a very long time. His work created a standard that would be looked to by the entire production team, and from animators and special effects animators to musicians. And though Tyrus only worked at the Disney studios for 3 years, his impact on Disney animation endures to this day, and he was named a Disney legend in 2001. Yes, glad for that. Tyrus, called Tyrus, and if you haven't seen it, please do. Now I want to fast forward to the 1990s, when several years after starring in Hollywood Pictures' The Joy Luck Club, Disney legend Maid-Na Wen was selected as the speaking voice for Mulan in the 1998 animated film. Mulan was produced primarily right here in what was then called Walt Disney Feature Animation Studios in Florida at Walt Disney's Hollywood Studios. Great stuff made here. please welcome one of the supervising animators on the film, Aaron Blaze. You want to tell us a little bit about what you did to make that film?
Who's that guy?
The guy come on here.
Well, it was amazing to be able to work on Mulan. I mean, I had to do Yao, and I had to do the ancestors, which was great. So I got to talk like this all the time. So it was awesome. But one of the biggest things to give the film authenticity was all the research that we did. I mean, we went to China, we studied the culture, especially with Mulan. It took place at a specific time, in a specific era. And so we wanted to make sure that we got everything right from the costuming and everything else. So it was that authenticity that we really strive for.
So you did a lot of research to get that authentic feel.
Yeah, so if we go to the next slide, I wanted to talk a little bit about, I went and I spent a month in China. And one of the things I was talking yesterday, I always, being the artist that I am, I always bring my sketchbook with me, carry it with me everywhere. And one of the wonderful things about sketchbooks is when you sit down and you observe and you start to draw, you become hyper-aware. And everything goes into your brain. It's not just what you're drawing. It's the sights, the sounds, the smells. These pictures of the dogs, I drew the dogs when I was sitting outside the Great Wall. And I remember I was drinking a cup of coffee. I remember it was a breeze blowing. I remember all these things. And those things you bring back with you when you go back to create your films and your stories.
I find it amazing that you had coffee in China.
Coffee everywhere.
That's wonderful. And these are gorgeous sketches. Thank you for sharing.
Well, thank you so much.
So thank you so much. That was just a quick little trip to China with both of us, and we're so excited to be here and so happy that we can share some cultures from around the world. So next time I see you, we'll be in France.
Thank you, everybody.
Think you know Disney castles? Think again, as Imagineers are about to share behind-the-scenes details and little-known facts from castles around the globe during Beyond the Spires, an insider look at Disney castles. Our panel host is the creator of Challenge Accepted, with over 5 million subscribers on YouTube. She has trained with the Secret Service, FBI, and even mastered Harry Houdini's deadliest magic trick. In one of her recent episodes, she spent the week alongside Disney Imagineers to see what it takes to bring our parks to life. Please welcome Michelle Connery.
Thank you. I'm back. And like many of you in the audience, I love Disney, obviously, especially the Disney parks. And to me, the most iconic symbol of a Disney park is, of course, the castle. Raise your hand if you've seen a castle in person. I feel like that's every single person here. Everyone back here outside is awesome. Well, Imagineers have built 6 castles around the globe, and each castle serves as a backdrop for memories, whether it's a proposal, an anniversary, family vacations, or once-in-a-lifetime trips. Imagineers put years of ideation into design exciting castle, and I'm very, very excited about today's panel because we are so excited to get a behind-the-scenes look at what it takes to make a Disney castle come to life. So, let's get started. Please welcome our panelists, Executive Producer Wyatt Winter, Executive Creative Director Jason Grant, Art Director Katie Gibbs, and former Executive Creative Tom Morris. Let's go, Jason. Please, Tom Legend. All right, thank you all for being here today. I've been geeking out so much with you backstage about the history of castles and how all of the magic comes together. I'm so excited to share with everyone here in the audience. So each of you has had personal experience working on many groundbreaking imaginary projects, but today we want to hear all about castles. And also, dispel some castle myths, but more in depth than run-of-the-mill. The Cinderella Castle at Disney World is taken apart for hurricanes. We all know that is not true. And instead, we're looking for a best of the best.
Some of our most inspiring moments, you may say.
There you go, Jason.
That's Julia.
Exactly. All right, well, let's dive in. I would like to first start with the absolute basics for those of us who are not Imagineers in the room. How do you build a castle?
Yeah, so Imagineers start researching castles. Obviously, castles have been around for centuries. Ours are a little different. You gotta modernize old castles and a lot of different materials and uses. So instead of bricks and stones like some of those early ones, fiberglass, steel, concrete, and I venture to guess a lot of those early castles didn't have Bibbidi Bobbidi boutiques or telephone operating rooms inside them either.
So, in fact, Imagineers were inspired by many different architectural influences in castles, and I want to dispel the whole Neuschwanstein story. Yes, part of Disneyland Castle is inspired by Neuschwanstein, but at some point in time it was decided that it needed to look a little less like Neuschwanstein because someone rightly predicted that Neuschwanstein Castle would eventually end up on calendars and on jigsaw puzzles, and it would become too familiar. So it was felt that it needed to be Frenchified a little bit, and something very unusual resulted from that, which was the architect who was the actual architect on record of the Disneyland Castle. We just found this out. He was a driver with Walt Disney in World War I. One of the ambulance drivers, and Walt befriended him. Walt noticed that in his spare time he was always drawing old ruins and old Gothic cathedrals and castles. And Walt went back to the United States, but this architect, his name was Roland Hill, he stayed in France and he studied at the Beaux-Arts in Paris and got his architectural degree there, went back to the US, Depression hit, so he went to work for the different film studios. And so 20 or 30 years later, time to do Disneyland's castle, and Roland Hill, by coincidence, is on the 20,000 Leagues film shoot, and he's brought over to WED to work on the castle and to get it more of a French influence. And so you'll see little bits and pieces of French Loire Valley castles integrated into Disneyland's castle, including that very famous Viollet-le-Duc spire that is there on the Sleeping Beauty castle. Many people feel Walt said, put it there. We don't really know for sure. It may have been Roland Hill.
Well, I love what you're saying about real-world influence. So I'm curious, is any part of the castle's functional?
There is. There's a very real-world function from old castles, drawbridge. So this is some footage that we recently found of the drawbridge testing at Disneyland. It's been officially used twice at the grand opening and also the reopening of New Fantasyland in 1983. As we were preparing for this panel, we actually reached out to Disneyland partners and asked them about it, and they were willing to lift up some of the rails and test it and show us today that it still works and functions if you wanted to.
And while here at Walt Disney World we may not have an amazing functioning drawbridge, we do have 7 of our own castles that I think puts us in the lead for castles at a Disney resort. We have 3 at the Magic Kingdom, Cinderella's castle, Prince Eric's Castle and Beast Castle. We have 2 at Epcot with Camp William and 1 at Norway. And then we have my favorite castles. Earlier, we always did Christmas photo in front of the snow castle. I love winter. And the other castle thing that we haven't really gotten into is how many are actually in It's a Small World. So there's quite a few in there as well. So we've got a lot of castles here at Walt Disney World.
Well, I'd love to talk a bit about Disneyland Paris. I got to go for the first time earlier this year, and I think that Paris might give some of the Walt Disney World castles a little bit of competition with the addition of a castle and a palace. So at the beginning of this panel, we mentioned we're going to give the audience some exciting news, and I think it's the right time to share an update on the Disneyland Paris Castle from the Disney Adventure World team.
Hi, D23. My name is Michel Bill from Walt Disney Imagineering Paris. And today I'm happy to share with you the latest from our construction site of the upcoming World of Frozen. Please take a look. Disneyland Paris is home to many castles, like our majestic Sleeping Beauty Castle and many others. But for the first time in forever, we are adding castles and palaces here in our second park in Paris. There is the elegant Arendelle Castle, which is inspired by traditional Scandinavian architecture. Disney Imagineers have just completed the installation of Elsa's Ice Palace on top of the North Mountain, the highest point of World of Frozen. With its height and scale, the Ice Palace, made out of more than 30 pieces, will for sure become a beacon that guests walk towards as they approach this new immersive area. Day by day, Arendelle becomes more lively. But behind the scenes in World of Frozen and our other experiences, there's still a lot to achieve. But one thing is certain, we will welcome our guests and fans to World of Frozen in the spring of 2000. What?
Frozen is coming in spring of 2026. That's very soon! Now, I'm sorry, who are you saying?
No, I'm saying we're going to have to talk to Michelle and see if we can get any more castles. Yeah, we have more castles. I can't believe it. Yes.
Well, staying with Disneyland Paris, Tom, I'd love to ask you about the design of the castle.
Okay, well, I was the show producer for Fantasyland in Disneyland Paris, and also oversaw the design of the castle at Disneyland Paris. And of course, it was challenging because Paris is like, when castles of France. There are over 40,000 castles, I found that out afterwards, they thought, that are in France, and so we didn't want ours to look like any one of those. Ours had to really stand out from the rest. So we actually explored a lot of storybooks and a lot of artwork from old books from the 18th century that the wonderful library at Walt Disney Imagineering has. And from that, we put together a style board and created a castle that was unlike any other castle that anyone can find in Europe. But we made sure to give it a little bit of a French accent, so it still looks French, but it looks like a French fantasy castle.
I have to ask about one of the details on the castle.
Okay.
Escargot, if you will.
Oh, yeah.
Why are there snails on the castle?
There's a rumor that kind of an urban myth has been created that the snails are escaping the French chefs that are inside. I hadn't heard that one. I was there when the idea was sprung on me, and Walt Disney always believed that if someone has a good idea, take it from anyone, regardless of what their position in the company is. And there was an architect who was one of the architects, actually a draftsman, working on it, and he drew up that spire with snails on it. And he said, what if we put snails on this spire? And I don't think he was expecting me to like it, but I thought it was a great idea. So I just said, let's do it. And that's the only story there is behind the snails.
Well, are there any other hidden Easter eggs that you and your team hide in the structures?
Yeah, absolutely. Imagineers love Easter eggs. So every castle is very unique and has a ton of detail, but we like to make nods to different cultures and different people.
Yeah, the mosaics that are inside of the Cinderella castle here, I don't know if anyone knows, but when Dorothea Redmond designed this, she included John Hench and Herb Ryman in the mosaic. That was something that we were taught really early on, and I just remembered it recently, and I hope it's a story that doesn't get forgotten, because that is actually a true story.
That's such a special way to, first of all, leave an Easter egg, but also tie in the artists to build these structures into the permanent history of the building. It's really beautiful.
Right, and also the Disney family crest appears on all of the Disneyland castles, or all of the Disney Magic Kingdoms. And but it wasn't originally so, because the Disney family didn't have their coat of arms. They didn't know what it was until they went to Lincolnshire, England, for the specific reason of getting more of their family tree history and also acquiring a good model of the coat of arms. So that was shipped back to the United States, and Disneyland made a modified sculpture of that coat of arms, and it ended up on Disneyland and then Walt Disney World. Disneyland Paris, we have it off on the side, and it's been included on all of the castles since then.
I love the links that y'all go to for every detail.
Yeah, one of my favorite is at Enchanted Storybook Castle in Shanghai. There's actually a set of swans at the entrance, and they represent the women in Walt Disney's life, which I think is really sweet. So there's one for his mother, Flora, one for his wife, Lillian, and two for his daughters. It's sweet.
It's really sweet. And now that we've mentioned the international castles, Jason, I'd love to hear from you. Can we talk about attractions in the castles, specifically in Tokyo?
Yeah, absolutely. Wyatt mentioned earlier, we build castles with a lot of things inside of them. And I talked earlier today about my first trip to Tokyo, and the two things I did was Mickey Mouse Review, and then the second one was the Castle Mystery Tour, because it was unlike anything. Oh, we have a Castle Mystery Tour. It was like anything that we had in any other castle, and I had to go see it. And Wyatt and I had a very similar time there, which was just so exciting to go into the castle and feel like you're actually in a castle.
Yeah, so here's some video for those that did get to see it in person, but you really walk through into all these little rooms, you got to see the story kind of untold. It was creepy, it was dark, totally different vibe. The underrated Horned King villain is in that animation. So it was a fun, different one. And I experienced it like right before it closed.
And for me, it was like, I remember when Black Cauldron came out when I was a kid, and it was so scary. I only watched it once, and then I wasn't sure if I could handle the space to face the Horned King. Obviously, I survived here today.
There's other creatures in there too, besides Horned King. There's dragons and some other things, right? Not the only dragon in castles.
Yeah, and speaking of dragons, nowadays the only castle that we have now with the dragon is the Chateau de la Bois, which is always a mouthful to say, and it means Sleeping Beauty Castle. And it's home to actually two attractions. There's a walk-around gallery where you see the story of Sleeping Beauty told through magnificent illuminated manuscripts, stained glass windows, and tapestries. And then downstairs in the dungeon, we have a dragon. We call that attraction the Tanye. And then I'm cut out because so I'll just use American terminology. The Dragon's Lair at Sleeping Beauty's Castle. See, now it works. It was really a unique thing to work on. And I think it's like 80 feet long and 30 feet high, and it was very much a challenge to tuck underneath that berm that we built next to the castle.
This photo makes me very nervous, by the way.
Don't try this at home.
This was one of my favorite parts of visiting the castle in Paris earlier this year when I went to see the PDX droids. I think there's something really special about how it's kind of hidden, but if you know it's there, you know, and so you feel like you discovered something special.
Right, it's very much intended to be a surprise. And it's kind of in the category of things that I guess you could call plussing, which is something that Walt Disney began the day after Disneyland opened, walking around saying, wouldn't it be better if we had something else here? This seems a little weak over here, let's add something. this looks unnecessary, people don't like that, so let's subtract that. But it's all part of this plussing and making better every day. So it's a living project, unlike the film.
I think a good example of that for us is a couple of years ago, Katie and I both got to work on Cinderella Castle Suite. It had opened for a while, and we went in there to do some rehab work, and a lot of it was driven by the work that Katie had done.
Yeah, it was a really exciting project. You know, we got to pick a new color palette, which, you know, was one of my favorite things to do. And then we got to add a lot of gold elements. We also added Cinderella's mice to it for a really great seek and find for our guests.
I just love all of these details. And what an amazing and beautiful term that plussing is, that it, you know, distinguishes the live experiences from the permanent source material of the film. And I'll be honest, you know, going back to the drawbridge we were talking about earlier, I only recently learned that this drawbridge was functional. I think that's incredible. I'd also like to talk about one of our favorite castle features, which are the nighttime spectaculars. Alright, we've got some show fans in the audience. And to do that, I'd love to bring out an expert from Disney Live Entertainment to talk a little bit more about that. So everyone, please welcome show director James Silson.
Hi.
James, welcome. Welcome to our Castles panel. My first question is how? How do you plan anything this big? Tell us everything.
Yeah, how much time do we have? Yeah, you know, I'm very fortunate in this company to get the chance to direct several spectaculars for Disney parks, Illuminate in Shanghai Disneyland, Momentous in Hong Kong Disneyland, and then right here in Walt Disney World, Happily Ever After. It's one of my favorites too, so I appreciate that. But you know, it always starts first, as anything that Disney does, which is with the story, right? We're storytellers first. We decide on the theme, we decide on, you know, what kind of message we want to deliver to our audience, right? Because this is that final kiss goodnight. This is that last dose of Disney magic that we give to our guests before they leave our parks. And so, you know, it's really important to us. But the next question that we ask is, you know, what role does the castle play in that story? Because this castle is the icon of the parks, right? Like that is what people are seeing when they enter, and that's what they're going to see as they're leaving. And so we really want to make sure that we don't lose the importance of that. And so, as an example, in Happily Ever After, we decided to make the castle really a character in the story. So, just like in that storyline, our characters go on this journey of pursuing their dreams and finding their happily ever afters, so too does the castle. You know, the castle dreams, the castle journeys, the castle has fun with friends. The castle, you know, discovers romance, faces adversity, and, you know, finds its happily ever after. And there are a couple of moments in that production that I think really exemplifies that. One is, as you guys have all seen it, so you know these moments. There's in the friendship section, there's a moment when the castle suddenly forms a mouth, right? They start singing along. That's what friends are for. Right there, that is an example of how we personify the castle, give it a personality. And it feels right, and it feels right because in the beginning of the show, we allow the castle to have a personality, even if you're not really aware of it. And then another moment, my personal favorite, is during the adversity section. You know, we have a moment where the characters battle upon the castle, and the castle itself is really under attack. And in the aftermath of that battle, we're, as an audience, watching this castle, and we see this castle in ruins, in embers, and, you know, if you've been in that audience, it's silent, right? It's just this moment of everyone really emotionally connected, and yes, we're emotionally connected to the character stories, but we're really in that moment emotionally connected to the castle. We're relating to this castle, we're seeing this castle destroyed, and we want anything to see that castle come back to life, right? And then Mufasa makes his entrance, he says those iconic words, you know, remember who you are, and in that moment, the iconic castle comes back to life, and not only does it become what it once was, but it goes beyond that, and becomes greater than it's ever been in that moment of triumph as it arrives in happily ever after. So, that's a great example of how, emotionally connected we can be to these structures. And it's a real testament to the team here and teams that across the globe, the WDI teams who bring these castles to life. Because, truly, they are iconic masterpieces, but there's so much heart in them that we as an audience, I think, really connect with them as well. Telling the story of these castles is amazing. So.
Yeah, I'm also curious, when you were designing the show, maybe I'm getting too far in the weeds here, how do you do that from a technical perspective? Is it happening at the same time the castle is being built? Is it happening just after? How does that work?
Yeah, every single project is a little bit different. Obviously, Happily Ever After, Cinderella Castle's been here since the beginning, and there's been lots of different spectaculars that have taken place upon that castle. And so we had the luxury of going and testing content and seeing how that might register and read. But like an example, Hong Kong Disneyland, when we worked on Momentous, in that storyline, we wanted the castle to embody the timepiece and our characters to go on this journey of childhood into adulthood and beyond, and let that castle kind of be a representative of time passing. But the interesting thing was that there was no castle. Because in that moment, while we were designing the show, our Walt Disney Imagineering friends were designing and constructing the additional part of the castle that now has become the Hong Kong Disneyland castle that we all know and love. But it's a tremendous partnership. Our Walt Disney Imagineering team really helped us out, giving us 3D models to work with and digital models to work with. And so we were able to test that stuff in the digital space and then come to the location and see it come to life. I think the other thing that was really fun for me was to have the opportunity to connect on things like some of the materials on the decor side of what might take projection better. And so, the castle really, in that collaboration with WDI, really became a great canvas for us, which I think was really, really fantastic. The other thing I'll just mention just real quick is how that castle is constructed. You guys can probably see some of the video content playing here, but I was not a part of this. Walt Disney Imagineering friends were a part of this, but I got to see some of it and how it was built in modular pieces, and then each module was brought to the site and then installed individually as they kind of built the castle like building blocks. I'm pretty sure that's the first time that's ever happened. And what a successful venture that was. If you ever get a chance to see it in person, it is one of the most stunning castles I've ever had the pleasure of being around, and also obviously putting a spectacular on it. So really fantastic. And thanks to these guys.
Well, continue laughing, continue. Thank you so much for sharing all of that, especially how Disney Live Entertainment brings these castles to life. Let's give James another round of applause.
That was amazing. We were talking to James backstage, and I thought, wow, the way you guys do storytelling on castles is so remarkable. Sometimes we cook up things or make them up just a little bit differently, and with that, we'd like to take you on a journey of some unusual castle overlays. And this is the 25th.
Coming back.
As a designer, Tom and I were talking about this. As a designer, I love this thing. Sometimes designing is about, throwing caution to the wind, taking all the risks, getting a little crazy, and this thing does all three of those in spades. It's absolutely incredible. I didn't get a chance to see it in person. I remember my mom came back from vacation and was showing me the photos of the castle, and I was like, oh my God, it's 300 minutes. But I was like, oh my God, this is amazing.
I know, it still kills me that I didn't get to see this one in person. It's just over the top, audacious. Somebody did the math, but it was going to be like 55,000 tablespoons of cooking measurements. Yes. But it was just a fun overlay for it. But it wasn't the first birthday cake overlay. There was another one a couple years before that.
That's right. One day I went out to Paris on one of my business trips and walked into the park and saw the strawberry shortcake castle. And, well, there was a lot of debate, a lot of different opinions about it. Some people thought it was a delicious idea and other people thought it was distasteful. But the French folks really loved it. The audience, which is what counts, thought it was a grand idea. And the only problem was one day when I went out there, a few days later, and looked into the moat after there had been a rain, and there was the moat had turned pink. All the water was pink under this water. And so I'm sure that informed some of the procedure following that, how they would do the next beautiful cake castle.
And there's one cake that didn't get baked. This one's from the Walt Disney Archives. This was to celebrate Mickey's 60th birthday, and they thought, let's put a cake on the Carousel of Progress. So, I love this one because we all know the carousel keeps turning, and I keep thinking of this thing as like a cake display at a bakery. Like in my head, this cake also turns. It's not a static thing at all.
That would have been awesome.
That would be beautiful.
Well, can I ask what other castle overlays have existed, or maybe ones that didn't make the cut?
Well, we did build another one that was based on Festival of Fools, and that did make the cut. And this came out pretty much day and date with the Hunchback of Notre, which was an extremely popular film in France. It did very well. And so, hey, why not? As long as it's just for a few months, which it was. And people had a lot of fun with it, and I think it was very successful.
And this next one is one that didn't make the cut, like Michelle just talked about. This was for Disneyland's 50th. This is where Elliot was going to light some candles. And we think this is a Joe Lancisco drawing, which is funny because Tom and I were talking, we think Joe also did the Winter Castle that I was so impressed with at Winter Summerland.
And then there's one to celebrate Disneyland's 50th here at Walt Disney World. They did this version of it here with gold characters, all about it. And one of the fun things that I got to do is some of those characters still live on here in Orlando, but not on property. They are actually at Advent Health for children, possible for children, the Walt Disney Pavilion. And so we're able to reuse them, and they live on over there now.
And then there's one castle overlay to end all castle overlays. That's the one that wiped away the competition. This actually was like a serious and secret project. You're looking at the result right here. Alex Wright, who some of you may know, Disney engineer here in Florida, actually designed this Stitch TV castle, is what we called it at the time. And one morning I came into the office and I walked by his desk and I'm like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Get out of here, you're not supposed to know about this." And I'm like, "What is that?" So then later on in the day I came back and I'm like, "So do you have smaller rolls at the top from forced perspective and bigger rolls down at the bottom?" And he's like, "That's not funny." 2 hours later I come back and I'm like, "Are you doing single or double ply?" Hurricane rated materials, we probably want to go with double. And he's like, "You are not supposed to be talking about this." And then by the end of the day I came by and I'm like, "We're in Fantasyland, so it's definitely quilted, right?" You're going to luxury items. And by that time and like 2 days later, this was out in the park. It was really one of those moments where you're like, I actually Alex may be very specific, but it was fabric, and so it was up there so it could drape and not break away. It was not real toilet paper, but it was quite a conundrum for the people involved. Great idea, audacious, risky, checked all the boxes.
Awesome. That's incredible. I love the overlays, and I really think it's an incredible example of plussing on the castles like we were talking about earlier. And so to wrap this panel, I just have one last question. What do you guys think is the secret to a truly timeless and iconic look for these castles?
Yeah, I think it all comes down to paint and color design. All of our castles have its own unique color design, so it's not a one-size-fits-all. In fact, every castle is treated completely differently. So a good example of that is the stone on the lower portion of the castle. So for instance, here in Florida, we have 7 colors on the stone. And when we go to paint it, we actually number each stone. So it becomes an actual paint by number. And to get the perfect blend, which is really cool. And then another trick we do is that we tend to keep the darker colors towards the bottom of the castle, and the colors get lighter as you go up. And that creates the illusion that the castle is much taller than it actually is. Another thing we do is we use specialty paints. So think metallics, iridescents, and that it really evokes the feeling that royalty lives in these castles. And lastly, we use high-performance coatings on the roofs. And we have to do that to protect from the elements. But the cool thing that we do is we're able to do accelerated testing on all these coatings, so we know that they will stand the UV and the elements for at least 10 years.
So I think knowing this, and Katie's worked on the castle directly, and the paint is such an important thing. And today we want to introduce one new paint scheme that is coming here to Cinderella's Castle at Magic Kingdom. We are bringing back a classic color scheme to the castle. That really is the heart of this castle. So they'll be coming in the future.
I can't wait to take a picture in front of this refreshed castle. I think it's going to be such a treat. Thank you all so much for joining us today. And before you head out, if you enjoyed this panel, the team at Imagineering have even more to share about castles in the next episode of We Call It Imagineering, premiering September 8th on YouTube. So you know what they say, you gotta be sure to like and subscribe. But we're actually really excited to give you a sneak peek of that episode right now. But before we roll the clip, please join me in thanking all of our incredible panelists. Let's give them a
recognizes it as symbolizing dreams and aspirations.
These oval windows are not only just really pretty to look at, they also give a unique, very recognizable statement on the facade of this castle. You only have to show our guests here a picture of this castle once, and they will remember and identify this design specifically with Paris.
I'm here at Shanghai Disneyland, home to the beautiful Enchanted Storybook Castle.
Look at the beautiful terrace that's reaching out to the sky. It is reaching out to wishes and dreams and hopes.
We had a castle there, and then we said, we need something different. How did we approach building a castle on top of a castle?
Abu Dhabi is a city on the water, and so we're really excited about being able to incorporate water in the design of our castles.
We're taking our iconic castle to the sea with our newest ship, the Disney Adventure.
When you step into our park, you see the castle, and want that to be just that great moment.
We're always so excited to work on a new scheme for the castle. We updated the color every time we repainted it. We want to make sure that every guest that comes has the opportunity to get a really beautiful picture on it.
This is something that you can only experience in the park, the whole other level of the emotion, which is what we do here.
You won't want to miss this episode of We Call It Imagineering.
Peaceful.
Oh, I'm so happy.
We went to a party and I was doing prizes for them.
Okay, bye, Adam. Here, remember, pick up the cards. Okay, say bye, Adam. He's going to pick up the little one.
Going to get Harper.
Yeah.
Mom don't coming?
Yeah, she does. Okay.
Bye. Do you need to take anything else?
No, because I've got this today.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
I'm going to move on this side. Bye.
We feel good for a while.
I use the sharper pretzels. They're like this big. I'm like, I'm good. I have at least 6 months ago.
So we have Zoe. We're on 70
Bonjour, voyageur. The next stop in our journey with Disney around the globe is the land of romance and fine cuisine, France. To guide us on our tour, please welcome back the director of the Walt Disney Archives, Becky Klein.
Things are a little
I don't want to sound weird.
what's happening, but I'm going to France. Want to go with me? One of the most photographed and painted and written about and dreamed about and adored cities in the world, and one of my favorite places. But there's one Disney and Pixar film that gave us a whole new appreciation of France. And I think you know the one that I'm talking about. No, not Monsters, Inc. Yes, it's Ratatouille. In the 2007 film, Chef Remy finds himself at Cousteau's, the finest restaurant in Paris, named for the culinary hero of his, Chef Auguste Cousteau. Now, there were many real-world inspirations for Chef Cousteau, and one of them was Chef Paul Bocuse, an internationally acclaimed restaurateur. Now, you might recognize Monsieur Paul from a handful of popular French restaurants in the United States, including Chef Stéphane's, an Epcot staple since opening day. Now, there's Chef Bocuse on the right, see, and then you see the resemblance to Cousteau? He looks just like him. Next to Bocuse are fellow chefs Gaston Le Notre and Roger Verger, who together would introduce authentic French cuisine at Epcot. Now today, Paul Bocuse's son, Chef Jerome Bocuse, continues the family tradition, overseeing the restaurants in the France Pavilion. And that includes a restaurant called Monsieur Paul, which is upstairs above Chef Stéphane's. And it features some gourmet food and some lovely mementos of the Bocuse family honors. Now downstairs, the France Pavilion is also home to the Palais du Cinéma, which features one of the longest running films in Disney Parks history, Impressions de France. Fantastic film. In 2017, the film earned the Guinness record for the longest running daily screening of a film in the same theater. And that was in 2017. That was, quite a while ago. It's still running strong. So next time you visit, be sure to check out the lobby gallery of the theater. And there are some costumes on display there from the collections of the Walt Disney Archives. Very happy to have that exhibit there. And for the main film presentation, The Impressions de France was the very first motion picture to have its soundtrack recorded digitally. Did you know that? And then it was taken through every step of the digital mixing and editing process. Now, many of the real-world sites and landmarks that would later be featured in Impressions de France had inspired Walt Disney, who would take many creative cues from Europe and local storytelling including French versions of popular fairy tales. Now, depending on who you ask, the origin of the Cinderella story goes back to either 1st century China or Greece. But our 1950 animated feature was based on the story of Charles Perrault, who wrote his version in 1697, and it was his interpretation of that fairy tale. Perrault's version included elements like the fairy godmother, the pumpkin carriage, and the glass slippers. And when it all came time to adapt the Sleeping Beauty story to film in an animated feature, the Disney staff again looked to Perrault and his French adaptation, which was called La Belle au Bois Dormant. Now, for many Disney productions in the 1960s and early 70s, the studio turned for live-action entertainment to legendary entertainer Maurice Chevalier, who performed in Search of the Castaways, Monkeys Go Home, and the Aristocats, all of which featured songs by the Sherman Brothers. But what you may not know is the Sherman family ties to Maurice Chevalier go way, way back, even farther than any of those three films. In his very first American movie, Maurice Chevalier was in a film called The Big Pond by Paramount. And in it, he performed a hit song called Living in the Sunlight, Loving in the Moonlight. And that was written by none other than Tin Pan Alley songwriter Al Sherman, the father of Richard and Robert. Chevalier's influence on Disney extended well beyond his own lifetime. And when it came to voicing Lumiere in Beauty and the Beast, actor Jerry Orbach referenced in his words, "The archetypal Frenchman from the Maurice Chevalier mold is what he wanted to portray as Lumiere." To tell us more about the making of the 1991 animated classic, let's welcome the producer of Beauty and the Beast and The Hunchback of Notre Dame, both French classics, Disney legend Don Hahn.
That's beautiful. It's really beautiful. You know, as a little sidebar, backstage there are 100 amazing people in black t-shirts running this show, and they are brilliant. But right before it went on, yes, thank you to them. You have no idea what it's like back there. There's people running around. So right before it went on, somebody came running up to Becky and I and said, "Oh, by the way, right before you, a bunch of guys are going to run out with leaf blowers and toilet paper." And all you can say is, "Oh, okay." So anyway, at least it was 2-ply, so it was cleaned up easily. Hey, we went to France for Beauty and the Beast and did what the Imagineers just talked about, immersed ourselves in France. And here you see a picture of us. There's Glenn Keane on the right, Andreas Deja, a young Don Hahn in the background. And we drank coffee, and we went to the Loire Valley. And any of you who have been to the Loire Valley, you know it's just breathtaking.
Spectacular.
And we visited there to immerse ourselves in everything from the atmosphere to the weather to the multiple chateaus there. And in many ways, the chateaus appear almost literally like when Gaston and the Beast fight at the end of the movie. That's Chaumont, that giant chateau in the Loire Valley. Here's a little clip of us walking through the Loire Valley from long, long ago on our field trip. So Glenn Keane on the right, and very much like the Imagineers talked about, there's nothing like seeing the real thing. This is Chaumont, the beautiful chateau right on the Loire River, and we steal liberally from places like this because they're the real deal. And why wouldn't you? And so, and this was a very difficult part of the trip, having to stop and picnic on the banks of the river. There was some napping involved. There's Glenn, Andreas, Tomasito, there's me sketching. So it's a very challenging trip for all of us. There was wine involved. But we came home with pictures and images that still haunt me in a positive way. And I think when you see a film like Beauty and the Beast, or you see a castle at the parks, you really see these things and feel the authenticity of it. This is Chambord, where the roof is full of chimneys and spires, and it just felt like the right place for that fight to take place. So nothing like the real world to inspire the art of animation.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Now, you made another film in France, not just The Hunchback of Notre, but you filmed some other movies there.
No, Hunchback was great because we got to climb up in Notre Cathedral, but there's another film, and it is a fan favorite film that was animated in France, and has become like like the Rocky Horror Show or something. The title of the movie was a movie. Your son on screen is here, the amazing Jason Marsden. And the director of the Goofy movie, Kevin Lima, is here. Kevin, come on out. Have a seat, guys. We're going to talk some Goofy movie.
It's a Jason at home right now. How is everybody? It's D23!
You know, this weekend's been great. I'm just going to say that out loud. You guys have experienced something great this weekend, which we'll talk about, the screening of the Goofy movie. But how did it all start? I mean, Bill, there was first the Goof Troop, and you got involved in that. So tell us about those early days.
Oh, well, before the Goofy movie, I started doing Goofy's voice in January of 1987. And it was very few and far between jobs, actually. The first thing I did was called Mickey's Doggone Valentine. And I just had to do one line of ADR, or additional dialogue recording. It was to an old cartoon. And I'd never done that before. So I go into the studio, having never done this before, and have to replace a line of dialogue from, I assume, Pinto Colby from an old cartoon. And it was terrifying. And at the time, I met Tony Anselmo, the voice of Donald Duck, who was doing Donald on that same show. He was sitting there as an artist drawing and doodling Donald.
Yeah, he's brilliant.
And I thought to myself, I was so green, I thought, well, we don't have to draw these guys. And so it was just kind of like every month or so, and then Goof Troop came along, and after Goof Troop, about 2 or 3 years, they said, we're going to make a movie, and that's how it all started.
I'm going to pull in Kevin because you guys, Kevin is a brilliant filmmaker. You know, he's made little films like Enchanted and Tarzan. But back then, how did you get involved in this? What were you doing?
You know what I did? I asked. I wanted to be a director, and I had moved through the studio in a lot of different positions. I was an animator, a character designer, storyboard artist, and I said, I'd really like to direct. And they said, sorry, there's no room. They had the next 6 years planned. So I actually left the studio to follow some opportunities. And I got a phone call from the television division saying they wanted they were looking for a director for a Goofy movie. Then called the Goofy movie. But we changed it to 8 for some reason. So yeah, that's how it happened for me, and it all came from just asking.
I mean, that's a lesson in persistence and just asking. The whole process was not smooth. And if you want the granular details of this movie, tune into the Disney Channel and watch Not Just a Goof, which is an amazing film about how
the big joy is that you can see with hair.
Yes, which is lovely, really. So those early days of this film, Jason, Bill, you guys got involved, and this next slide is the younger, but equally handsome version of you guys.
I have a change of it.
We were all thinking that. Jason, how did you get into this film? What's your genesis story here?
I auditioned. They brought me in. They liked me over there at Disney. I had done some things with them before. Did Disney's Adventures of the Gummy Bears, some television. Yeah, there we go. Bouncing here and there and everywhere. And I got to meet Kev, and I was aware of Goof Troop. And in Goof Troop, Max was voiced by the amazing late great Dana Hill. And but for the future, I think they wanted more of an authentic male teenage sound. And I was 18 at the time, pretty close to being still a teenager. And they explained that Max was a little bit older than 12, kind of going through puberty. So I had all sort of like my product is I sound young naturally. I just pitched him up, gave him a little voice crack here and there, the whole puberty thing, and then maybe he'd be like his dad, every time he laughs. Yeah.
It was meant to be. It was meant to be. Kevin, who are these people? I know the guy on the right vaguely because he just spoke. But tell me about this moment.
So we were really lucky with this movie because we were able to get the actors into the booth together. That happens so rarely. So whenever we had the opportunity, Bill and Jason would record. I think we did most of your sessions together.
Yeah, we shared space a whole bunch for almost 2 years.
Yeah, so we brought in Kelly and Jason, and I think you have a little story about one moment.
Yes, the amazing Kelly Martin here is Roxanne. Let Roxanne. You remember the scene where it was in the end of the film where Max confesses his that he lied, and she still goes with him anyway. But he gives her a little smooch, and we're doing the scene a few times, and then Kevin's like, we're all adults here. Why don't you guys, Jason, why don't you go over to Kelly's microphone, and when you kiss, why don't you just kiss for real, and we'll capture the nervous, laughter afterwards. So I did. I went over there, and it worked. I was nervous. I think she was a little nervous too, and that's the take you hear in the movie.
Oh, very sweet. And Bill, did you kiss Jason?
He shook hands, and that's about it.
Yeah, that's appropriate. Bill, I think, wow, you had a lot asked of you during this movie. And again, go watch not just the Goof on Disney Plus to find out, but you often sing in these movies. And I remember working with you way back, and who knew that you guys sang, and kind of beautifully, operatically almost.
Well, you don't expect Goofy to be a great singer, so I felt pretty lax about that. So, okay, whatever he does, it's going to be okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, they just came in, we've done probably 20, 30 albums over the years, and all sorts of things. Usually Christmas songs, food songs, holiday songs, and it's just being kind of silly. But of course, the first thing we did on a Goofy movie was the songs, actually. The Open Road and Nobody Else But You.
Yeah.
And, I didn't know I could sing. I wasn't even in the choir in high school.
Really?
I was not in the choir, so they didn't know I could sing. So, but they just give you the songs, and you're kind of expected to go in and sing the best you can, and you do what you can.
Did you ever think you'd get like a platinum record being the voice of a dog?
It's so funny. My son's a professional musician. He's a drummer. My wife has a degree in jazz piano, and yet I'm the one with the gold record.
That is awkward. What a life we lead. Let's click on here to our next presentation. These are beloved people. Kevin, can you talk about, just creating this film, because we did it with an international group of animators.
We did. Because we had a much smaller budget, we had to figure out how we were going to put this movie on the screen. And one of the ways we did it was with a couple of satellite studios that we had at the time. And these are pictures from the Paris studio, actually. We started in LA. The big white roomed one is the Paris studio. And they animated most of the film there. And we had to figure out how how I was going to direct for the first couple of months, because I was in LA and they were in Paris, and we had no internet. There was no such thing as Zoom or FaceTime or any of that. So we had to come up with this way to do it. And what I did is I set up a video camera, and I taped myself going through the storyboards, page after page after page, doing all the expressions, doing the imitations of these guys. And we would put those tapes in the mail, send them to Paris. They would watch those tapes with an interpreter, and then I would get on the telephone and we'd talk about any questions they might have. And that's how we did it for the first, I'd say probably 6 months before I could get over to Paris, where I worked with them for a year.
Wow.
On the movie.
Great artists over there, because we used them later on pretty much every film, Hunchback, everything, and they're brilliant. Let's go on to the next one and just kind of see our kind of progress in the making of the film. Here's exactly what Kevin described. A clip from him pitching the story on video.
Place it underneath the can. The can. I know it's an impossible thing to do, making a cartoon. So get away with it. So we thought we'd play off the silence of the moment of the two of them waiting, and they both turn away, like they catch each other looking at you.
What's so funny? I danced. Huh? Don't tell me you don't remember my dancing.
And this is a real endearing thing for Goofy. It's a real nice memory.
You used to spell things out using letters like hi Dan or Maxie or... And extras? Yeah, that's... No little words like... hasta la vista? Like bye-bye.
Or I pledge allegiance. And Goofy doesn't catch himself.
Oh, I love you.
And he realizes that maybe he's saying the wrong thing at the wrong moment. He and his kid aren't getting along very well right now. At the moment, they're sort of grappling with this whole sort of I love you thing.
Is it soup yet? Almost forgot. Oh, where'd you do that? The great man taught me that. We went to Yosemite. You two did a lot together, huh? Yup.
So it's something that he and his dad shared. Throughout the movie, overall, we're trying to play up all these ideas that Goofy's sharing things that he learned from his dad.
Why have you myself? Oh. How's the soup?
Not bad. Goofy sort of remembering what?
Nothing.
And I think he feels a little bit of the pain of what's going on between he and Maxie right now. I think one of the biggest things in their relationship is communication, that they really don't have the ability to talk to each other. That perhaps they both grown a little distant, that they haven't talked a lot recently.
We'll get some shut-eye. I don't think we're going anywhere tonight.
Looks down in the cup, kind of, what's up in the bottom of it. The cup comes in, Goofy takes it, goes into it, and it's his pocket. A big step for Max.
Why, Max?
And then we're out. We see Bigfoot sleeping on the car. He loves his son more than anything in the world. There needs to be a lot of sensitivity in the end of this sequence. This is really the first point that Max and Goofy have come together. Don't be afraid to be subtle. It isn't a big, huge, goofy, moment of sort of flamboyant overacting. So this is really a sincere, subtle, facial expressions say much more than what they're even saying to each other. There's a whole sort of hidden text of what's going on underneath the scene. We're going to try to get that in the facial expressions. People don't always say what they're thinking. And I think a lot of that is...
They're having their first father-son kind of coming together, learning about each other. He's feeling more for Goofy, and Goofy's feeling for Max, even though there's a Bigfoot outside of underwear.
You're an instant shot.
that when I was actually pitching this scene, I hadn't seen my father in 20 years. So all of that, all of who I was as an artist in that moment was coming into this scene. And I think it really elevates some of the material to have that connection.
1,000%, yeah.
People are surprised sometimes with how personal these films are. They're under a Disney umbrella, which is a large organization. When it comes down to making this movie, and you see Kevin read that story to his staff in Paris and hear about his personal story, it becomes very human, very personal. Bill, I know you probably felt the same way about this movie.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think we all, as an actor, you have to use your personal experiences to help make the character emote. So I was thinking of father-son experiences. I had a 5-year-old son at the time the movie came out. And so when I was talking to Max at the beginning, I was talking to my son Austin, giving him the kind of lessons that I would like to have gotten myself, because unfortunately my dad passed away when I was 19, so I never really got to know him as an adult. And so these are probably, I was kind of emoting what I would have liked to experience. I would have loved a trip to Lake Destiny. And so I was just kind of putting that in the acting, and then as I got to know Jason much better, he became like a second son, so much so that the worst. So that my son, after the movie came out, said, "Oh, is Max your brother?" I didn't think I had a brother. Messed him up for years.
Yeah, we're all still in therapy. Jason, you were the surrogate son in this movie, and certainly those relationships are very real life when you portray them with a pencil and paper. They're still very real. How did you feel about that, kind of stepping into those shoes? Because there's a lot of dramatic needs in this movie, more than any Goofy short had ever needed for.
Totally. Honestly, it was a challenge for me to perform Max being so mean to his dad. First off, I talked to my parents that way. I would have been grounded forever. Yeah. And also, I grew up like you guys, being a Disney fan, and I love Goofy. He's just, I recognized at the time that he was just have the earnestness of Goofy and the connectivity he wants with his son. So, being 18, I didn't have a child then, not that I know of. I'm at least 15 years old, and the connectivity I have now with film is, my son's amazing, but he's 15. Y'all have teenagers around here like now. My love language is touch, and I still love to grab him and kiss him on the face. But now we aren't his friends. I can't do that. So I recognize that scene that we just showed in the car. It's like, okay, I have to kind of reserve my emotion for him until he figures out how to handle my love.
But that's one of the cool things I think about this movie, is that when you first watch it, when you're stepping, relax, right? And then you grow up, and you're Goofy, and you show it to your kid, right? So it has this generational turnover, which I think is kind of beautiful.
Well, clearly that's why y'all are here, right?
My daughter's most favorite Disney movie is the Goofy movie, and when she was coming up, I would say, the animated Lion King,
Harsh, man.
Anyway, years of therapy. But I was very proud of this movie. It's such a beautiful story, well told, and part of that is the music. I want you guys to talk about the music, and Kevin, you can start how that folded into this movie and how you drafted these amazing musicians to be part of this.
Well, we knew we wanted to do something contemporary. That was sort of at the forefront, is that we were going to sort of break a little bit of the musical theater form and bring contemporary music that was around in 1995, into the film. And that really led us that really led us to thinking about what kind of pop artist would be a part of this. And as you can probably tell, we took a bunch of big pop artists at the time and sort of made them our model. And we actually went and asked Prince if he would do the movie, of course. But we had a producer who worked with Prince at the time, and he mentioned Tevin Campbell. And I think he was 17 at the time when he recorded this, and it just sort of blew the top off the songs. We were just amazed that these were the types of songs we were going to get to put in a movie.
It really makes the movie in terms of its energy. And you guys, I mean, Billy, you stood in front of close to 20,000 people at the Hollywood Bowl. You've all heard our friends from D23 talk about their fandom of this film. And the other night, there was a screening, a couple of them, of the Goofy movie just here at the AMC. And you guys were there. And it was like the Rocky Horror Show. Oh my God, it was unbelievable. What was that like?
Who here was at that screening?
Wow. It was good. What was that like?
It was like, they did like Rocky Horror Picture Style, but without the fishnets.
You come out on stage like that, and the response is like the Beatles or something. It's like, wow, it's just amazing. And as we've said in several panels that we've done before, you're the ones that made it what it is today, and should have been in '95. They didn't give it a lot of PR because it was a smaller picture and everything. So the people had to find it, and now they found it.
And they weren't old enough to drive themselves to the movie theater.
That's right. And I'm so honored that this movie has gained the recognition that it should have had back in '95, because it's a great movie, thanks to our own talent.
Live this process, because it wasn't the studio that made this movie what it is today. It is all of you. And your ability to go out and show your love. I mean, the internet happened, right? And you could talk about what you wanted to explore and be proud of. And that's why this movie is what it is. And I'll tell you, being a director, I'm sure for you guys too, it just makes me feel so proud of this thing. Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Energy comes off of you guys. I can't tell you how kind of humbling that is, because we're also kind of the front guys for hundreds of people that work with us. Great animators, great voice cast, great people like Dr. King who records us. There's so many people to express our gratitude for this film. Bill, thinking again about your vocal qualities, I had been told before I came out here that you had studied opera early in your career. And I don't know if that's true or not, but I did bring a clip along of one of your earlier performances.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not sure if you've seen this, but it proves your skill set when it comes to classical music.
I don't think anybody's seen this song.
Yeah.
So this was in a big tub that I got in my basement on a VHS tape. And I gave it to the guys who were doing Not Just a Goof. They tried to put it in the movie, but it didn't quite fit. So you guys get to see this today.
I'm not listening to a guy track either.
Just what makes that little old man? When you move that rubber tree plant, anyone knows a man can't move a rubber tree plant. What he's done, high hopes he's done, high hopes he's done, high and oh, high and but high hopes. Oh, when they
up on the screen a Goofy Movie 30th Volume 1 limited edition collection featuring 5 beloved characters from the film. We have Goofy, we have Max, we have Bobby, and let's see if we can go ahead and start the video. We'll take a look at him here, PJ, and we even have Powerline himself. And on the screen, there's a special QR code. Go ahead and scan it. It'll pop up a few times during that 15-minute break in case you miss it now. And you'll be able to claim one free open edition mystery capsule. So you'll get a free open edition mystery capsule pin, plus receive $10 in Dapper balance. So just be sure to scan that QR code to get that access. Also, it'll give you access to be able to purchase one of these Goofy Movie digital pins first before they're released to anyone else on September 3rd. So you're going to get that $10 Dapper balance, the free open edition pin, and ability to purchase a Goofy Movie pin for anyone else. So go ahead and scan that QR code, and with that, we will see you all in 15 minutes for Disney's 80th to 90th celebration concert sponsored by Disney Plus. Who's excited for the concert? Awesome. And we know we are running a little late, so just letting you know we are still taking a 15-minute break, so we'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
Attention world travelers, Disney 80s to 90s Celebration in Concert presented by Disney Plus is up next.
Sorry. There you go. Thank you. What'd you get?
Well, I got the same hat, but then I got the Guardian sweatshirt.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
I like that
It was better than I expected. It was, I mean, it was definitely better than I expected.
Oh, if you're, let me go throw Adam's, drink for that.
Yeah.
I just want to throw them out.
Okay. talked about how there was like 7 castles around Disney World. And they listed Japan.
Okay.
Technically,
What is your thoughts on
that is the Emperor's Palace.
That's true.
Now, technically, it's a palace, not a castle. But I'll take the castle.
I think it's fair. Seems fair.
And I mean, it wasn't the most flattering picture of our pavilion.
I agree.
So, I was also really highly disappointed yesterday afternoon. Because, right, they did the whole, like, destination journey, around the world, right? And then they had Japan. I was super excited for that one. Why? Because that's my home. That's my pavilion. Come to find out, 75% of that little panel was about the very talented gentleman who does the Broadway Genie in that.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Very talented. But it was all about his trip to Japan. Like, I don't want to know about his trip to Japan. I want to know other things. Granted, I know more probably, about the Japan pavilion than most, but it was just one of those where I was really excited to see what they would say. Especially when you look at all the other countries that they did. Right? Because they went in depth with a lot of countries. But then they did Japan, and it got shafted. And I was really sad about that.
Well, I'll put a note in. If I get a survey, I'll put a note in.
Like, I could have had a 20-minute presentation for them if they really wanted. Like we could have did it. I could have talked about how currently we're roughly a 1950s, 1960s Kyoto style pavilion where the main building is Emperor's Palace, right? And our quick service building is actually a resemblance of the Emperor. It's supposed to be the Emperor's summer home.
Right.
Right? And then...
Dan, I know you have the inside scoop.
Yeah.
But how awesome would it be, and we've talked about this many times, if Japan got a ride? Well, I should say, is it even physically possible?
Yes. It is physically possible.
Land there?
So the building behind us is actually the show building. So that was actually geared for a ride several times. So it's currently taken up by engineering services, right? Engineering services, maintenance, and carpentry shop.
I say kick them out.
But the show building behind us, right? So in part of the merchandise store was actually supposed to be the enter and exit of the ride, as well as the merchandise store. Yes, so I mean one of the big known ones is the Mount Fuji coaster. That was the big known ride that was supposed to go in there. That's true. That was actually supposed to happen because it was supposed to be presented by Fuji Films. But unfortunately, at that point, Kodak had all the licensing, so Fuji Films couldn't come in because Kodak wouldn't allow the name. Blah blah blah, other legal mumbo jumbo. And then there was a couple other rumors of other type of rides that might go in, like a bullet train simulator, right? Because bullet trains are very big in Japan, and that's how they get around. Their train system is amazing, and bullet trains is like the big thing.
They could be not soaring as in like up in the air, but like it could be on a bullet train.
Kind of thing, kind of like Star Tours. I think that's what it was kind of around can be. Like, right, you're actually in the simulator and you're moving. That kind of thing. And then also rumors, I don't know how true this one is, but there's rumors of Kabuki theater.
Interesting.
So maybe not more of a ride, but maybe more of like entertainment type of thing. Obviously, the building's still there. Yeah. Still possible. I'm still going to push to see if I can bring back Mount Fuji. I would love to have a Mount Fuji coaster, especially with the technology and the track system that Guardians kind of has.
Yeah.
I think that would be amazing to where you kind of do like a coaster throughout Japan where you're actually circling Mount Fuji similar to Guardians. I think that'd be a fantastic ride system. As you can see, I have actually thought this through quite a bit.
Maybe this was a loaded question that I...
So the possibility is not out there. You know, it's still out there. Do I see it happening?
Zero no.
A lot would have to fall into place.
Zero no. I didn't even get my Mary Poppins carousel that was actually like announced.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that people don't realize that could have been. I mean, Germany has a show pavilion as well. There's supposed to be, I don't know if you saw it, did you actually go to the little exhibit that they had here? There was an exhibit, what was it? The Charting the Course exhibit?
Oh, I didn't get to go in because there's a little bit and there's a huge line.
And so I saw it on Friday. I walked in there on Friday. You know, because my experience on Friday was way different than yours. So I walked through it, and it was really cool because they had a bunch of, and they talked about it in some of the shows or some of the panels, right, where they had like the some of the Epcot stuff.
Yeah.
And then so there's a bunch of stuff from Epcot.
Attention world travelers, Disney 80s to 90s celebration in
And they actually had like a little kind of like model of Norway, of like one of the buildings that they have in there. They actually had like a full-blown model of the Germany pavilion.
Oh really?
And then they had like another little model. It was something back in like the early 90s. That was back, I think, in like the big Expo Convention Center between like UK and Canada. It was like back in that area. And I wasn't familiar with that particular one. But
spin it. Here, right here.
Please give a very warm welcome to the head of D23, Michael Fargo, and our D23 fan ambassador, Jody Benson.
What a weekend, Jenny.
Unbelievable weekend. It's been amazing.
Over yet, but how was it for you?
Magical, unbelievable. I'm speechless, overwhelmed, excited, and just so thrilled to be on your team.
We had such a thrilling time with each and every one of you. What an epic weekend. I want to take a moment to thank everyone who worked so tirelessly over the last year plus on this event. All of our events team, our D23 team, the wonderful cast members here at Walt Disney World Resort. Thank you. Most importantly, we want to thank all of you, our incredible D23 fans, for coming out and sharing this incredible weekend with all of us. I love you. It's been great talking to you and saying hello, and really appreciate you being here.
It's been amazing. This entire weekend has truly been a dream come true for Michael and for me to be here with all of you. Thank you so much.
Like I said, it's not over yet, and I know we have this incredible concert that we're getting ready for, and I feel you might be in the concert.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I'm surprised that I be in the concert. Guess what, Michael? I kind of heard that you're going to be in the concert, too.
We're both going to be in the concert. I can share a stage with Julie.
We are going to share a stage together, so I'm excited.
No phones allowed. All right, well, I'm going to go get ready.
You're going to go warm up?
I'm going to go warm up, I guess.
Yes, keep your singing and your dancing ready, Michael.
Right.
Mr.
All right.
Michael Barco. Yes. Oh my goodness. Hey, how about we wrap up this weekend and let's get this show on the open road, shall we? Excited? I'm super excited. It is truly my pleasure to introduce my amazing friend, our brilliant musical director and pianist for our 80s, 90s extravaganza. My dear friend, please welcome back to the stage, Benjamin Rahala.
Subtle, for the subtle decade to the 80s and 90s.
Sparkly. So Benji, tell me, how has your weekend been here at Destination D23?
Incredible. No, we went to Cusco-topia last night. What was that? Typhoon, that's so crazy.
Did you get to hit the park a little bit?
I did, yes.
Did you get to do your favorite ride?
Well, yeah, I met Princess Ariel and Prince Eric. Isn't that that's the best part of the park.
I'm so glad, but I think we need to get this show on.
Okay. I think we should.
Get started. Thank you all so much, and welcome to this 80s, 90s extravaganza. Let's get this show on the road. Benji, take it away. We'll see you soon.
Once upon a time, in a world long before our own, when phones were attached to walls and acids washed with the gene of chips, there was a house we call Mouse. And thanks to Disney Plus, we can rewind and rewatch. Tonight, we'll do just that with Broadway stars Lisa Guzman, Alyssa Fox, Brandon Gibson, Alan G. Leonard, Nisha Thomas, and music director Benjamin Rahala. Welcome to Disney 80s and 90s Celebration in Concert.
And now, we invite you to relax, let us pull up a chair, as D23 proudly presents your dinner. Be our guest. Our guest put our service to the test. Tie a napkin around your neck, Shandy, and we'll provide the rest. So control the hot nerves, while we all begin to serve. Try the great stuff, it's delicious. Don't believe me, ask the dishes. They can sing. And the dinner here is never second best.
star will come, be the first on the block to meet his eye. Make way, here he comes, big bells, raise the drums, and you will love this guy. The star will be right the sea, I'll be a bar for a while. Till you get to choose the state down on one knee. Now try to stay calm, brush up your Sunday salon, and come and meet his spectacular portiere. Seaweed is always greener in somebody else's day. You dream about going up there, that is a big mistake. Just look at the world around you, right here on the ocean floor. Such wonderful things around you, what more is you looking for? I've never seen, down in the desert, down in the sun, standing on me.
I so wish I had shoulder pads right now.
Oh, same. Yes, it's true. We are a little bit obsessed with these decades, but come on, this is the music that shaped so many of our childhoods. And I don't know about all of you, but we've gone under the sea.
It's time to go the distance to a lonely world.
It's like we're all singing eye to eye.
I'll put a spell on you. I'll totally be part of your world.
These are the songs that let our imagination take flight. I mean, we could be anything. A mermaid,
A hero.
a prince,
Or a warrior.
Through these stories we learn about ourselves, and through the music we found our voice.
Well then, why don't you start us off? Singing the 90s pop hit from Milan, our literal Broadway queen, Notre Thomas.
Look at me, you make me see who I really am, but you'll never know me every day. It's as if I play a part. Now I see, if I wear a mask, I can fool the world, but I cannot fool my heart. Ooh.
cast damsel who can tie her own sandals and everything. Please welcome our first special guest of the evening, the voice of Meg from Hercules.
History.
Has captured the hearts of dreamers across the world. And because Disney bought 20th Century Studios, she gets to be part of the show tonight. Alyssa Fox.
Hearts don't fail me now, courage won't desert me, don't turn back now that we're here. People always say life is full of choices, no one ever mentions fear or how the world can seem so vast on a somewhere down this road, I knew someone's waiting. Years and dreams just can't be wrong. Arms open wide, I was safe and wanted, fighting home where I belong. Well, starting now, I'm learning fast. got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got troubles, and I've got two. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, we can see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Now, some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, bigger and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. Just me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me.
The 1996 feature, The Hunchback of Notre, based on Victor Hugo's novel, inspired Disney's animation team to venture into darker themes and an artistic style inspired by Parisian Impressionism. The result? A film of sophisticated imagery, triumph, heartbreak, and a score worthy of the cathedral itself. Please welcome back, Listen to Guzman.
I don't know if you can hear me, or if you're even there. I don't know if you listen to a gypsy's prayer. Yes, I know I'm just an outcast. I shouldn't speak to you.
Safe behind these windows and these parapets of stone, gazing at the people down below. All my life I watched them as I climb up here alone, hungry for the histories they show. All my life I memorize their faces, knowing them as they will never know. All my life I wonder how it feels to pass them, not above them.
When you guys came home from school, dumped your backpack and grabbed a pop-tart and prep for your favorite time of day, well, don't touch that remote, because we're broadcasting some of the stuff. freestyle tales and belted it out at every pool party. She's been part of our world since 1989. Please welcome the voice of Ariel, Disney legend, Showdown.
Hi, Destination D23 friends. I am so honored to be here, and I'm honored to be your fan ambassador.
Congratulations, it's your first D23 as a fan ambassador. How do you feel?
I'm speechless. I'm overwhelmed. I'm grateful. I'm thankful, and I'm just so honored to be here with all of you at the 80s, 90s. You know what this song means to me. This song means the world to me, and I get to pay tribute to Howard Ashman and Alan Menken, and to thank all of you for all of these incredible opportunities that this movie and this character have brought me. So I'm honored to share my song with you tonight. Thank you for allowing me to be part of your world for all these many, many years.
Show
where a great welcome will be waiting, where the crowds will cheer when they see my face, and the voice keeps saying, this is where I'm to be. I will find my way. I can go the distance. I'll be there someday. If I can be strong, I know every mile will be worth my while.
So, this year marks the 30th anniversary of another Disney classic, Pocahontas. This hit song from that film captured honors throughout the industry, including Best Original Song at the Golden Globes, the Grammys, and the Academy Awards. This is Colors of the Wind.
Must be so, but still I cannot say if the savage one is me. How can there be so much that you don't know? You don't know.
The Bronte sisters, the Spires sisters, the Williams sisters, Sister Act 1 and 2, which witchy sisters haunted our Halloween. The Sandersons.
I put the
City. It's a big old battle, tough all time, it's true. But beginnings are contagious there. They're always setting stages there. They're always turning pages there for you. When it all begins in New York City. Right away you're making time and making friends. No one cares where you were yesterday. If they kick you out, you're on your way to a once upon a time that never ends. So Oliver, don't be shy. Get out there and go and try. Believe that you're the guy I could see. 'Cause it dreams no night. Now once upon a time in New York City. It's always once upon a time in New York City. Why does that all fire feeling so alone? How could anyone say sorry when it's raining cats and dogs outside and the rain is saying now you're on your own? So Oliver, don't be scared. Though yesterday no one cared. They ain't no place free where you wanna be. Keep your dream alive. Dreaming still how strong survive. Once upon a time in New York City. Keep your dream alive. Dreaming still how strong survive. Once upon a time in New York City. And it's always once upon a time in New York City.
His voice is one of the most recognizable and beloved in the world. He's the star of countless television programs, recordings, and the 1995 hit A Goofy Movie. Give it up for the man who's been bringing the goof to life for the last 38 years. Our final special guest of the evening, Disney legend, Bill Farmer.
What a show, are you enjoying it? I am so honored to be here up on stage with all these fantastic singers celebrating the 80s and the 90s, and I'm only in my 70s, so I'm doing pretty good. I got another 10 years. But we were going to do a song from a Goofy movie, but we were backstage and we couldn't find Jason Marsden, so we don't have a Max. And
Oh, wait, sorry. Hey,
Jason Marsden.
I was on the way to Epcot. They pulled me off the bus. I said,
Oh
I'm
my
here.
God.
Food and wine, am I right? Okay, I can sing. Can I sing with you?
Would you like to sing?
I would love it. It's okay.
Would you like to sing?
Okay. The open road meeting.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's do it. Do you need a break from modern living? Do you long to shed your weary load? If your nerves are wrong, your brain is right, just grab a friend and think of life together along the open road. Come on, let's see. Look at the all in all, I'd rather have attention. All in all, I'd rather eat a toad. Yeah.
And the old man drives such a klutz that I'm about to roll my guts directly upon the open road.
The mama cans had paid, and now we're on our way. On the path will guide us straight and true.
Say, please don't forget me. I will return someday, though I may be dressed when I do.
Man, relax and
This is one race that it barely ends. I'm so glad I think I'll be straight.
won Academy Awards for Best Original Song, amazingly, in consecutive years.
That's right. So please enjoy Beauty and the Beast.
And A Whole New World.
We'd like to thank everybody here at Destination D23, and especially our surprise open road travelers. Please give a round of applause to Jason Morrison, Kevin Lima, Becky Fleming, Chris O'Connor, Ryan Marsh, and Michael Warner.
As well as our special guests, Susan Egan and Disney legends Jody Benson and Bill Forward. A big thank you to our music director who's on piano tonight, Benjamin Rosno.
And thank you to the streaming platform that delivers all of our retrofitted dreams, our Disney cubes, and they never ask us to rewind. Disney Plus, give it up.
Okay, guys. Now, I gotta say, I'm not ready to go home yet. So Destination D23, we got one more song for you tonight.
And let me tell you, it is my favorite Disney movie, favorite movie of all time.
Okay, so take it away then, and I'm gonna be right back.
come true by being here and loving one another and celebrating Disney with all of us.
Been with us through it all and helped out when it got a little chaotic, and thank you so much to them. I gotta say thank you to our channel members and our Patreon members. You know, them supporting the channel allows us to go to things like this, and because of the PayPals and the Super Chats, we put all that money back into awesome events like this so that because of their generosity, you get to watch this and we get to bring it to you, and we work hard to put everything into 4K. So thank you to our PayPals, our Super Chats, our Patreon members, and our channel members too. We absolutely couldn't do this without them. So thank you to them for supporting the streams and the channel. Also, guys, you gotta say thank you so much to They are good friends of ours, and if you are looking for unique pieces from your home that are Disney parks, Disney resorts, absolutely, Vault Collectibles has items that they get right from Disney. They deal straight with Disney, they deal straight with Universal, and you can get unique pieces of the parks straight in your home. And then, if you are a Run Disney runner, check out our friends at Runner, runur.run is their website. They have amazing clothing that's so comfortable for park wear, for training, for running, for just leisure. You will love it. So please go check them out. And you guys, thank you for watching us and being a part of our channel family. We absolutely are so happy to do things like this, and that you guys came along. So if you haven't hit the subscribe button, please do that. Almost everything we do is in 4K with a full 4K camera, and we hope you enjoy what we put on. This has been an unbelievable weekend, but you need to stay tuned and come back because we're going to be going to the Halloween party, more Halloween parties in September and October. We're going to be going to Christmas parties. We have so many things, and we think you're going to enjoy it. So if you love Disney as much as we do, we hope you come back. So hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe, and we got to wrap up. Dan, that's my brother Dan, say bye. Adam already left, and I'm going to say goodbye to you guys. It has been awesome, guys. Thank you so much for being a part of our channel. 70,000 subscribers. We are going to celebrate that very, very soon. So thank you guys. Good night.
ticket to live, family-friendly theme park adventures. Everything from Disney, Universal, SeaWorld, and beyond in full live HD. Turn to Adam and Kristen for all the best rides, snacks, nighttime shows, and breaking theme park news. Make sure to subscribe and turn notifications on to never miss a minute of magic. Welcome to our pass holder family. Park Pass TV. No reservations needed.
What you came for, this is the moment magic was made for. Come one, come all, let's light up the sky now. You feel the magic happening right now. Now, 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 now.
Calling all dreamers, time to let your mind run free. To believe in make believe, to be who you wanna be. Calling all dreamers, a celebration in the street, and the sights you're gonna see far beyond
This is the anthem. Here's what you came for. This is the moment magic was made for. Come on, come on.